Live from Silverstone, welcome race fans, one and all, back to Green Flag TV, where this afternoon we are set to welcome a brand new league to the Green Flag TV roster. Welcome to FTR events, and welcome to the GT Supercup. My name is Rempel alongside Edstrom. Later on this afternoon, Derrick wants to defend Acinni will be in the booth with Howie Burrows behind the cameras. And tonight, about the five of us are going to be bringing you all of racing action here from the 4-hour endurance race this afternoon. Austin, it is of course Silverstone, one of the most famous racetracks in the world, and for very good reason. Of course, home to the British Grand Prix. This place used to be an old airport after World War II. Now it has been transformed into a complete purpose-built racetrack, and this afternoon we are set to go at it for plenty of action for 4 hours this afternoon.
Yeah, incredible racetrack here in England. Like you said, it's kind of synonymous with England. If you think of racing in the UK, you think of Silverstone. You see it year in, year out whenever F1 comes here. They have plenty of other races that put on really, really great shows year in, year out here from the Silverstone circuit. And well, we're adding one to the tally here today, and I can't wait to get this thing started. First time that we get to call this league on Green Flag TV, right? So I'm sitting here with just built up anticipation. Can't wait to get this thing going for the 20 car field with the two classes we got going on tonight.
20 cars, again, getting set to go rumbling this afternoon. 9 of them will be running the Ferrari 296 Challenge in the Challenge class, which is currently out on track in qualifying in these final 5 minutes. The other 11 run to the Cup class, which fields the Porsche 911 GT3 992 Cup. And of course, this event is a bit of a prelude to the main Trophy.ai GT Endurance Series, which will be coming on up come August over at the Bend down under in Australia. Again, fielding between 4 and 6 hour endurance races for a 6-race championship. That series going to be a fun ride as well. That series fielding GT3, GT4, and touring car machinery. This race here, a bit of a prelude again, being able to kind of like dust off, get some of the dust brushed off, right? Dust off the cobwebs and get ourselves back ready and racing form ready to rumble. That main series, by the way, fielding right now over 40 cars.
Yeah, so you know dang well whenever we get to that main series, like you talked about, over 40 cars that we've got signed up for it. Those races are going to be absolutely insane with that many cars out on track at the same time. But just because we got a lower car count here tonight doesn't mean that the race is going to be any worse. This race is going to be absolutely fantastic. Silverstone puts on good racing time and time again. You kind of see the 14 here going through the last sector on one of his qualifying laps for Sim Party Racing. And, you know, you're just using absolutely all the track. It's a very flowy racetrack. A lot of different lines you can kind of take. Well, I say different lines. I don't know. Road racing, obviously, you're supposed to run one line, but I feel like there are plenty of ways to make passes at a track like Silverstone where you got the flow going back and forth. A bunch of different lines you can kind of take to overtake your competition, and I just really love Silverstone for that. I think it presents a unique challenge here, and I'm looking forward to seeing the dust get worn off as this race goes on.
Well, you got, again, qualifying currently underway. It is a 30-minute session for qualifying. The opening 15 minutes was what saw the Cup class out for qualifying, and now, of course, the Challenge class just closing up their session with 1 minute to go before that checker flag will fall. And then, of course, green flag coming out for 4 hours of racing action. The big thing I think that's going to be interesting tonight, right? Safety cars. Of course, these guys using the Race Director third-party application to allow for safety cars to be deployed, completely based off of incidents that happen on or even potentially off of the racetrack. And whether or not that's going to be used tonight with only 20 cars, yeah, right, it could go either way. I think we will see at least one this afternoon. These guys are really eager to really put this new app to the test, and I'm excited to see how that's going to look to shake up the race today.
Yeah, even with 20 cars, I think you're going to see them hit that incident limit as it is for the third-party software. And I definitely think we're going to see at least one yellow, probably a couple in my mind. Even though there's a lower car count, you still got, you know, the race start, which is going to be hectic. They always are. You never know. It just takes one lockup, and all of a sudden you're into the side of another car, and you never know what that damage could be. Just from a little bit of contact, especially in these a little bit more flimsy road course racing cars like the Ferrari Challenge and the Porsche Cup that we got going on here today. So I think I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I think we get at least 3 yellows over the course of this race. Obviously a 4-hour race, so still not, too frequent, I suppose. A little over once an hour, but regardless, I do think that we're going to see, our fair share of incidents. It's a pretty tough racetrack. There's a lot of runoff space that you got in a lot of areas. You just saw the 10 using some of it there before he comes up into the S's section, just completely throwing this car through the corners as much as he possibly can, taking a nice tidy line through, making sure he hits every single apex here on the last qualifying lap that I don't think he's going to be able to finish. Actually, excuse me.
He will.
He's still got a little bit more time than I had expected. So
yes,
I think that Chris Verstappen is going to be able to easily get back to the start-finish line, maybe even put in one more.
Yeah, not like the beer league where the checker flag signals the end of the session. Here, you are permitted to complete the flying lap that you are on. Verstappen, of course, the first car out, who will get the chance to finish up that lap as he's going to work his way down into the chicane, the final chicane on the racetrack, as he'll fire his way across the line. Currently, the Viracho Esports Team black car sitting 5th. He will have no improvements. He will improve, sorry. Jumps up to number 4, bumping the Sim Party Racing Echo Machine down a spot. And now, Twin Nations Motorsports and RPM Racing Black FTR both trying to see if they've got an answer for the top of the field. Might be a little bit close. Coming to the line, kicking the tail end now, just a bit for Twin Nations. Improved up to 7th for him, and RPM going to go up to the number 2 spot, but still not enough for the top qualifying spot on the afternoon. But that is going to be it then. Qualifying is complete, as the last of the cars has come across the start-finish line, and now, well, we just wait for that session to tick on over before racing action kicks off in earnest in Silverstone.
18 corners on this long racetrack that we got here, 3.66 miles, 5.89 kilometers around the Silverstone circuit. And, well, we get to do it for 4 whole hours here today. I can't wait to get this one kicked off. Couple trouble spots, I feel like, on the track. Obviously, you always got to watch out for Maggots and Beckett's. Going through that S's section, if you're too wide, side by side, trying to make a pass, it's going to be tough to get through there without losing a ton of time, especially coming up to the hangar straight. You really want to get a good exit out of those S's. And then, Cops is typically a big talking point, I feel like, whenever I hear about Silverstone. But here today with these cars, I feel like Cops is going to be a little bit easier than what we typically see, but it's really that last sector that I'm looking forward to, coming down to Stowe and then down into 16, 17, and then the club corner, coming back to the start-finish line. I think we're going to see a lot of action through the last sector.
Oh, don't forget Brooklands and Luffield, 2 of the slower corners on the racetracks, but the switchback battles we've seen in the past there have been immense, and no doubt going to be a good solid drive as well. But with all of that said and done, qualifying is officially wrapped up, so we will take a rundown now and check out what your starting grid looks like for the next 4 hours of racing action. Starting on pole position in the challenge class, it is Jaco Mikola for RPM Racing with a 159.121. 4/10 off the pace is Richard Cothra for RPM Racing Black FTR. Moving down to row number 2, it's going to be Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing Purple alongside Chris Verstappen for Viracho Esports Team Black. Row 3 will hold Nicholas Kingswell for Sim Party Racing Echo alongside Isabel Matthews for the Prismatic Motorsports Athena category. And moving back then to close out the field, it's Juan Luis Herrera for Twin Nations Motorsports alongside Justin Michaela for Treehouse Racing. And then closing out the field, going to be Thomas Crabtree for the Sim Party Racing Landa entry, 2.6 seconds off the pace. Austin, you've got the Cup class.
Yeah, moving on down to the Porsche Cup, we got Matt Strands for Cube Controls, Ripardo Corsa in the number 185 entry up on pole, and then Akram Zanoun in the Cardon Racing entry there, lining up on his outside in 2nd place. Lining up in 3rd, we've got David Baraclow for SRN TFR Alliance, and then on his outside, we've got Igor Koss for the Sunday Drivers racing here on a Saturday. Moving back to row number 3, starting in the 5th place position, we got Elias DeVries for the Viracho Esports Team Gray, and that number 15 entry on his outside, we've got Glenn Grondelaris for Pegasus Sim Racing. Going back to row number 4, Aspen Martin for Prismatic Motorsports starting in the 7th place position. And then in 8th on his outside, we've got Fozzie Fazolo for WBM Racing. Moving back to row number 5, we've got Yashao Yunus for World of Racing in that number 2 entry. Then on his outside, we've got Mike Van Ruyten for Gringo. And then rounding out the Porsche Cup field here today, starting in the 11th place spot, we've got Daniel Kubesh for Sim Party.
And that will be it then, and a very, very short pace that racing action kicks off here this afternoon. It's going to be a fun ride. It's going to be a wild ride, and boy, this race, not one that you are going to want to miss, as we have had an extension of our full course yellow. So we will be getting one full pace lap in here this afternoon, and well, there you see our challenge class already rolling out as they're going to get themselves formed up, get some heat into those tires, and get ready to rumble. Behind them, the club category, just working their way through the club chicane.
Yeah, kind of like that we got the extra lap here, because that might have been a little hasty to get us to start off. But maybe we threw up the starting lineup graphic a little bit too early. But nonetheless, just one more lap until we get going here. Two classes of just about 10 cars for each. You said 9 and 11, so 20 car field. A lot of guys out here just getting ready, like you said, warming up their tires. You saw a little bit of hand motion in the wheel there outside of the corner. Now, obviously, he's coming down into the corner. But you also want to put a little bit of tire temp in it through these corners. A lot of tight corners in this first sector here at Silverstone, so you can kind of over-rotate that wheel a little bit, get a little bit more heat in those front tires than you maybe would if you were just, swerving back and forth. Obviously, that works pretty decent in the iRacing service, but my favorite is always going, I'm more on the NASCAR side, but I always just fly into the corner on the first lap of qualifying and turn the wheel 180 degrees, make sure I get that right front tire warmed up. I imagine a few of these guys in the field probably thinking the same thing through some of the slower corners on this pace lap.
Well, you see everybody pretty much lined up and just about ready to go here this afternoon. Again, this race is going to be a wild one, and I absolutely cannot wait to see who's going to be where at the end of the night. When you get a race like this, you're always in for a good ride as here we go through the Brooklands and Luffield complex. And this is one of those corners that I really want to put more eyes on, right? I mean, yeah, everyone talks about Stowe and that mad blast down the Hanger Straight, but don't forget that Wellington Straight, Brooklands, a much harder braking zone and therefore much more liable to go for those dive bomb moves.
Yeah, like you said, Stowe is more of like a long, wide, sweeping corner where you're kind of keeping the momentum from the Hanger Straight as much as possible. Coming down the Wellington Straight, it is a shorter straightaway, but like you said, coming down to Brooklands, a lot tighter of a corner, and then you've really got to set yourself up for Lovefield, turn number 7. So whenever you're going through Brooklands, you almost have to like double apex that corner, make sure you come out a little bit tighter to the left-hand side so that you can rip it back to the right last second and get a really, really good line through Lovefield to give yourself a good run down the next straightaway coming up to Cops. Obviously, there's a bit of a bend in the road, but you're not really going to be slowing down for it here in these cars. So you kind of extend that straightaway out of Lovefield.
On board with some of the drivers as they continue to get set for racing action here this afternoon. Now working our way in to Maggotts and Beckett's for the first time here this afternoon. There you can see the separation between our challenging club classes. They will have 2 separate green flags for the race here this afternoon, and we set ourselves up for the Hanger Straight. Now, we know lap 1 tends to be a little bit chaotic in endurance racing. I know, Austin, your experience with the VSCA Sports Car Championship last year definitely comes to mind with a few of their races there, notably the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, even Petit Le Mans to an extent. Do you reckon we're going to get that today, even with the lower field sizes?
On lap 1, I don't think it's going to be quite as bad. You got to think turn 1 isn't, a typical turn 1. You're not slowing down too much. Even turn 2, you can kind of roll through there a little bit better. So I think you're going to see a little bit of spread before we get down to turn 3. Not a ton. So they all are going to get into that braking zone, slam on them. Pretty hard going to that corner and bunching back up. But I think we're going to see enough field spread to where we're not going to see too big of an incident on lap 1, and with the lower field count, hopefully the multi-class incidents are limited.
2 cars, both from the Cup category, Gringo and Sim Party Racing Green, will start this race from pit road. Well, RPM Racing will work their way through the final corner this afternoon. And at long last, time to get the party started for the FTR Events GT Super Cup. For the Silverstone circuit, it's time to go, go, go! And a massive jump as Twin Nations Motorsports already clear by 3 car lengths into turn 1. He's going to slam the brakes, nearly jump the start, going to fade back in a line, let the field get themselves in a line. And looking like everyone's going to be clean and green here for the time being. And Austin, here come the Cup cars.
Yep, the Porsches all coming down towards turn one. A little bit of a hairy restart between a couple of these guys. One car fading low, kind of taking away that inside line before we can get down to the corner. Two cars side by side coming through turn two. Everybody trying to sort themselves out before we even get down to turn one, but there's a change of the lead already. One car going way down the inside. Cardon Racing able to take the lead as there's an accident in the Ferraris.
Trouble, that's Treehouse Racing off the road. Cardon Racing up to the point where that's our TFR Alliance trying to follow through just a little ways behind. The Ferraris managed to get back on track before he is swallowed up by the Cup category. But a big collision early on to kick off racing action tonight.
And Cardon with a huge move down to the inside turn number one to take that race lead away right off the rip. And he's still under challenge though. Cube Control does not want to let that go. Matt Strand all over the back bumper. Coming through 6 and 7 of Brooklands and Lovefield, still on the back bumper, coming down towards Kopp's corner. Can he get side by side before they get to the corner? The 12 kind of peeking down to the bottom, then back up to the top. Kind of took his lane away so that he couldn't go side by side through there. Probably not a corner you want to go side by side through too many times here today. But here comes Matt Strands back on the outside. No, covered off. Sanoon not willing to give that position up coming down to the S's.
Not willing to give that spot up just yet, while the Ferrari Challenge class pulling away at the very head of this field. RPM Racing continues to lead on the exit of Stowe. And looking like it'll be a pretty solid RPM 1-2 to close out lap number 1 of the FTR Events GT Super Cup here this afternoon. And no big lunges being made for position here in the Cup category. The World of Racing X Samantha 10 racing car, though, up and around Prismatic Motorsports head cakes.
One car wide right in front of them. Pegasus Sim Racing did not get a good run through Kopp's corner. Or sorry, excuse me, through Stowe corner. These guys coming up towards the last sector of the racetrack. Still, Cardon Racing in the lead, coming up to lead lap number 1 after that huge hectic move down into turn 3. First big braking zone of the afternoon for the Porsches, and he just absolutely stormed it on in there and swiped the lead away from Matt Strand.
Oh, now a big look down here into Abbey. That is Pegasus Racing trying to go on offense here. Contact with the 6 and the 2. Now we're going to be seeing Yeshel Yanis back down the inside of Glenn Grondelaires and able to make that pass work. A beautiful attack there for the number 2, but Pegasus wants to get him back.
Yeah, that was a little hectic. The 6 kind of shoved the 2 out wide a little bit coming through turn 2. Didn't give him the greatest line, but the 2 sent it down into turn 3 anyway. Huge move from that Porsche, making the move down into turn 3. Going back to the Ferraris, though, up towards the front. Veracho Esports Team Black trying to get up towards the 2 RPMs in front of him, but he's actually under more pressure from Sim Party Racing here in that number 14 right behind him, coming up to Maggots and Beckett's.
Take a look at what happened to Treehouse Racing off the hitch here, and well, this was the contact that puts the 18 car down and almost out. Just trying to go for it into Adrian. That move was never off from the get-go.
Yeah, they never really had a wheel aside, right? They never even had the front bumper to the back bumper until the braking zone, and at that point, I mean, it's a pretty fast corner as is. You're not really getting on the binders too hard into that corner. Not really a braking zone that you can outbrake somebody if you're not already side by side without making some contact. So a little bit of a hopeful move on lap 1, costing them a lot of time here in the early going.
Hopeful, I think, would be a little bit generous. Lap 2, much more tame. As drivers have managed to get themselves in line. No surprise, the driver that leads the race overall of Jaco Mikola for RPM Racing up at the head of the field, while the black car trying to make this a team 1, 2, 3, and that would be quite the way to kick off the Super Cup, right? Having all 3 cars up onto the podium by the end of the first couple laps. And it is worth noting, out of all the RPM cars, this is one that started up in 2nd place.
Well, he's easily had the worst start out of his teammates, but he's still, all over the back of the number 10 here, coming down towards Brooklands and Lovefield. Still well within fighting distance. I like his entry to that corner a little bit better than the Veracho Esports Team Black car in front of him. Able to get a straighter exit off the corner, firmly in the slipstream as the 10 has kind of lost the slipstream help from the RPM cars in front of him, coming up towards Kopp's. Can he use that slipstream coming down towards Maggots and Beckett's, trying to get through this corner a little bit better. He had a tighter entry than the 10 in front of him, running out a little bit further wide. Don't think he's going to be able to get side by side by the time they get to Maggots and Beckett's. It's all about how good can he get through the S's. Can he stay close enough to use that slipstream all the way down the hanger straight and towards Stowe.
Now the battle for third remains a tight one. And in fact, I think Cawthron might be able to get the hammer down here and chase him down the hanger straight. Closes to within a quarter of a second, down to 2/10, so will not be close enough, though, to have the look into Stowe. He wants to go, though. You can see him really leaning on that back bumper, trying to get around the Veracho Esports Team black car that sits just in front. Verstappen, though, really holding his ground, not leaving any door open.
Yeah, these two putting on a good fight. Verstappen not opening the door too heavily, right? Through Stowe there, he took a wider line. It looked like he was going to miss the apex there for a moment, but he cut it down right across the nose of the number 21 RPM Racing black entry, and was able to take that line away last second from him. Make sure that he couldn't really get the throttle down there through the center of the corner. He would have to go through him if he wanted to. But going back to the Porsches, side by side for the race lead, Zanoon on the inside, but he's going to get the switchback pulled on him, coming back up to the main straightaway. Not actually going to work out there for Matt Strand. Lost the lead on lap number 1 to your current race leader of Akram Zanoon. And Zanoon, honestly, holding these guys up a little bit. That move was huge. It was mega. It's got him the track position that he needed. But you can tell Matt Strand and maybe even the SRN TFR Alliance car, David Baraklauer, just a little bit faster because they're just all over the back bumper, unable to get by them.
David Baraklaw, Igor Koss, all within the blanket of this as well. No driver here separated by more than half a second to one another, as they will fight their way down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands and Luffield. Another little peek to the inside there for QB Sports. Not going to have any kind of problems for him. WBM Racing looking like they have just had a slight off the road, as they have themselves spun around. They've gotten themselves back onto the racetrack now. Already almost 10 minutes down in the 4-hour enduro here this afternoon, with Cardin Racing and Akram Zanouni continuing to lead the way.
These guys still single file here, coming through Cobb's corner up towards Maggots and Beckett's. Not close enough here for the 185 to really make a move. Back over towards the Ferraris, though. This battle for third place has not calmed down whatsoever.
Yeah, RPM Racing Black and Veracho Esports Team Black continuing to slice and dice amongst each other, while RPM Racing Purple and the main car both pulling away. How about that? The purple car actually putting down the fastest lap of the race. Patrick Gannon, a 1:59.972. So we have officially broken into the 2-second bracket. He is the first car to do so all race long, and a big launch to the inside there for Cawthron. Couldn't make it work.
Yeah, he looks a little bit better on the brakes, but obviously losing a little bit of time over the course of the whole lap that last time around. Kind of fell off the back bumper ever so slightly. Just kind of a yo-yo effect. I feel like the 21 is just a little bit faster, but you can tell he just does not quite have the overspeed to actually make the move work. And here he's even fallen a little bit further behind through Sector 1 as they come up towards Brooklands, then to Luffield, trying to set himself up good for this corner. He's a little more narrow than the number 10, getting down into that corner, going for a more double apex line through Luffield, but it doesn't really work out for him. Goes a little bit too far wide, has to get out of the throttle ever so slightly to avoid getting into that gravel trap on the outside, kind of letting the 10 get away from him as they come up towards Cops through that corner. Still firmly in the slipstream, but just a little bit too far back for me to expect him to be able to make a move by the time we get to Stowe, unless there's a big mistake from the 10 through Maggots and Beckett's.
Well, while all that is going on, you've also still got Cardin Racing keeping Cube controls the project course at bay. Although this battle for the leading cup really started to kind of break apart as well as time moves along. As you can see at the SRN TFR Alliance machine, that David Baraklaw has dropped back. Igor Koss has dropped back further behind them for 4th place in this battle pack. Do got one battle that is still a little bit close just behind these guys. The Veracho Esports Team Gray, along with the World of Racing number 2. They're both looking to kind of go at it as well. They're separated by only about 0.3 of a second as well.
Yeah, so a couple battles to kind of keep track of here on track in the early going. Plenty of action no matter where you look. You were talking about the top 4 that are all kind of under a blanket in the Porsche Cup, but you're mentioning right now that battle for the 5th place spot also well on here, and not too far behind the race leader either. These guys only a little over 3 seconds behind the race lead, and that's kind of telling me that World of Racing number 2, who's diving down to the inside, no, they're just gonna have to stay in line for now. If they get past this number 15 relatively quick, they might have the pace to actually challenge the cars up at the front of this class. But here, finally, RPM Racing Black to the inside, coming up down to Brooklands, able to make that move stick already before he even gets to the apex of the corner. What a great move from the 21, making it an RPM 1-2-3 here early. Now, can he pull away and get out of the slipstream range so that he doesn't come under fire once again and continue to cost them both time?
Richard Cawthron just had the move through that opening sector, was able to kind of really secure the pass, and will jump a bit further back. This was when he initiated it. This is all the way down to about turn 3. Look at him just lunge for it down the inside and hold it right through the apex of entry. Not an easy thing to do at Silverstone, but he did so to perfection, and now he makes it an RPM 1-2-3 at the top.
That's kind of one of the tough things about road course racing, right? You kind of set up the pass, you're sitting behind some guy for laps at a time, maybe costing yourself time, and you finally get side by side. It actually still takes you 3 or 4 corners to get the pass completed, and it just continues to bleed more and more and more time. So all of a sudden that 21, 4.5 seconds, almost 5 seconds off of his 2 teammates up towards the front. He's gonna have to try to run that back down. It's the 297 going for a spin towards the back of the Ferrari challenge, running in 7th place. Not what you want to see. That's a lot of time loss here whenever he wasn't even battling anybody.
And this was the World of Racing car finally pouncing on Viracho Esports Team Gray, making the move into Brooklands. What did that tell you, right? Can never discount that corner. It's so critical to get a good run out of entry, and there, that shows exactly why.
Yeah, now it'll be interesting to see if that number 2 car can actually reel in the leaders. And they got to do it quick, because Carden Racing is still holding up these guys in the top 4. He's not pulling away from the 185, which makes me think the 185 is definitely just a little bit quicker, just hasn't been able to find the way by. So if you're the driver of the number 2, the World of Racing team, you got to think, I got to close this gap as soon as possible while they still have a little bit of a roadblock to deal with. Don't want to, completely underrate Akram Zanoun here up in the race lead. He's doing a great job, but it does seem like he's holding up at least 1 car behind him ever so slightly. So that number 2 car going to have to get a move on it. They've already actually caught up about 2 or 3 tenths to these top 4s, but they need to make it up towards the front of them a little bit quicker, make sure that they can get in this challenge for the race lead.
Well, the battles continue on here this afternoon as, we'll take a look at the lap times, comparing from 1st to 5th in the Cup category. Like you say, right, 3.5 tenths gain on that last lap. That is not nothing. The gap now down to 3 seconds between 1st and 5th. So you're right. I mean, the World of Racing team, they want to go, and they're clearly wasting no time and driving to the front. I thought, maybe we haven't seen many moves because maybe these guys are trying to just preserve their equipment for later in the run, right? I mean, it's still early. It's a 4-hour race. That is a very, very long time to get the move done. But it doesn't seem like the 2 car shares that sentiment.
I mean, maybe the 185, the 974, they might be sitting in the slipstreams trying to save a little bit of fuel, maybe cut out a pit stop at some point in this race. So there could be a little bit of strategy like that going up towards or going on towards the front of the field. But if you're the driver of the 2 now, you've lost so much time getting through the field, trying to work your way up, starting towards the back, and obviously getting themselves into the top 5 at this early going. But you would much rather be in that slipstream, currently about 1.5 seconds off the back bumper of the 19. If you can cut that down another 6 or 7 tenths, all of a sudden you got that slipstream down the Hanger straight, down the Wellington straight, down the front straight, and you can just reel that time in ever so much quicker. And so I'm just kind of continuing looking at that number 2. This lap seems like it's stagnated a little bit, still sitting at that 3.3 second mark to the race leader. So there's going to need to be a little bit more, but obviously that number 2 has the pace, being able to pass the cars that they have here in the early going, get up to the 5th place spot. They've given themselves a shot here early.
And well, you can see how much this battle for first and second in the overall race has started to come down as well. The gap has been sitting within a second for the last several laps, and it closed down in just half of a second about a lap ago. Patrick Gannon has been running down his teammate up the road pretty convincing over the last little while, although now it does almost seem like he's kind of backing off just a little bit. That or he's got some immense pace in the final sector.
One here through Maggots and Beckett's, he loses a little bit of time, right up to 1.2 seconds, just about on the Delta coming up to Stowe. He needs a little bit more in it to be able to really go up there and challenge, but obviously a multi-class, multi-driver race. It's all about keeping yourself within touch of the race leader there, though. Gannon going wide through Stowe, costing himself a lot more time. So he had been doing a great job, made up half a second in the last 2 laps, and he just about gave it all the way through Maggots and Beckett's and Stowe in 1 lap. That's just how difficult this style of racing is, right? You can have a couple good laps where you gain a tenth, gain 2 tenths, gain a tenth and a half here, and then you just lose it all in just a couple of corners, and all of a sudden you're right back in square one, and you got to push that car even harder, which can lead to more mistakes. Currently, though, up at the front of the Porsche Cup, the number 12 of Akram Zanoun has not made a single mistake up here, right? I don't think that he's as fast as the 185 behind him, but he is completely clean, running a good defensive race here, and keeping these guys at bay. And I mean, you can just tell, typically, you see a road course race, you see if one guy has a line of cars behind him, 3 cars lined up wanting to overtake, typically that means they're holding them up, but I mean, the 12 has just enough pace and absolutely knows where he's putting his car. I mean, doing a great job on the defense, being able to hang on to this position tight there, coming down into the last section of corners between the top 2. Cube Control's trying to make the move, but just has not gotten enough speed coming down to one of these heavy braking zones to really make a lunge of it.
Well, he remains closed down the pit straight. The big question still remains, when is Max Strand going to make the move? He really has not been, he hasn't been too hasty, I think we're putting it nicely, right? I mean, he has been waiting, he's been biding his time. He might be trying to force Cardin Racing into a mistake up the road. I mean, Zanoun has been really good all day so far since he took the lead in the opening stages, but it doesn't make it any more easy for that 185, or for that number 12 to continue to tag these laps away error-free.
And the move that the 12 made at the beginning of this race was absolutely mega, coming down to turn 3, the first heavy braking zone, able to take that race lead away, and has just been able to hang on to it this entire time. Obviously only 18 minutes into this thing, out of a 4-hour race. It's still a lot of time that he's got to be able to hang on to it, and his teammates have to hang on to it, but putting yourself in position early as you possibly can, getting that race lead, getting the clean air on the nose, it just makes your race a whole heck of a lot easier. Kind of going back to what I was talking about earlier too, the World of Racing number 2. They've cut that gap to the leader down to under 3 seconds. It kind of fluctuates between 2.8 and 3.2, but they've done a good job kind of hanging in there. They just need a little bit more to get that slipstream from the cars in front and really pull them up towards the battle here for the top 4, but they've kind of stagnated around that 2.8 to 3.0 area. I just keep seeing it fluctuate severely, especially through Maggots and Beckett's. Doesn't look like they get as good of a run out, but they're firmly, you know, within that shot coming down the hanger straight, within the camera shot to know that, hey, they're there. They have an opportunity here over the course of this next 3 hours and 40 minutes. But up towards the front, these guys still, just no separation between them, right? Just about 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second between each car in the top 4. I mean, it could be any one of these 4 cars that end up going to victory lane here later.
By the way, decision coming down from the stewards room on that lap 1 incident between Sim Party Racing Atlanta and Treehouse Racing, deemed a racing incident, so no further action for that lap 1 incident that we saw at the very top of the show. So, you know, I think that's kind of fair, right? I mean, the main offender kind of screwed themselves in the middle of all of that, right? And it's one of those kind of no harm, no foul type of deals. Had there been a full spin, may have been a different story. Curious to see if, you never know. That sort of thing, it might come up again later on down the run, but for now, no further action for the lap 1 incident.
Yeah, and that's one of those things I feel like Treehouse Racing, right? They just kind of dove in there a little bit too late, but I don't think Sim Party, spun out, had anything major happen other than just a little bit of contact. Don't think that they have any damage on their race car. So I'm always a fan of whenever stewards kind of get their hands in it, they let whatever happens on the racetrack kind of play out by itself. Obviously, whenever you need to step in and give a penalty if somebody is too aggressive and completely takes somebody out or spins them out and costs them a bunch of time, but then they just go on through. I like having penalties there for that. But you know what, if the main offender kind of penalizes themselves and has the moment themselves, doesn't pass off any damage to the other car, then I'm all for deeming it a racing incident, just letting it go, letting the race play out naturally.
And there you see the Sin Party Racing land the car, headed up by Thomas Crabtree, tried to chase down Juan Luis Herrera just up the road to the battle for 7th in the challenge category, which is, of course, the fight for 7th place overall. A gap down to about 0.7 of a second as well. So, I mean, these two closing in little by little. And I do like this, right? Because, I mean, it shows that, hey, that Landa car has lost none of the speed that it had early on.
These guys well off the race lead already, though. So kind of a tough start to the race for a few of these guys. And you kind of see the front bumper a little messed up there on the 297. Oh, excuse me. No, he's totally fine. I thought I saw a little bit bent up on the left front fender. I was just seeing kind of the splitter flare in the middle. Obviously coming up, letting the air get to the rear diffuser on these race cars, making sure that they stay sucked down to the racetrack as much as possible. Coming through left field, but you know, these guys early on not where they want to be, right? 30 seconds off of the race lead here in the Ferrari Challenge class, the 297, the 11, not having the races go their way that, or having the race go the way that they had originally planned here in the early going. Obviously a little bit of contact there for the 11 at one point, but both these guys a little bit further back than they had hoped that they would be already 20 minutes in.
And all the while, this four-way battle for the lead in Cup remains a tight one as the last of the fights in the challenge class started to die off, with drivers now fading outside of really 2 seconds from one another. This fight for the lead, though, between 4 or 5 cars still remains a tight one. By the way, the big mover so far today, the World of Racing number 2 car here, Yashal Yunus, putting that number 2 car for World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing up 4 positions today. And I believe that is one of the cars that did not qualify in the 30-minute session earlier on.
Yeah, they didn't lay down a qualifying time. Looking at them right now, they just started from the back, didn't actually run any qualifying. Yashal Yunus, though, has done a great job of making up those positions. Already up 4 spots from the start of the race, and like I had mentioned earlier, he was just kind of just outside of the slipstream, not really in this main battle for the race lead, but he was close enough to where he could keep himself in it. And because of these guys kind of getting held up at the front of the field, not being able to run their max pace, he's been able to claw himself back into this main fray, and that 4-car battle for the race lead is turning into a 5-car battle from a great start here from the driver of the 2, just making some big moves in the opening laps, and now being able to reel in this gap to the top 4. It's absolutely huge for him in this early going, keeping himself in touch with the race leaders.
And as well as this, further down the field, a battle started to pick up as well between Pegasus Sim Racing and Prismatic Esports Heckate as well, as Glenn Grondelares and Aspen Martin try to scrap it out amongst themselves. And again, you can see the laps very steadily coming down and pretty consistently as well. We're going to have a fight for 7th place in the Cup category on our hands here, too, before too long.
Do you think his parents knew what they were doing whenever they named him Aspen Martin?
I have a feeling there'd be some.
Are his parents big car guys? Like, there's got to be something there, because that's incredible. I love it. But either way, he's doing a good job, kind of cutting in that gap. Obviously, lap 10 was pretty huge, 6/10 better than the driver that number 6. They were sitting in 7th place. Got to think there might have been a little bit of a mistake there from Glenn Grondelares, but nonetheless, the driver of the 161 is just slowly reeling him in. Both these guys are going to be battling for the 7th place spot once Prismatic finally gets up to him. And they're not too far off the race lead to where they're, out of this race yet. Obviously, we got the yellow flags too, but, they're only 15 seconds off of the lead in the Cup. Obviously, 25 minutes in, that's not where you want to be, but because of the yellows, because of the driver changes, you never know how that's going to shake out after 4 hours.
And again, this battle for 7th here in challenge, all of a sudden closing in. I mean, Thomas Crabtree had dropped to about 1.2 seconds. All of a sudden, ran him down by 3/4 of a second that lap. Juan Luis Herrera had to have made a mistake somewhere to allow that type of a gap to be closed down in just a matter of one lap.
Yeah, 0.7 of a second. Anytime you see a gap that big, you know it's a mistake from the driver in front, right? You're not just going to gain 0.7 of a guy, or on a guy that you're relatively equal with in just one lap without a mistake. But now, I mean, it puts them firmly within the slipstream where you can just really, if you can just manage the dirty air moments, be able to stay with him close enough through these tight sections of the racetracks, flowing, sweeping corners that we've got here at Silverstone, then you can utilize those straightaways, stay firmly within the slipstream, be able to pull yourself back up. But there didn't really get a great run coming out of left field and coming up to Kops. He's going to have to close the gap whenever they get towards Maggots and Beckett's to be able to continue to keep that slipstream down the hanger straight.
Already, though, you can see Juan Luis Herrera continuing to pull away as he has started to open up the gap once again, and I have a feeling like perhaps that mistake not want to upset much of his momentum as he is building up that gap. Once again, it is already up now to 0.6 of a second, with Crabtree doing his best but just not able to find the pace to close him in too much down the hanger straight.
You're not going to be able to challenge just yet. Still, 0.7, 0.8 of a second off the back bumper of the 297, but keeping it close enough to where, the challenge is absolutely on. It's just going to take one mistake from the 297, and all of a sudden he's there, and if it's a big enough mistake, he's going to be right on by. So just kind of keep that challenge on. Make sure that you don't let him just get off in the distance. One guy that just has not let another get off in the distance is obviously the driver of the 185. Matt Strand lost the lead on lap number 1. Hasn't been able to get back by the 12 yet, but I mean, he has been all over his back bumper since then. But now finally down to the inside. Can he make the move? Coming down to Stowe, throwing it down on the bottom side of the racetrack. The 12 is going to try to pinch him into the apex of the corner, not let him get on the throttle. Cardin Racing trying to hang on to the race lead. He's going to have the inside for the next corner.
Oh boy.
But then the outside coming through the last. Can he clear him before they get there? Yes, he does. Able to hang on to it. What impressive defensive driving from Akram Zanoun to be able to hang on to that race lead. That was a hefty challenge coming down to Stowe from the 185, and Zanoun was able to shrug it off.
No easy feat to be able to fend off an attack like that, especially when one is down the inside of Stowe. That is almost unheard of, being able to pull that thing back around the outside to such a degree that you're able to rip clear into the club chicane. And you can see, I mean, Strand tried to fight back around, but just couldn't get in there. And I think he realized it's probably going to result in one of us getting pushed out or spun off the track. It's still early. I'm going to lift out, let him have it. I'm willing to bet, though, the final half hour of this race, he wouldn't have been so keen to let him have it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There's 5 guys in this battle for the race lead here in the Porsche Cup. So, the last thing you want is damage here early going for the race lead. Still 3.5 hours left in the race. You get yourself damaged now, you have to come down pit road and fix it, and you lose all the track position, even with a caution that could come out to save you from completely losing the pack that would pull you back up to them. You would still lose that track position. You would be 7th, 8th in the class rather than up here running for 2nd with a completely clean race car. I like the heads-up driving from the 185. Could have made that a whole lot more stressful if they had made a little bit of door contact. You never know how the wreck physics are going to play out. You never know if it's going to be in your favor or not. So I like the idea of maybe not backing out, but he kept that as clean as possible. Didn't completely run the 12 off the racetrack there. Didn't, Verstappen them through the corner and just not give them a chance to make the exit. He gave the lead back away, right? Zanoun was able to take it back, 12 able to get back around, but I like a little bit more defensive driving in the first couple of hours of these endurance events. It's all about being in touch of the race leader and having a clean race car coming up to that last hour of an endurance race. You don't want to throw it all the way here early.
These guys about to start working lap number 15 of the race this afternoon. Hard to believe we are already 30 minutes deep into this one, really showing again just how quickly time can fly. We got trouble as the Twin Nations Motorsports car has gone around, and the 297 dropping several positions. As Juan Luis Herrera going around. Now, was this with help? I think this would most likely be self-inflicted, and I think it was. This was in Brooklands.
Just losing the back end there kind of a lazy spin, a very weird one for the 297. Honestly, he does a great job letting all these cars go by before getting that car back on the road. Kind of a tough position to be in. Obviously, you don't want to lose all that time, but you can see just, I mean, that's just such a late spin there coming out of Brooklands, lining himself up for the next couple of corners. That's just a weird one coming down towards left field. I don't know. That's a very strange one for the 297. I don't even know what could have caused that. Like, he was going through that corner what felt like relatively normally, just a little bit too much speed maybe that carried there on exit, a little bit too much wheel put into it for the back end to come around the way it did.
Just carried too much momentum, and it was when he downshifted into third. The little downshift upset the weight distribution of the car and spun around. A very easy mistake to do, in particular in the lower speed corners like that, right? I mean, it's something you got to always keep an eye out for. That's one of the problems with GT racing. I'm willing to bet when we get down to the main event, we're going to be seeing that a lot in the GT Cup. Oh, a big crash into the wall, big for Pegasus. I think that's a Cops.
Yeah, you typically don't want to see your car nosed into the wall here in the first half hour, just about. That must have been massive coming down towards the corner. Obviously, in a little bit of a battle here, just trying to pull away, be able to keep his position. He just lost it and overcorrected. I mean, big overcorrection through the center of the corner, and that's a massive, massive impact on the right side of the car. You see the rear wing going flying, and he ended up having to take the toe off of that one.
That was Glenn Grondelaires that goes off the road. Just snapped around on him. Golly, that is a hit that car took. So he is going to be back down to pit road, but we have our first official retirement of this race. And it happened just over half an hour. And now for the race lead, round the inside, gonna go. The Cube Controls repulse the Corsa car. Carden trying to fight him out through turn 2. Squeezes him out on the right-hand side. And then 12 retains the lead. And now the SRT of our alliance between David Bearclaw trying to go on the attack.
Oh, he tried to pull the exact same move that the 12 pulled on him, but Zanoon was not having any of it. Able to hang on to the preferred group there through the next corner, through turn 4. And all these guys still line astern. And how about that number 2 World of Racing car? He's up to 4th place, up 5 positions. He's got himself into the fight for the lead here, getting himself up to the top 4 just off a screen. He just made the move, so he's going to have to claw that gap back down a little bit from the time that he lost from just making the pass. But man, that number 2 is flying. And another one, the 86 RPM Racing Purple off the racetrack. That was your second place runner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Patrick Gannon, the driver running in the number 2 spot, now dropped all the way down to 5th. We'll look what happened there in just a moment, but for now, the fight's still picking up for the lead here with Matt Strand still trying to attack Akram Zanune. You know, it was calm for about, 20 minutes there. All of a sudden, it's all kicked off in the last lap and a half. About
endurance racing, sometimes it's slow burn a little bit. You just get some trains of cars here. A lot of these guys just kind of minding their own business, but not the 185 down to the inside. Cube Controls, this is the 3rd move for the lead that they've made in the last handful of laps, trying the same move through Stowe that they tried a handful of laps ago. Oh, and he goes for the undercut down to the inside. I thought he was going to try to outbrake him, not quite able to do it. He wanted the inside line there, not able to take it back away from him. Cardan Racing, though, not willing to give this spot up. Zanoon is doing all he can to hang on to the race lead.
And RPM Racing Purple is out. The 2nd place runner now down, out of the race as a result. What in the world has happened these last few laps? Take a ride on board. First off, this is the initial spin that he's had. Just picked up too much on the throttle on exit, and that's what cost him 2nd place. And then this was another spin. Sorry, this is coming back up onto the racetrack, and I am just at a complete loss for words. This is what happened to take them fully out of the race. And this is again in Cops. No, sorry, that's turn 1. That's a hardware failure.
What?
That's got to be a hardware failure.
I'm just so lost about what has happened, but we've got to battle up for the race lead here in the Porsche Cup. These two, actually, Matt Strand was able to take the race lead away from him just a second ago under the replays, but Zanoon able to get it right back. Now a bit of side draft and a little bit of contact coming up towards Cops. You don't want to be too wide through here too often, but both these guys going to try to make it work. Zanoon shows him the outside of the racetrack, says if you're going to have to pass me, you're going to have to do it off the track. Zanoon still able to hang on to the race lead. How is the 12 still up here in the race lead after all of this? See, look, he lost it through the first sector of the racetrack here and was able to get it right back. Just outbroke him on the outside of the racetrack. Coming up to Brooklyn.
Beautiful pass there around the outside for Akram Zanune. And now building up a gap as well. So Sitrep, over the last 3 laps, Pegasus Series kind of kicked it all off by spearing off in Cups with a massive overcorrection and into the tire barriers. RPM Racing Purple then spun and lost second. Then they had a hardware failure that sent them into the turn 1 tire wall. And now the battle for the lead in Cup has changed hands about 4 times over as many laps.
Yeah, this battle in Portugal is fantastic. These 5 cars all under a blanket. And Zanune and Strand have just been going at it like crazy. I apologize to Zanune for saying Zanoon this whole time. I don't know if I had that wrong, but Akram is doing a ridiculous job here for Cardin Racing. Able to hang on to the race lead. I mean, he lost it for a split second, just for a couple corners, and was able to swipe it right back away from Matt Strawn. I mean, this has just been ridiculous in the Porsche Cup.
And then this is on board with Bear Claw right at the tail. Well, he was right in the middle of this 5-car fight. As he is trying to kind of work out a plan here to get up and around these two for the lead. And I think, I mean, what do you do in this situation, right? 3 hours, 23 minutes. Do you try to get up there and fight with them, or do you lay back a little bit and hope they'll take each other out and give you the race lead for free?
That's what you hope, but I wouldn't bet on it. These guys have been cleaned up at the front. Now, the frustration does build over time here if you're Matt Strawn. Like, you're just stuck behind this guy. You make the move done, and you think you have the race lead. You go defensive into one corner, and then all of a sudden, the guy finds about 100 more feet of braking, even though he didn't actually use it. I don't understand, like, just taking the lead he did and then losing it right back. I mean, this has been a ridiculous defensive drive from Akram Zanune to be able to hang on to this race lead this entire stint. I mean, for 40 minutes, he has had this 185 up his back bumper, not giving him any room to deal with. No breathing room whatsoever. Going for a little fakie down to Stowe corner. Zanune does not fall for it whatsoever. Able to get a halfway decent run here, coming out of Stowe, down to the last couple of corners here. No move there from the 185. I feel like that might be his passing zone, though. Maybe diving down to the inside of that corner if he gets a good run through Stowe. I've seen him a little bit better under the brakes in that corner time and time again. Maybe he can make that move to the inside there, coming up to 16.
Jeez, I mean, again, this has gotten wild in the last handful of laps. And I cannot... I cannot imagine what is going to be going on in the back portions of this race. Again, this is all within the first 40 minutes. We're not even a quarter of the way in. Already we're racing like we've got 10 to go. And, you know, I was just about to mention, Austin, you know, the fact that they've gotten themselves so spread out outside of this fight that I think we're going to be hard-pressed to get a safety car this race. But, you know, now we've had several pretty major incidents all at once, and, well, you never know.
It's just going back to what I said earlier about endurance racing, right? Like, you just kind of have a few lulls in the action, and, well, we really haven't with these 5 being all up under a blanket, but you just kind of have a couple moments where there's not really too much heavy action. It's just kind of mind games going on between drivers, just trying to run the best line possible as well. And then all of a sudden it just all kicks off, and within the span of 3 laps you're going to have incident here, incident there, a pass for the lead there. I mean, it's just ridiculous what we've seen over the course of, you know, it was about 5 minutes where we just saw it all kind of kick off. And now here a little bit more spread between the top 5. I mean, it's weird to say it, but this is just about the furthest spread out that they've really been for the race lead over the course of the 40 minutes that we've had so far. But you just know that it's going to accordion right back up, right, at some point. These guys are going to get back into a fight. They're going to challenge each other once again. I mean, this has just been epic in the Porsche Cup here so far.
Oh, no kidding. I mean, I know we've been spending a lot of time, focusing on these guys, and usually in an endurance race like these, you like to kind of look around and see what's going on elsewhere, but no one is within 3 seconds of each other outside of this battle pack, all right? These guys, this is the lone battle on the track, and it has been present since lap 1, turn 1. It has not gone away, and it's not going away anytime soon. Critically, though, there is your race leader, Jacko Mikola, started to catch up to the battle for the lead here in the Porsche Cup. This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, you mentioned there's no other battle within 3 seconds of each other on the racetrack. Well, there are 5 drivers within 2.2 seconds of each other. They're leading the Porsche Cup, and like you said, Jacko Mikola is running these guys down, right? And that's going to throw a big wrench into this. He's got 5 cars that he's got to get through in rapid succession. He could lose a good chunk of time to his teammate behind, the second place driver in the Ferrari Challenge. So as they come up towards Brooklands and coming up towards Luffield, like, can these guys let him through in a way that doesn't cost them too much time or cost them a position? This is a big moment for Matt Strawn. Can he let that Ferrari through at the perfect opportunity to kind of line himself up for a move himself on the 12 as the Ferrari goes by the 12? And can the Ferrari get through here without any kind of big mishaps? Obviously making quick work of one of the Porsche Cups there, coming through Cops. Can he get another one before we get to Maggots and Beckett's?
This was at Cops, and this was... that was the look on board of Patrick Gannon. I genuinely don't know what to make of that, Austin. I mean, I thought maybe a hardware failure. It didn't look like it. I mean, the wheel had full function. I don't know, maybe a screen went black, something like that.
But it's weird because he had just had a couple incidents right before then, right? Like, did he damage that race car in a way that we didn't see on those spins? Like, what could have possibly done that? But coming up to Stowe, here comes the Ferrari. Matt Strawn lets him through in a pretty decent area. Now, can he stay in that slipstream and kind of take advantage of whenever the 69 makes a move on the 12? Coming down to turn 16, he's just not going to be close enough, right?
Well, he's not going to be close enough, but what he does do, though, Zanune had to still back off to avoid being put offline. That does let Strand close in by a tenth or so. So the battle will remain tight, and I think Mikola kind of lucky that he really caught this field at a great point, right? Passing almost all of them down the hanger straight.
Yeah, I was mentioning beforehand, like, does he lose any time as he was making the move here at the 15, coming in to get his first round of pit stops a little bit earlier than I would have expected from Elias De Vries, but obviously he feels like he's got to come down pit road here at about the 43-minute mark. But I was saying the RPM Racing leader, right, he was 6.8 seconds ahead of his teammate there before he got through the lap traffic. He's actually stretched that up to 7.2 now that he's clear of it. So he did a heck of a job getting through those guys. Like you said, maybe a little lucky of when he caught up to him, but nonetheless, did a great job getting through.
And they are going to go for a driver swap. So Elias jumps out, and Jelmer Vandermeer are going to jump into the race car. So our first driver swap for the FTR events series here as well. And this is, of course, going to be an extended stop as a result of that. Everyone else still has yet to come down to pit road, and, well, again, first pit stops of the race, and I think kind of about as on par as you might expect.
It'll be interesting to see when the rest of this Porsche Cup group comes down pit road and how they come off pit road. Who does the driver change? Who foregoes it here in the early going? That's whenever you can see a lot more spread in certain situations, how you get on and off of pit road, how many laps you're able to go on that first tank of gas. And what driver do you put back behind the wheel of it, or do you keep the guy that's been doing a great job up in the top 5, still within a fighting distance? Oh, towards the top of the Porsche Cup. Here comes that 185 again. He's to the inside of Stowe, trying to make the move once again, but it's going to set him up to be on the outside here at 16, which has been his best corner. He's been a little bit better on the brakes. He's going to go for the switch back to the inside, but he just does not quite have the momentum to be able to make that work. It's just going to be tough for him to be on the inside and then switch back down, or be on the outside for that corner and switch back to the inside while getting on the brakes a little earlier and then releasing them. He's trying to make that move, but it just doesn't seem to be on. I think he needs a better run right in the toe through Stowe on the race leader.
I don't think he is trying to make the move. I think he's trying to scare Akram Zinune into running wide. That's what it looked to me, right? I mean, these little quick, violent twitches down the hanger straight. I think he's trying to, like, fake Cardin racing out and scare them into running off the racetrack, or just out wide enough off the line that he can go for an over-under, because, I mean, those would be really aggressive moves we're making this early on in the race. I don't think he's planning on going for any kind of big lunge like that this early on. It's all mind games right now.
You're definitely right about that. I feel like you kind of nailed it on the head about the mind games. You got to get in his head, make him kind of go offline, make a mistake himself, I suppose, because it's been so hard for him to make a move. And oh man, he gets a little bit of a bump there from the second place Ferrari challenge car, who's trying to come through. This is going to kind of spread this gap out, or spread this group out a little bit, maybe create a gap. 185 clearly taking the outside line, letting the Ferrari go here before they get down to Cops.
Oh, here we go.
That kind of sit behind Zanune. Oh, battle for third though, heating up. That 2 car still from the back of the field, continuing to make moves, trying. It's going to have to be around the outside here as they go down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Looks like he's going to get that move done, though, as they get to the apex there of Maggots, able to make that move stick. World of Racing has just been the story of this race so far. Yeshel Eunice has done a fantastic job getting from the back of this pack, and now into the 3rd place spot. It's split up this group a little bit, so he's going to have a little bit of ground to make up now that he's made that pass. But man, from the back of the field to 3rd in the Porsche Cup and being able to be right here in the battle for the race lead. What a drive it's been for Eunice so far.
Oh no! Look at Vandermeer. Vandermeer with a lot of damage on the front end, and in fact, they've had to take a tow. That car has crashed early into the stint and is now out of the race. And this is how.
Old tires are not your friend, I can tell you that. Oh, he just ran wide. You're going to see just in a moment whenever we get up to it.
Oh, boy.
He just completely ran wide in one of these corners.
And
I think he maybe fell behind. I think it was the next lap that he actually went through the gravel there.
Yeah, no kidding. Very, very tough break for the esports team Gray. And sorry, here is the moment. That was the initial pit entry. This was the actual wreck, running wide, as you say, off the track and into the tires big.
That's tough too, because it looked like it was going to be, a non-issue. He was going to lose a little bit of time, but as he got over the dirt, he had 2 wheels on the asphalt, 2 in the dirt, and then skipped back over towards the curb. He just put a little bit too much wheel to the right in it, and as soon as he put the wheel to the right to try to catch the left-hand slide, the front tires just caught. I mean, he didn't turn the wheel too much to the right, but as soon as it turned right, for whatever reason, those tires just gripped on the asphalt after it went from dirt to asphalt, and that car just took the most mighty of right-hand turns you're ever going to see coming out of Beckett's there, or out of Chappelle towards the Hanger Straight. I mean, just huge impact for the 15.
Boy, we are dropping like flies. I mean, it was so good for so long, and now out of the 20 that were set to start this race, only 18 to take it to the green flag. Yeah, we're down to 15 on the racetrack. 2 of the Porsche Cups are out. 1 of the Ferraris is out. This is kind of falling apart for quite a few drivers in the action here this afternoon. And of course, the Sim Party Racing Echo car, 5th place in the Ferraris, has had another spin off the road. And this is about a lap ago. Just lost to the exit of Aintree. Goes for a high-speed spin. Oh, my goodness. Oh. And off the road goes Prismatic Esports Athena. And now, I hate to say it, that same car out of the race at Cops. Take a look. Oh, my. Whoa! That's...
Okay.
Whoa! Okay, buddy.
I mean, the back end must have just twitched going down to the Cops, and another overcorrection.
I don't think there was any braking going into that corner. I'm not gonna lie, right on board.
Yeah, I haven't seen it twitch. He literally he missed the corner completely.
Full throttle. I wonder, did the throttle hang open there? I mean, that. It's a very rare situation, right? But it's been known to happen. I think, in fact, I actually have an incident of this. The VSA Sports Car Championship Daytona 24, one of the Fisher Motorsports Porsches. Awesome. That very same thing happened coming into the back straightaway chicane at Daytona. The throttle just stuck up, and we got another car off the road.
No.
Oh, you're kidding me. That's the Viraggio Esports Team Black car. Chris Verstappen hard into the wall at Cops.
So that's your third and fourth place Ferraris that have just completely wiped themselves out of the race in just a handful of laps.
Oh my gosh. What's
going on
at Silverstone? It's at this point, there's been so many cars spinning off there, you'd have to wonder if there's something on the track at this point.
I mean, I was about to say there's something going on with Cops, because we even saw it a little bit earlier after one car had a spin, right? The next time they went through Cops, they died. And then we just saw it again with the first car that just wrecked through Cops had that same issue. They spun out on their own, and then the next time they go through Cops, they just run it off the racetrack and completely destroy the race car. I don't know. It just seems like every time one of the Ferraris goes off the racetrack, the next time they go to Cops.
Oh, that was on the way in. He took too much curb. And it's so dirty out there with all that gravel. I'm at a loss.
If I had a nickel for every time that somebody is dramatically overcorrected in this race through the first 50 minutes, I think I'd have like 7 nickels.
Granted, I don't think there was too much that Verstappen could have done in that situation, right? I mean, there's been so much gravel pulled onto the track with the amount of cars that have gone off there that when you go out there, it's just so greasy and so slick with the gravel, you just can't do anything about it.
I mean, and there is something you can do about it, but it's really hard to do as a racing driver. You want to try to keep the car going forward as much as possible, obviously, right? I'm speaking the obvious right here, but the one thing you can do is let the car spin out and just, fix yourself. You're going to lose a ton of time, but you expect the safety car to come out at some point. But in that scenario, the best thing to do would be just to let the car spin out as the front end goes to the right. Right? You want to spin it back towards the racetrack. There, obviously, you get in the marbles, like you said, and you pull that wheel to the left and you overcorrect. But here's the 2 through Maggots and Beckett's. Matt Strawn is under fire here for the second place spot. Not going to be able to make the move stick there, but that 2 car, Eunice, is quick, man. He has put himself firmly within this battle for the race lead, and one guy that's loving this is Akram Zanune, because he has not had a moment to think by himself this entire race. All of a sudden, because of this battle, he's got a 1.2 second gap now over these 2, and Eunice is going for second place again, down the hanger straight, looking to the inside, and he's going to make that move stick. Easy peasy for the driver, the number 2, up to second place on the back, and here comes the 185 down pit road.
You know what? Very good point, right? I mean, at this point, come down to pit road, get yourself sorted. I like the call here. I mean, you know you're going to be falling a little bit. May as well try to make something of it. Come down to pit road, go for the undercut. Now, will we be seeing a driver change? I'd be a bit surprised if we were, honestly. I mean, Strand has been phenomenal all day today. I don't see any reason to get him out of the race car unless they're trying to make something happen on strategies for later on.
Yeah, and I thought that through the majority of that stint, he was faster than Zanune. He just couldn't completely complete that pass. He had completed it one time, and then Zanune took it back the next corner. But I think that if he really had a couple corners in the race lead, he'd eventually pull away from that 12. So I like that they come down, get his pit service done, and then get back out on the racetrack in the clean air for, maybe it's just a lap, maybe it's 2 laps, maybe it's 3. Give him an opportunity, like you said, perform that undercut, see what he can do. So we got another replay. Don't tell me another driver's gone off.
No, kind of. Oh boy. Nope, they kept it together. All right, good save for David Barraclaw, just going for a bit of a slide over there on the exit, as there is Strand. They have kept Strand into the car, so the Cube Controls Ricardo Corse going to remain on the racetrack with the 185. I like the call. He's been doing good all day long. No reason to pull him out now.
Except for the 974, though, right? We had that 5-car battle for the race lead in the Porsche Cup this whole time. Now they've dropped themselves 5 seconds off of the race leader of the 12, so that's a lot of time you got to make up whenever it seemed like the top 5 were just so even. If you're even with the guys in front, it's going to be tough to make up 5 seconds on them. Obviously they could get to battling and give yourself an opportunity, but honestly, if I'm this group, I'm worried of that number 2 getting in clean air, because he's been probably the fastest out of this group. He's come from the back to second place now, was able to get to second on pure pace. Does anybody else come down pit road this time? No, they're all foregoing the pit entry, making it one more lap around. So the undercut could prove to be powerful here. for Strand. You know, he's got the clean air for a couple of laps now. So can he make up the time to be able to take the race lead off the pit cycle?
Just remember, 80% fuel tank limitations for both cars on the racetrack here this afternoon. That's going to be impacting quite significantly when these drivers need to make those trips down to the pits as well. So RPM Racing continues to lead, now pulling a 9.4 second gap in the challenge category and has lapped up to 6th as a result of Viracho Esports Team Black. By the way, the Viracho Esports Team Black still out of the car, unfortunate for him. And now our first Ferrari pit stop, and our first scheduled Ferrari pit stop of the afternoon, Treehouse Racing is into the lane. And he's not the only one. Twin Nations Motorsports going to bring Juan Luis Herrera in as well.
So a couple of the Ferraris deciding to come down pit road here, 55 minutes into it. And I'm really curious if any of these guys out here, you know, make it to that hour mark, right? Cut it to where you only have the 3 pit stops. You know, if this thing does run green the entire way, which, you know, with the attrition we've seen so far, I'm kind of leaning towards no. But obviously, the less cars that we have on the racetrack, the less opportunity we have for incidents to kind of add to the count that would get us a yellow flag. So we'll just have to wait and see whether we run green the whole way or not. But, you know, can a couple of these guys kind of stretch that fuel a little bit longer, try to maybe cut out a pit stop.
New driver to the car, Juan Luis Herrera, going to jump out, and they're going to put Renzo Castro in. So the 297 will be fresh into the car. Michaela staying in the race car for the driver, the number 18. And we'll quickly get back out onto the racetrack while Renzo Castro remains in pit road, getting buckled in, and now he is released and is off and away. Oh, and he's just been black flagged. He got caught for speeding on the exit. No, Renzo. Oh, that is not what you want to see coming out of pit road. Look how slow he's going too, coming through this section of the racetrack, 297. I wonder if he was trying to give up the time and see if maybe that would eliminate it, but nope. You've given that black flag, sir. Got to come down.
That's a huge error, but here the number 2, World of Racing, came down pit road. Eunice getting his first pit stop done right before the 1 hour mark. And I'm actually surprised that the 12 is the one that stayed out on the racetrack the longest. He's been in the clean air for the majority of this race. You wouldn't think that he'd be able to save enough gas to stay out here as long or longer than the rest of the field, but he's been able to do so. And you see that pit road infraction there from the 297 popping up to the top of the screen, the 161 coming down pit road as well. And interestingly enough, the way that the pit road is lined up here at Silverstone, the 2 coming down pit road was actually credited for leading that lap, even though he has never actually taken the lead in the race so far. So 2 able to get on the lap leaderboard after making his pit stop.
Michelle Eunice looks to be staying in the race car for the time being. Aspen Martin showing no signs of hopping out of the car yet, and sure enough, Eunice gonna get that car back out onto the racetrack. While Aspen Martin for the 161 repairs Madden Motorsports head cake machine into the lane, heads up on the way in, exits right in front of Richard Cawthra. Martin stays in the car. Richard Cawthra is just now entering pit road, so pit stop window very much open. Thomas Crabtree so far remaining in the car for Sim Party Racing Land. I'm not expecting that to change at this point in time. We'll see if potentially RPM Racing Black want to swap out Cawthra for another, or if they're going to keep him in the machine.
One thing we need to pay attention to here, which has really caught my eye, is the gap between the 185 and the 2 after both of them have come down pit road. Matt Strand comes out just about 20 seconds in front of the number 2 of Eunice. And, you know, I was wondering what on earth could that possibly be, but if my memory serves me correct, Strand didn't take tires on his pit stop. He just took fuel. And Eunice took 4 fresh tires on his car. So Strand doing a little bit of strategy here. I don't know. Maybe he saved his tires enough to be able to make this work, but we'll have to keep an eye on that gap to see if it continuously comes down over the course of this run, or if Strand can make the most out of the old tires and keep that gap up.
Several drivers are being swapped out here. RPM Racing Black FTR has put Gene Rubos into the car, while Cardin Racing going to put Daniel White into the car. So your class leader for Cup, or your net class leader for Cup, going to change out their driver. Daniel White going in. Isabel Matthews also in the pit road for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Castro, by the way, bypassed pit road on his first lap. I think, perhaps trying to maybe plead his case to the stewards. And I'm not sure if Castro is going to realistically be able to get that cleared. I mean, he's going to have to come down to pit road, right? I mean, an infraction on pit road is an infraction on pit road. There's, well, not much you can really do about it, unfortunately.
It's an unfortunate error, but ultimately it's an error you just cannot make, especially in the early going,
So,
right?
here
You
we
don't
go.
have that long of a exit.
I'm right there.
Just-
I mean, he never activated the pit
Oh,
limiter. He thought it was close enough to the exit that he wouldn't have to.
Yeah, he flew out of there. I mean, he got up to speed ASAP and just made a big mistake. Looking at the running order, though, the 12 of Cardin Racing, they also took tires, while the 185 did not. And they've also got a new driver.
Sorry, a late entry there for Renzo Castro. Cut across the grass to make pit road. I think kind of realized that he was about to be disqualified if he didn't serve it. And, well, if he was pleading the race control, it seems they were not showing any mercy today. And I can't blame him. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry.
Got to keep an eye out for the Porsche Cup here. The 974 coming down pit road, the 19 as well. So
Yep.
these guys taking their first pit stop. But I want to point out that, like I said, the 12 Cardin Racing has made a driver change. Daniel White now behind the wheel. He's leading in front of the number 2, but both these guys just about 20 seconds behind the 185 because the 185 did not take tires and both the others did. So now the Porsche Cup is spread out dramatically through the pit cycle. Can these guys now run down? Oh, and actually Daniel White's slow and losing that second place position. The 2 of Eunice has just completely blown his doors off.
Meanwhile, not Ryan Huff, sorry, David Bearclaw passing the 19 car right by the garage in pit road as Yashel Eunice checked up momentarily by a Ferrari, now having to try to fight it out with Cardin Racing just up the road.
Interesting to see how big of a deal tires are here for the Porsches. 20 seconds back from the 185 after taking tires, and the 185 did not. Can they run down the 185, who honestly was probably the quickest in the early going of this thing, just was held up behind the 12 for most of that first run, all of the first run really, except for 2 or 3 corners where he had the race lead. But nonetheless, using a little bit of strategy, getting himself some clean air. Are the old tires going to be a detriment or not? That is the big question for the 185. Can they make the strategy play work here over the course of the next hour before they decide to come down pit road again?
Jacko Micola, by the way, not back in the pit road, sorry, in the pit road for the first time tonight. And this will complete our first pit stop run here this afternoon. So he is going to hop back into the car, and again, he's going to be racing with his teammate, Gene Rubos, who is fresh into the race car for Black, but with an 18-second gap, he is going to get out of pit road well clear and no competition.
Yeah, that 69 has just been super clean the entire day, even whenever he had to get through the Porsche Cup traffic, that 5-way battle for the lead. He was just able to do it incredibly clean.
Hello.
Okay,
Whoa.
well, I just about jinxed the heck out of it there as the 11 was sideways right in front of him. Good job from the 69 getting through as good as he did. Only lost a couple tenths of a second getting around it, but that's not the sight you want to see coming through turn 4.
Just locked it up, tried to chuck it in a bit too aggressively. Did a good job though, right? He held his brakes, he remained predictable, didn't do that flick spin until after the track was well clear. That is how you be predictable on a racetrack if you get spun around in front of the leaders.
Yeah, you see it time and time again on iRacing. Whenever somebody makes a mistake and in haste, trying to lose as little time as possible, throws that flick spin or makes a really, really poor re-entry onto the racetrack after they've ran off. So honestly, good job from the 11 to not make that situation any worse, because that could have very easily taken out the Ferrari race leader if he had been any more unpredictable. So hats off to the 11 for making that as simple as possible.
Well, we are about just over an hour deep into this race. Let's take a rundown of your running order here so far this afternoon, top to bottom. RPM Racing with the number 69 currently leads the way. They have been dominant since the start of this race with their teammate RPM Racing Black. FTR currently running in the number 2 spot. Prismatic Motorsports Athena with Isabel Matthews still behind the car for the first pit stop run, running in 3rd here with the challenge category. Treehouse Racing's Justin Mikhaila running back in 4th with Thomas Crabtree closing out the top 5, having just gone for a spin on the exit of pit road. Renzo Castro fresh into the car, down to the number 7 spot and actually running behind the class leader of the Cup category right now. That is after he was forced into pit road for speeding on the exit. 3 cars out of the race. Those cars being Bracho Esports Team Black, Sim Party Racing Echo, and RPM Racing Purple.
Still got some big storylines to pay attention here for the next hour on this stint. Like I had mentioned, what can the 185 do on these old tires? Yeah, that battle for the Porsche Cup lead is completely has gotten completely shaken up through the pit cycle, but it's given us another story now. The 19 and the 185 not taking tires have now separated themselves from the 2 and the 12, as well as the 974. You know, what is the best strategy here? Do you take tires every single time you come down pit road? Do you decide to only take them once at the halfway mark? Do you not take them at all through the entire course of the race? You know, how are the strategies going to play out at the end of this 4 hour?
And then, of course, Daniel White for Cardin Racing fresh into the car, running 4th right now in the Cup category with Ryan Huff back in 5th. Aspen Martin still in 6th with Morgan Smith, the last car running on the racetrack right now. 13th overall, 7th on the racetrack with Bracho Esports Team Gray and Pegasus Sim Racing both out of the race after big crashes for both of them down at Cops. So that is the field, top to bottom so far here for the FTR Events GT Super Cup. Over 1 hour deep into racing action here this afternoon, and pretty much everybody got to run their own races, right? I think the closest pairing, technically, Castro and Strand for overall position in the battle for overall 6th, but that is well, to say that's going to be a short fight is a bit of an understatement. So the real first battle for position here will be between World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing, trying to fend off Cardin Racing. Again, both of these drivers on some fresh rubber on the racetrack, whereas the 2 drivers that lead the way running on old tires. And for reference, I don't think the fresh tires are doing that much for them, right? Because Strand and Koss only running about a 10th and a half a lap slower than 3rd place.
Yeah, and to your point on that, the 12 has lost time. They had a driver change, and they've actually been losing time to the 185 out in front. So they have kind of completely gotten themselves out of the battle, even strategy-wise, right? They're 3 seconds off of the back of the 2. He's got to kind of mitigate the damage at this point and really try to reel that gap back in to get themselves back into that fight. But like you said, I mean, there's not really much in it between the 185 and the 2. Between the strategy, the new tires don't look like they're working out for World of Racing as of yet. You know, we gotta wait, 20-30 minutes, really give it a good view at that point to see if there's any tire difference, towards the end of this stint. But as of now, I mean, it does not look like it's much of an advantage.
And I mean, it was a brutal run there for about that 5-lap sprint, right? Where I think we had 4 cars crash in Cops. I mean, that is an insane amount in such a short span of time. Like, it really kicked off kind of all at once. We lost 5 cars in rapid succession. And, well, now at this point, 4 remain on the lead lap in the challenge class. For Cup, 6 remain on the lead lap. I'm a bit surprised that the Cup class hasn't separated by more throughout the pit stop window, if I'm being honest. I mean, you can see how the challenge category, right? I mean, they're up now by about well over a minute and a quarter for the challenge class from top to bottom for cars on the lead lap. But Cuppers remain relatively close by road course standards.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous seeing those guys for the entire first hour being, within 2 to 3 seconds of each other, the top 5 of the Cup challenge, right? I mean, it was just nothing between them. Obviously, the strategy is shaking that up pretty significantly here in the early going of the second stint. But now honestly, the 2 over the course of the last lap has actually cut half of a second out of the race lead. It's just, you know, is that enough over the course of the next 50 minutes of this stint to actually get him within fighting distance? I don't know. Obviously still too early to tell, but I mean, last time we were looking at it, it was 19.5. Now we're looking at 18.4. So, I mean, he's starting to figure it out. Maybe it just took some time for those tires to get up to, you know, the optimal operating temperature to be able to make the time that he needed to.
Weather, by the way, has dropped quite significantly in terms of track temp as well. 31 degrees Celsius on the racetrack. This race started at around 36 and 25-kilometer-an-hour winds. That's about 10 miles an hour thereabouts. I mean, that is some pretty sharp winds that drivers are contending with here at the Silverstone Circuit as well. Very high humidity, so this track, while it may look like these guys are making it easy, I promise you, these are some rough track conditions that they're battling with. That probably is what contributed to that massive impact at Cobbs. That's right around where the crossman would be playing in the most.
A lot of different challenges that you gotta face every time that you go out on the racetrack, even on the sim, right? The sim does a great job of kind of replicating the real world conditions. Like you said, kind of cloudy out there, brings the temp down a little bit, brings the track temp down ever so slightly, but also you said the wind speed has been relatively high over the course of the day. Probably, you know, a contributing factor to some of the spins that we've seen through the event so far. Obviously, we've seen comps be a big issue. People taking too much speed in there, or taking too much curve, or just losing it on exit. All these conditions play a factor in it through the course of the race.
You see over the last hour just how the conditions have changed. That white line there in particular, that is indicator for the track temperature. And again, look at how sharply that has fallen over the last hour or so. That is, it's a pretty wild graph to see, right? Usually in most of the races we cover, the weather remains pretty stagnant throughout, but it's been extremely dynamic here this afternoon and throwing up a very, very significant challenge. By the way, if you're one of the drivers that has just jumped out of the race car or you're waiting for your stint, feel free to come by and give us a chat. I mean, we always love to talk to some drivers. That's one of the beauties about endurance racing, right? You got these little lulls in the action, right, where everything kind of just settles down and we get the chance to, you know, make some small talk here or there. And we'd love to be able to talk to some of you up here in the broadcast booth as well and kind of give us some insights as to how you're feeling for the upcoming season, or even what you had for breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever it may be, what you got planned the rest of your afternoon as well.
Or if you're upset because I've been calling your name wrong this entire time, come up and give me help.
Yeah, blame him. He is, you heard it here, he is taking the blame. And Renzo Castro around, and he is missing the front grille of that Ferrari, and that is going to be heavy damage. He is no doubt, I'd imagine, be forced to the pit road to fix that up.
There's no chance he's going to be able to stay out on the racetrack. That's going to be a measurable loss of downforce through a lot of these corners, and obviously a lot of slow, winding, twisting corners here at this race. Oh man, that's a lot of curve to be taken, and definitely way too much, and that's a big impact to the inside wall.
So I'm actually going to take that back. He might actually get away with that. That was not a hard impact into the wall. I mean, yeah, it knocked the front end off, but I mean, take a look here.
You knock the front end off, it's going to be a lot of downforce gone, though. In these road course cars, you're losing.
Yeah.
You're losing a lot of ability, and I mean, any road course, that's going to be a problem. Here at Silverstone, it might be an even bigger problem than most. You got the fast sweeping S's section here of Maggots and Beckett's. You got fast corners like Copse and Stowe that you got to get through, and then you got the really, really slow sections like in Sector 1 where you're going through turns 3, 4, and 5.
Right here.
It's just going to be tough to really rotate the weight or manipulate the weight on that race car while using the maximum amount of downforce without that front bumper.
And you saw when he caught that sausage curve, right? That car kicked almost all 4 wheels off the ground, and I'm debating if it's time for, you know, the usual road course anti-sausage curve ramp. I hate those things. I mean, all they serve to do is just create more problems, tear up race cars. There's better ways to enforce track limits, than that is not one of them. And key point there, right? Very small mistake. We got another one going around. That's the Sim Party Racing Lambda entry. Thomas Crabtree going for another moment.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Oh, he's not done yet. Hold on.
One?
Yeah, right away. Going around again. And he's taking a toe.
Okay, I don't know what that was about, but you were saying you know, there are better ways to enforce track limits. I love what China does, and you know, they put the little strip of gravel on the exit of the corner so you can't go 4 wheels wide. I love that fix. Thomas Crabtree here. Also to the center of that corner, actually getting a bump. Yeah, he absolutely had help.
Well, I didn't hear any contact. We'll have to look at that again. Kind of hard to tell. Who is that right behind him? Is that one of the... That is. That's the second place RPM car. We'll take a look here. Oh. No, never touched him.
He did not even get close. I could have sworn that he just... Yeah, I mean, that was... I mean, the 11 was going really slow through the apex of that corner. Like you said, I guess he just scared him. I completely misinterpreted the video camera or the rear view camera on that car, but I mean, he came in there with so much more speed. I thought for sure that he got into the back of him. He did a good job staying off, but like you said, I think he just scared the 11 into making a mistake there.
Kind of going back to it, right? I mean, you mentioned what Shanghai does, right? Putting the gravel strip at the outside. They're not the only ones that do that. I think the most notable one, I think, is the Red Bull Ring has recently started doing that as well. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Monza has started doing that as well. I agree. I love that solution, right? Because that way, it makes sure that it still penalizes you, but it's not going to fully tear up your race car, and it's not going to like lead you to leaping off the ground, doing suspension damage. By the way, there you see the 297 Renzo Castro remaining on the racetrack. He has not come down to pit road, but for reference, we'll get another comparable lap time this time by here. I think it's important to get a good basis for this, because I think the last lap he was still suffering the impacts from the initial spin. But it is significantly slower to the leaders. So he's coming around.
Yeah, he was running high 203s before.
So for reference, you know, fourth and third, they're running in the mid 201s right about now. He's running 207s. He is about 5 That's slower than the Porsche class right now.
Just goes to show you got to have the front bumper. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. And I get wanting to tough out this stint as long as you can possibly make it, but I think it's just not worth it. I think you got to come down and take your medicine, and put that front bumper on. I mean, maybe he's just hoping for a caution, right? If you stay on the lap you're on now, right? He's 1 lap down. If you can stay on that lap and then a caution comes out, which I got to think that a lot of these guys are probably thinking we're relatively close to a yellow. Then obviously you stay on that lap, and you can fix a lot more damage with a lot more time, being the longer pace laps. So maybe they're just waiting for that yellow flag to come out.
RPM Racing's Jacob Nicola putting down the new fastest lap of the race and taking that time right back. I don't think we are close yet, because remember. We mentioned we mentioned earlier on about it's kind of like based off of total points that you can put towards that caution system. That is over a set period of time, though. So over time, those points drop off. I believe the time is about, you have to accumulate like a certain amount of points within like 10 seconds or so, because it's supposed to only really come out for the big incidents, right? Like one car spins here or there, no problem. But, over 10 seconds, yeah, those points are going to drop off pretty darn quickly. I don't think we're anywhere near the safety car yet.
Okay. Fair.
And
I was a little
frankly, at this point, how spread out, I don't think we're going to get one because of how spread out everyone is. I mean, I'd be impressed if we got a safety car at this point.
Well, I suppose that's fair. I might have misinterpreted the rules a little bit there on the safety car, but I do kind of like that it's more about rapid succession or bigger incidents or catch up more cars. It makes a little bit more sense. And honestly, that sounds like something iRacing could implement on their road racing. I wouldn't mind that at all. I think that's actually a pretty good bot to have. I like that more than, like what we do in the beer league. It's more, it's random, right?
Yeah.
And then I've seen others where it's just accumulation of X's, and finally they're having to take their medicine. The 297, they absolutely had to come down pit road here pretty soon. They were losing too much time. But like I said, other leagues just have accumulation of incident points over the course of the entire race. You'll be like, as soon as we get to 65 incident points, we're throwing a yellow. I like the rapid succession. I think that's something iRacing could introduce. I don't know if the road guys would want cautions, but it could spice up the race a little bit, especially for the longer stuff.
So for sprint racing, I think it might be, tenuous, but for endurance racing, I think a lot of road racers actually love to have, and you see them strap a new front clip on in the way they go. But I actually think that a lot of road racers would love to have safety cars. Because, I mean, you think about stuff that did Daytona 24, right? You get your strategy, and that's it. Your strategy's locked in. The regular Daytona 24 races are so dull because it's so monotonous all throughout, right? You have your strategy, you don't deviate from it. It's super predictable. Safety cars make it unpredictable, and that makes it fun for everyone. Unless you're the one bringing it out. With you.
Like you said, the sprint races, you know, like if you're running whatever race and it takes 45 minutes, you got a 45-minute clock or 50-minute clock, whatever it may be. Whenever you run the GT3 cars, like you don't want yellows over that, especially because, you know, say you spend 3 laps under a safety car for pit stops and for everybody to catch up and whatnot. Let's just say it's a 3-lap caution period. All of a sudden, you know, those caution laps each take about what, 3 minutes, 4 minutes to complete, depending on what track you're at. So it just takes too much time. You'd be spending 9 to 12 minutes on a caution, and all of a sudden, bam, a 30-year race is under caution, and you don't get to actually enjoy the racing aspect. So I agree with you. I think the short timed races, 45 minutes, hour, 15 minutes, whatever they may be, you know, you don't need them. But the endurance races, I would love it. I'm going to be competing in the 24 hours of Spa next weekend, and I would love to have some yellows in the middle of that.
Some drivers kind of chiming in our discussions. One, Luis Herrera, of course, mentioning that he hates sausage curves. I imagine that opinion slightly more biased with his cars, with his team being caught out by one about, 10, 15 minutes ago. Howie, I believe that is Howie Burrows, our incoming producer, mentioning he doesn't agree. He thinks pacing takes a bit too long in multi-class racing. I think that's a fair argument. I think, again, that's why I say, you know, for the longer endurance races, it's fine. For the shorter ones, I don't think it matters all that much. VSCA has got quite a concise system. I mean, that was a big problem initially with them, right? Was, oh, hello, off goes Carter. I'll get back to that in just a moment as Daniel White going for a slide. I believe that is down at turn 2. No, sorry, exit the turn 3.
Taking too much speed through the center of the corner. Trying to get that thing wound back up to the right side of the racetrack to kind of open up turn 4 and just carried too much speed to the apex. Ended up losing the back end, but kind of going back to what you were saying with the sausage curves, I think it's really a car with a diffuser problem, right? Whenever a car makes so much underbody downforce, and it's all about the air that you get to the underside of the car to make sure the car stays sucked down to the racetrack and then through the diffuser on the back. I feel like the sausage curves just react way worse with cars like that, right? Like obviously I'm coming from the NASCAR world mostly, but like I run the Cup car at a road course, and if I hit a sausage curve with that thing, all of a sudden the back end chatters up and down and up and down and up and down on the racetrack, and you can't get on the throttle until all of a sudden you're settled. But you hit it with the Xfinity car, or you hit it with even a road course car. Like we've seen the beer league run cars that don't have rear diffusers or are further up off of the racetrack than cars like we're seeing today with the Ferrari Challenge. And you can manage the sausage curves a lot better. The car, it still bounces over them. You can't get around that, but you can drive out of it. You can kind of use some skill to make sure that you don't spin the car out even while trying to get back on the throttle. If a car has a diffuser on it and a flat underbody, for whatever reason, the sausage curves, especially on iRacing, just seem like it's an impossible save unless you are completely out of the gas. And even then, you might still spin that car out.
But going back to the whole full course yellow discussion, right? I mean, VSCA, this is an issue for them initially when we were calling for them. We had the roll before the 24, right? 1 hour, 40-minute endurance race. We had like a 45-minute caution period as a result of the system there. They made revisions to it, though, and now they have yellow flags, 20 minutes or less, easily. I think that's perfectly acceptable by most road racing standards. Derrick Watson in the YouTube chat brings up a good point about the bigger tracks like Le Mans still an issue. That's why tracks like Le Mans, right, they have caution periods. I know the Nürburgring, they rarely have full course yellows. They'll instead have, code 60s, code 30s, stuff like that to slow down the action instead because, pacing around the Nürburgring for an entire lap would be insanity, which is why you don't see it all that often. Case in point for other situations as well where, some tracks like Spa, I could definitely see the argument. But I think for the most part, if you can keep it to 20 minutes or less, I think it's very, very fair. And I think that's part of what FTR's new revised system is designed to do, right? It is to try and minimize the time spent under the yellow flags, maximize the time spent under grid. And I think anytime you're trying to lean more into that is a benefit as a whole to you.
Well, that's where, you know, if you're iRacing, like, you would have to test and test and test and test and make sure it's perfect when you unload it.
Some breaking news. WBM Racing's Morgan Smith with a black flag.
Let me see if I can find what happened to him.
Coming down to pit road, and we'll look for information as to why this machine has...
I'm not seeing anything egregious on the racetrack, so I'm guessing it's just the incident penalty. You get your first incident penalty at 40 X's, and then every 15 X after that. So I imagine this might just be an accumulation of X's.
Yeah, that sounds very fair. Just waiting for confirmation from race control on that, which I believe we are just about to get. And you are correct. It is a drive-through penalty for that one.
And there's no DQ limit, right? It's impossible to get disqualified off of incident counts here for the FIR race today. Obviously, official iRacing events, you're going to see people get DQ'd, but here it's just continuous drive-throughs. Now, the problem is, that, like I said, the first one is after 40 X's, which seems, you know, pretty okay. 10 X's per hour, that's, you know, somewhat sustainable. I could see that. But after you hit the 40, all of a sudden it's every 15 after that. And the problem with the problem for them now, for this number 20, is it's only an hour and a half into this race and they've already had 40. Well, at that rate, they're gonna have another 3 or 4 drive-throughs.
Well, remember, WBM has had some problems earlier on, right? They've had some spins, so it's not all from off tracks. But that said, this is one of those tracks, right? It is very easy to get the off-track 1X. Not from running off into the gravel or the grass, mind you, just from taking too much on the AstroTurf. So, like, coming around through cops here, take a look at those exit curves. You get too far to the green there, yeah, that's an off-track 1X. That's how easy it is to catch it here. Silverstone, Spa, Rempel Ring, all tracks where it is insanely easy to pick up incident limits.
I had said I'm running the 24-hour race there next weekend. I'm telling you, I'm going to have nightmares leading up to that race just about the off tracks. I mean, I ran it last year, and well, we wrecked out very early, but before we wrecked out, we had so many incident points accumulated already that we were going to get penalized over and over and over in that race, even if we hadn't wrecked out. So I'm going to have to run some practice to make sure we don't get so many off tracks.
What's the incident limit for the 24 of Spa?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. And I know, like, you don't get DQ'd in the 24-hour races, right? Yeah. I think it's just drive-through. So I remember one year it was like set at like 100 or something, and I think there was some controversy, or they had to bump it up to 100 because there was some controversy. I don't quite know. Okay, I'm hearing in the chat that the new Spa is way kinder on off track, so that makes me a little bit.
That is true, yeah. The old one is notorious, but I mean the new one, of course, with all the revised. Now, granted, Eau Rouge and Radillon, yeah, you better be careful of that still. But I mean, yeah. Well, Exit of Blanchimont too, in particular. Confirmation, by the way, on that, it is 100 and then every 20 for the Spa 24. Thank you, Derrick, for that.
I think that the
oh, not again.
Or the oh no. No damage this time.
Correct, but it's yet another problem for Twin Nations Motorsports and Renzo Castro.
Too fast, maybe.
Yep, just what happened earlier on. Just too much momentum going through the corners on the right-hand side.
So easy to sucker yourself in on that too, right? Like, you want to get the weight to the front of the race car, let the nose point through the center of the corner to be able to, get the throttle down on exit, get as much of the turning done as possible on the entry in the center of the corner. Make sure you kind of straighten up the straightaways as much as possible. And some of these corners are really, really inviting to take them as fast as you possibly can and try to flow through them as much as possible, right? Like trail brake down into the corner, get that nose pointed as soon as possible. But it's just so easy while you're doing that to just carry a little bit too much pace and let the back end step out on you. And we've seen it time and time again so far here tonight.
Half an hour before the halfway point of this race, at which point, Austin, your and I's stint in this race will come to a close, and we'll welcome in Derrick Watson alongside Acinni for comms, and of course Howie Burrows behind the cameras for the remaining 2 hours of this race.
Derrick's going to be eating the entire 2 hours?
Is he?
Well, you said he's entering the booth with fettuccine.
Fettuccine, F-E-N.
Oh.
You know him. He's alongside for the beer league now because you couldn't be there.
I know, but it sounded like you said fettuccine, so I had to, it sounded like Derrick's a glutton.
Apparently, Fenn has heard that joke many times before.
That doesn't surprise me, to be fair.
No,
that doesn't surprise me one bit. No. That's, I didn't think I was being original.
That was the first thing I thought of when I met him as well. I was like, noodles.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking I was being original, but, you get the opportunity to, kind of pick on Derrick a little bit by using somebody else's name on the broadcast.
He's in the broadcast waiting room. He's waiting his turn, so you better be careful. He might jump in here if he hears you.
As soon as he jumps in here, I'm dipping. So he better be careful. I might have to block him on here so I don't get any DMs.
Whoa, hello.
Contact there with the RPM race leader. That's a Porsche Cup almost running over the back of the leader of the Ferrari.
Okay, then. That got a little bit spicy there for a second. Take a ride on board with Igor Koss here. Of course, Koss with these Sunday drivers. He's going to have the Ferrari go down his inside here, coming into still. That's the race leader. It kind of got parked on the apron just a bit. They are able to keep it out, no contact. So, no harm, no foul, but got to watch for that.
Yeah, it was a close one, and that's one thing you really don't want to do is take out the leader of a class, especially whenever it's not your class, right? I mean, that's a tough one, and you can kind of, if you get ran over by him, it's one thing, especially whenever you're being predictable. But if you're in a slower car and you run over the leader, it raises some eyebrows. He did a good job laying off of him, though. He gave him plenty of space. Maybe not plenty of space, but he gave him enough space at the end of the day.
I say plenty of space. I think Koss might beg to differ on that.
I guarantee you he looked in his mirror there for a second, got a little frightened, was just wondering where in the world is this Porsche coming from? It just shot out of a cannon, but they got it all figured out.
Once again, if you are just kind of hanging around to the sidelines and you want to come up, give us a chat. Doesn't matter if you're in the race, on the late lap, or out of the race. And watch for the sidelines, feel free to pop on in. Green Flag TV broadcast booth, always happy to talk to some drivers on these longer green flag stints.
I'll be able to give you some fettuccine.
Two of our class leaders. Bit of a tussle here. Yeah, that's more like it. Cube Control's going to move off to the side and allow RPM through. Had a bit of a close shave at Cops, but nothing that these two guys aren't used to by now, I'm sure.
Now that we're looking at the class leaders, too, especially the Porsche Cup leader of Max Tron, he's done a good job in this stint, but again, he's on those older tires than the driver of the 2. And the 2 has cut into that lead, right? It was a little over 20 seconds whenever they came out of pit road, or a couple laps after they came out of pit road, as the 2 was getting his tires temperature. He lost some time, got it to over 20 seconds. He's cut it down to 15 over the course of the first half of this stint, a little bit over half of this stint, but that's just not simply put, that's not as much as you would want, right? I imagine that 185, they'll probably take tires one time today. I imagine this next pit stop, they'll probably take them. But if the 2's planning on taking tires every single stop, then I don't think it's going to work out. Even if they take it one more, like if they take it on the last stint, I don't think that it's going to end up the way that they want it. They just have lost too much time over the strategy call. And who knows, maybe the 185 says, I'm just going to stay out on these old tires this entire time and continue to build 20-second gaps every time we decide to come down pit road. And it's definitely an interesting thing that, the next couple of commentators are going to have to keep an eye on, see how the strategy plays out between the 185 and the 2 coming to the end of this thing. Because I think the 2 has enough pace to challenge the 185. It's just the fact that their strategy has put them so far behind.
Well, if he can keep that pace up for the next 2.5 hours, he would be able to catch him by the end of this race, no problem. So it's all a matter of just, keep on pushing it. I mean, it's never over until it's fully over. Curious, by the way, to see if we're also getting anything, well, not quite. Igor Koss and Sunday Drivers, in fact, losing a bit of time every lap to Strand. So Strand is very much pulling clear of second place. It's only really third they might have to worry about later on, but that won't be for at least another hour yet. By the way, Cuban Controls Reparto Corsa running 5th place overall right now as a result of all the retirements you've had from the challenge class, which is about half the class at this point.
Hey, that's why you stay in it. Even if you have an issue, you stay in this thing, especially these long races. Like, you stay in it, you get the practice. That's for one thing. The practice matters at the end of the day, right? You want as much track time as possible. You get out here, figure out how to go a little bit faster. If you get a few laps down, you got damage from an accident, you stay out there, you stay in the race, you give yourself an opportunity to learn and get better. You get behind one of these faster guys in your class and just kind of learn what they're doing. And that's a big thing for me. Even this week, I was running the Chicago Street Course. I got in an accident, got out of the car, watched the leader, just got in his cockpit for about 10 laps, watched what he was doing, emulated it. All of a sudden, I got back in the car and I ended up going a second faster on race pace than what I had been doing beforehand. The best thing to do is to get out here, even if whether you're getting in the cockpit of the leader or you're sitting right behind him on the racetrack and trying to learn what he's doing, it's valuable knowledge. There's not a lot that's hidden in racing. Obviously, iRacing hides the throttle and brake inputs, but you know what? There's a big old brake light on the back of these road course cars. You can tell exactly whenever they brake, match their braking points, and just try to figure out the throttle up points and what you need to do through the center of the corner, just from watching some of the faster guys out here. And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from, sticking with it, even whenever other cars fall out of the race, even whenever you have moments, get yourself a good finish at the end of the day. The 297's done a great job of that. They've had 4 cars go out behind them. They've had issues themselves, but they've stayed out here, and they're going to walk away out of this race with a top 5 finish at the end of it. And who knows, right? There's still 2 hours and 20 minutes. You never know what's going to happen to one of these cars that's still out in front of them, right? Treehouse could have an issue. Prismatic could have an issue. Heck, we just saw RPM Racing almost got hit by a Porsche Cup a handful of laps ago. You never know who's going to fall out of this race, so stay in it, give yourself a chance.
Well, what we may as well do while we're here is kind of go over the schedule coming on up. I know, Austin, you're going to be here for quite a few of those races, for at least portions of them. We are going to be looking, if I can find my notes here. We'll be starting off the race on August 16th. That'll be at the Bend down in Australia for a 6-hour endurance race to kick things off. Race 2 takes us to France on September 13th, where we'll be racing at the Circuit de Mangicourt. From there, it is some absolute classic. It's an absolute classic for the British racing scene, right? Brands Hatch on October 11th. Both this and Mangicourt are going to be 4 hours. Another 4-hour race coming up on the 1st of November at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada. And then we'll be swinging stateside for the back 2 races of the season. We'll start it off with the 4-hour race at the Sebring International Raceway on November 22nd, and we'll be closing it out with a 6-hour endurance race at the Barber Motorsports Park on December 6th. And again, that is with GT3, GT4, and touring car multi-class racing. And all of this is setting us up for what could be a pretty wild race as well, right? I mean, again, over 40 cars are looking set to go rumbling here this afternoon. Over half of them, by the way, in the GT3 category, and then pretty split down the middle for the GT4s and the touring cars, as far as I'm understanding, with a bit of an advantage there still to the GT4 class. So all of that coming on up over the next several months.
You love keeping yourself busy, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
How many races did you say were in the month of July? 42?
At least. We might get more,
Yeah, I mean,
who knows?
I-
And one of those is
got a
actually
good
coming up
lineup.
tonight. I mean, Derrick Watson is not his only shift today. He's also got the SRNS Classic race at the Glen coming up tonight as well.
Derrick likes to keep himself busy too. Even whenever he's not eating fettuccine, he's out here doing the most.
How about Jake? That's a lie, you know it. How about Jacob Mikola?
Wow! I was throwing him shade
I
for the
do the
fettuccine, and now
most.
you're throwing him shade for his work ethic.
I do the most. You should know this. I run the dang thing.
Whoa! I'm not saying he does the most on the channel.
Come
It's just a
on.
saying. Have you never said anybody saying, "Man, he's doing the most"? Doesn't mean that he's doing the most on the channel. It just means he's doing as much as he can do.
There you go. Good save.
That's
Good
what it
save.
means. That's not a save. It's a saying. You are not hip with the kids, obviously. You don't understand any of the lingo.
You're older
of
than
the-
I am. You don't
Exactly,
get
and
to
that's
say
what's
that.
sad. I don't know if it's sad for me or sad for you that you don't know or that I do know all this. But it might be a little bit of both.
You don't get to say I'm not hip with the kids when you're literally older than I am. That's not how that works.
Yeah, well, it is. If
I
you're
can say
not
that
hip
to
with
you.
kids. If I understand their lingo and you don't understand their lingo, then I am more hip with the kids. Now, the fact that I'm saying hip with the kids probably means that I'm not.
Yeah,
But
that
you know what?
ages you a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit. It sounds like I'm from the 70s.
RPM Racing's Jacob Mikola putting down another fastest lap of the race, and this one, Austin, a 1:59.48. That is a good half a second quicker than the next closest contender, which is G. Rubos for RPM Racing Black FTR.
Yeah, they've been rapid this entire time. I mean, they've led from the drop of the green flag to now, and they haven't had any moments where it's been a mistake from them, right? Obviously, we mentioned the moment from the one lap Porsche a little bit earlier, but that wasn't any of his doing. He almost got ran over from behind. And that 69 has just been rapid since the drop of the green flag. The 21 was within striking distance there for about 30 minutes, but after about that point, I mean, this main RPM car has just absolutely left him in the dust. Their other teammate unfortunately had a moment and are out of the race, but man, this 69 has just been the dominator here today, right? We saw heavy battling in the Porsche Cup that entire first stint. Strategy has shaken it up to where they're not really as close anymore, but the Ferrari challenge has not been in doubt the entire race.
No, I mean, the 69 car has been on an absolute tear of it all day long, and that's not looking to go anywhere anytime soon. The gap has worked up now 35 seconds. Back to Gene Rubos. And all of that was just their initial driver in the car. Now, of course, it has not been the same for Cube Controls or Marta Corsa with Sunday drivers as Ego Corsa continuing to let me put it this way, he is really trying to fight his way up there to the 185, and he is starting to reel the gap down a bit more. He was actually losing out, but how about it? He is actually closing in now by at least a tenth or two a lap.
He's done a good job the last handful of laps. It hasn't quite been, the most eventful day for the 19. They've been, in it, but they haven't, just shown lights out, incredible pace. They weren't, up there completely battling for the race lead in that first stint with the 185 and then the 2 coming through the field, and then obviously the 12 being up there holding everybody off. They weren't up there completely battling for the lead, but they've kept themselves in this race the entire time to where they're easily within striking distance of everybody else, and giving themselves a really, really good opportunity to come out of here on top, even though they're 6 seconds back from the race lead right now. But they put themselves in a position where there's only one car in front. You never know what could happen to that one single car, and I mean, heck, it's right out of the windshield there. 6 seconds out in front, but still in the windshield. Ultimately, Igor's doing a good job just keeping themselves in it, making sure that they've got an opportunity here coming to the last half of this race.
16 minutes before that halfway point strikes. And this field is going to get, it's going to have some action to it coming on up, right? I mean, Over half of the challenge class has crashed out of the race for one thing or another. 2 of the Cup cars are down and out. 6 still remain on the lead lap for the Cup category in what has so far been a safety car free race. And again, estimation is it's going to look to remain that way. So far, only 2 black flags, 3 black flags, sorry. One for a, no, it is 2. My apologies. One for a pit stop violation and the other one for breaching the incident limit. And the only real car-to-car incident we've had all race long, Austin, was that lap 1 crash that was deemed a racing incident.
Yeah, the 19 just drove that thing straight off the racetrack. Big moment there for Igor, able to hang on to it. Yeah, like you said, not a lot between multiple cars, right? There hasn't been a lot of door-to-door contact, not a lot of guys running through others. Even though it's been close a handful of times, especially whenever all the Porsche Cups were all up on top of each other in that first stint. But now that the field is kind of spread out, we're really seeing the cream kind of rise to the top here through the middle section of this race. We're not really getting that same wheel-to-wheel action to where you might see an issue. If we're going to see something door-to-door between a couple cars, it's going to be a multi-class issue where one guy just makes a mistake at this point with how spread both of these fields are.
Treehouse Racing's Justin McCullough, by the way, at risk of going a lap down here this afternoon as your race leader not too far behind. In fact, only about the distance of the Wellington straight back, so I'm willing to bet that McCullough will be a lap down before we get to the 1 hour to go mark this afternoon. Prismatic Motorsports Athena might be in danger of that as well. They are both lapping a good 2 seconds or so slower. I think it's wild, by the way, that RPM is still running very consistent 159s, but no one else, even their sister car, is able to do that.
Just goes to show that the driver behind the wheel, Jaakko Mikkola, is just, a tier above maybe at this point, right? He's just doing the most, Nolan. He's doing great out there on the racetrack, literally doing the most as you would take it. But I mean, he's just been clean, tidy, no mistakes. I mean, anytime that we have the camera on the 69, I mean, I don't see a wiggle out of that thing. It just looks so stable, making the most out of every single corner, not making any type of mistake. I mean, he's got himself up to a 38.5 second lead here, and we're not even halfway through. We haven't seen a driver change out of him yet either, so hopefully his second driver keeps him just as clean and tidy as he's been this entire time, and they should come away with the win if that does happen. But again, still 2 hours left. You never know what can happen.
Well, Austin, we were having some mild, some casual conversation earlier on. You made some comments. I said beware if Derrick heard you. He heard you.
Austin. Really?
That's funny. I can't hear him.
Oh, no.
The poor guy's name is already Finn Acinni. You don't need to refer to him as food. Eating the whole broadcast. What is that? I expect better of you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nolan said fettuccine on accident, and
I did not. Don't you dare pin this on me.
My ears heard fettuccine on accident.
Finn, how many times have you heard the fettuccine joke in your life?
Oh, a million, I'm sure.
A good number. I think about once a quarter nowadays, but it used to be once a month.
That's slowed down.
Yeah, it's slowed way down. It used to be far more prevalent than it is now. Now it's a back burner. Everybody brings it up, but now again, one of my friend groups is their tagline for me is that I am their favorite pasta man, but that's about as much as I get.
There's got to be a Rocket Man parody in there somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's got to be great.
There you go.
Guys, this has been a fun. Go ahead, Austin. Sorry.
So I got a buddy named Citrano that we call cilantro all the time. So maybe y'all might go good together.
Yeah, maybe.
You guys, this has been a fun race so far. It's been fairly clean. We saw just that first incident in the opening lap, which race control did being racing incidents. A couple of black flags, a few retirements. I mean, this has been a pretty calm, quiet race. Nolan, you and I talked pre-race. We thought maybe that this race was set up partially to introduce people to FTR and partially maybe to test that race control system. Well, one of those two things is going to happen, but I think it's fair to say, Nolan, as you hinted multiple times, that as we get closer and closer to the 2-hour mark, I don't think this race director software is going to get a beta run today.
Yeah, the one time you might be hoping for a commentator's curse, and I think administration may have been slightly hoping for it as well, so they can test out that bot. That's not going to happen. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, it could go either way at this point in time. Still a long way to go, right? Over 2 hours still. A lot can happen. You just saw Matt Strand come down to pit road, and he remains in the car. So Matt Strand going to continue to stay out there for the third stint now. So the class leader is going to drop back to 6th, and will no doubt slowly cycle through as one by one cars continue to cycle in. Of course, Derrick and Fenn going to be taking over at the halfway point with Howie Burrows behind the cameras this afternoon. And, well, Austin, I think a lot of this race, again, it's kind of all settled down a lot over the last hour or so since that first pit stop window. But that battle we had for the lead in the opening stint was absolutely epic.
Oh, absolutely. That Porsche Cup battle that we had between 5 cars, the entirety of the first hour was massive. And, I do think that the Porsche Cup's going to close back up at some point, because you look at, you look at the 185 of Cube Control, they just pitted, right? They are pitted significantly before the hour mark, while a couple of these other cars were able to get just about to the hour mark on the last stint, and I got to think that they're going to be trying to do it again here. So we could see that, Cardan has to make one more pit stop than some of these guys, and, they've done a good job building that lead, but ultimately, if you got to make one more pit stop, you're really in the doghouse at that point. So the strategy still going to rear its ugly head into this race by the end of it. I really do believe so, even with the way that, Cardan's pitting, or not Cardan, Cube Control's been pitting early. Could Cardan get themselves back into it? The 2 of World of Racing has been ridiculously quick the whole time. I think that these Porsche Cup cars will probably find each other once again.
Boy, Isabel Matthews for the Prismatic Motorsports at the end, you saw her just kick the tail end out there for a brief moment as she came around through Village. That 28 car, I haven't really mentioned it a lot, but the few times we've kind of cut to this car, it's been kicking that tail end out. It's been a little bit rear end happy this afternoon. You have to wonder if maybe they've got a lower downforce setup in that machine to try and maximize the effort on the straights, and that could be having an impact in especially these slower speed corners here.
Yeah, you never know. All these guys are going to set up their cars a little bit different. There's going to be some similarities, but ultimately you're going to have some strengths. You're going to have other weaknesses. It's a weird scenario to be in. Like at a track like this, it's 4 hours. You got to have the comfortability for the entire time. Make sure that the car can take whatever you throw at it, but it's also got to have that speed that we were, that you just absolutely have to have in any type of race. Even these 4 hour races, you got to have it set up for speed to a certain extent. And well, right now that 28, it's had those little moments, but ultimately, they haven't quite had that same pace as the 69 and the 21. So you kind of got to hit the perfect mix of the two. And right now, the 28's just a little off the top step from them, but they're doing a good job keeping that thing in the podium spots right now.
Guys, the one thing about that stood out to me that you guys hit on, I think 10, 15, 20 minutes ago, was about how this track has massively cooled off, right? And so typically, Austin, when we see a car that's snapping around like that, that's something you expect to see in the hotter temps, right? But as this track is cooling off, I'm a little surprised that car is still kind of doing that. Typically, because of course, as the track gets colder, we should find more grip.
You would normally think that, but also, whenever you put on new tires and it's colder, it takes them a little bit harder, or a little bit longer to get up to that operating temperature. It can kind of, breed some interesting circumstances. And again, it's all setup dependent too. You can kind of set it up to where your car is going to be a little bit better in the warm than it is at, as the track cools down. I've done a few 24-hour races where, we're just better in the daytime than we are at night. We struggle for grip through the nighttime just because we're set up more for the day. We want to be fast at the beginning and the very end of that race. And we get to the nighttime hours and all of a sudden we're, 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second slower, and we're just kind of skating around the racetrack. So it's kind of a weird mixed balance that you got to find. It's very, very strange around some of these road courses. Here at Silverstone, I didn't expect to see it as much though, because we are just kind of racing through the middle of the hottest part of the day, but nonetheless, you can see it on that graph down there. The temperature has cooled dramatically, and it's definitely presenting some different challenges for these guys out there.
Again, the temperature at this race started, as Derrick mentioned, it was much hotter, right? I mean, it was up to 37 degrees Celsius. The temp has now dropped to 27. That is really, really low. To swap that over to Imperial units, by the way, that is nearing 100 degrees down to just 81 for those that run off of the Imperial system, right? I mean, that is a significant drop in track temp. And the wind has died down as well. It's also down from 27 kph to 19 kph as well. So some significant drops in temp, significant drops in wind. These ever-changing track conditions are proven to be a challenge for drivers to master, but so far people have been making the most of them.
Imperial unit, those are bald eagle units.
Yeah, they are. So Finn, you've probably driven this track, I think, the most of the four of us, I think.
It's probable.
Maybe by far. So when you see the track temp drop, what are your thoughts? Are you as surprised by the snappy cars and the things, or does that just seem like Silverstone to you?
The temperature dropping is very Silverstone. The snappy car, I think, like you had said earlier, is reminiscent usually of a hotter track, not a colder one. And I would definitely wonder where the setup plays into it and why that is now snappy when it wasn't earlier. And if that was a practice decision that was made during the lead up to this event to set up the car the way that it now runs here a few hours in, that I think it's potentially a flaw I weren't expecting with the cooler track temps and the changing wind conditions. You know, you get so used to this rhythm that if as the temps change, as the wind adjusts, you have to adjust some very micro, you know, how much when you get on the throttle, is it just after that line or is it at that line that you used to put your initial kind of baseline racing line kind of tempo you get into as a driver. It adjusts over the course of a race, and I think we're seeing how when drivers become a little bit reactive, trying to become more proactive again, we can see that snap happen all the same, even into these cooling conditions.
Yeah, so we just saw a driver swap there for Prismatic. We saw, I think, Aspen Martin get out of the car. But I want to ask you, they talked a little bit in the last hour, and we'll hit on more of this after the break, but Austin was talking in this past hour about, you know, changing tires or not changing tires. From a driver headspace, when the temps are dropping this fast, how much does that play in your decision on double or triple sending tires?
It really depends on the longevity of the tires. Especially, I think both these machines, I'm gonna have to, somebody can fact check me on the Ferrari Challenge. Porsche Cup car does fuel and tires separately. So it's I think it's a bigger gamble or a bigger thing to worry about, especially as the tire conditions are cooling, to try to double stint or triple stint the tires if you feel comfortable with it and you have the longevity to do so. With the 80% fuel, I can imagine you could usually double stint them pretty easily. Beyond that, you know, you're starting to really lose a lot of pace as those tires turn into more that, you know, what we usually see at the end of long endurance races where they have those sets of tires just sitting on the side that have nothing but graining and, you know, used rubber falling off of them after 2 stints time.
For sure. Well, Nolan, it's been a great couple hours, some exciting racing. I think there's more to come here at Silverstone.
Plenty more to come, indeed. Austin is about at the halfway point, so it's about time for our stint to come to an end. Yashel Yunus will remain in the car for World of Racing X and Samantha Tan Racing, Twin Nations Motorsports, putting Juan Luis Herrera back into the race car in the meantime. Let's go on board with your race leader, the driver that has been dominant all day long. And when we return, Fennicini and Derrick Watson will be looking to bring you all the way to the finish of the FTR GT Super Cup at Silverstone.
Well, here we are back at the start of hour 3. The commentary booth has made it switch over. Derrick, Watson, Finn, and Acinni to take you to the end of this race here at Silverstone for the FTR Super Cup. Welcoming live here on Green Flag TV. Well, Finn, we got a chance to talk a little bit before the swap over, before the break there, but a race that I think saw maybe predictably a very busy first hour, kind of a lull of a second hour, only a couple really memorable moments here, a couple black flags to speak of, but as we pick up the third hour now as a driver, now the time in your head starts to count down. Now the seconds that they're ticking away a little faster. What does that do for you as a driver when you hit that halfway point?
I think this is almost a thing that you see more in these kind of races for like the 4 hour, 6 hour, but you start thinking about how much time do I have the car behind me? You know, in the instance of RPM Racing Black, they both have a very sizable margin as they get into kind of one of their second to last or final pit stops here. I'm going to get second to last based on how long we got. But it's you're thinking about how much time do I have to gain? How much time do I have to make up over the next 2 hours? Is it, half a second a lap? Over the next 2 hours will get me back up to them? Is the safety car going to throw this whole, racing plan up until this point out of the window? Because that's still, I believe, in play, if I'm not mistaken.
In theory, yeah. Yeah,
so
it's been such a quiet race. I think Nolan and I have kind of given ourselves up to maybe there won't be that safety car we were kind of planning to broadcast around. But yeah, no, it's in theory still available.
If it's still available, that all this thought process I've just had, in the world of green flags, where you have nothing but trying to find the pace, keeping the cars in front of you, managing your lapped traffic as you're getting through these Porsche Cup cars as a Ferrari Challenge 296. It's all about doing the numbers game in your head, and then also trying to keep your apex points and everything locked in, so that way you have the best chance you can give to your fellow driver when you hand the car off for the last couple stints, as we get past the halfway point and they take over for the remainder of the race, or you do that swap off one to the other. So
yeah, lots of going on in the background, probably some spreadsheets burning, hoping to see how much fuel you need at the end of this thing. Remember, 80% fuel limits on the gas tanks for both classes of cars today. So you also have to think about that if you're a driver who maybe races these cars on a regular basis, that you have to kind of adjust that mental headspace a little bit for how long that stint is. So here we're riding on board here, or not on board, but here we're watching our first place car here, that number 2 car. Watching them come around here. This is the SRN TFR Alliance that we're now, I believe, riding on board with. And this, of course, the P Cup, the Porsche Cup class, Finn, that we're looking at here. I'm kind of surprised in a way to see this car involved. For a long time in iRacing, this car is kind of getting this reputation of just being, I don't know, I guess more dangerous than other classes. It's harder to drive, maybe is a better way to say it.
It's harder to drive. I wouldn't say once you learn it, I don't think it's any more or less dangerous than any other car on the iRacing service. I think it has a lot less of the kind of creature comforts we love about the GT3s and GT4s as drivers. Really enjoying the ability to hit the ABS, be able to just slam on the brake. And you don't really do that in iRacing, but in real life, being able to just push the brake as hard as you can and then it'll stop for you. Whereas with the Porsche Cup car, you really got to learn threshold braking. And I think it's a really great car to learn on because there's so few creature comforts. You really learn how to keep the car going the right direction consistently. It's one of the things I loved about seeing them in the Krevenik 12-hour series we have on iRacing this year and last year, is they're such a great car to learn on. It's such a in that 12-hour more endurance format, you get plenty of drive time there, comparison to the kind of half-hour Porsche Cup series on iRacing. So I think they're fantastic for this result.
One of the ways this car has grown in reputation, I think it went 2 years ago, now maybe a year and a half, when the new model of the Porsche Cup came out and iRacing got scanned and iRacing got released. This new car sounds immensely better than the first version of the car did. You'd hear a lot of reference to like weed whackers and lawn mowers and different yard equipment was what that motor sounded like, but this car sounds immensely better.
Yeah, it absolutely does. The 992 variant of both the Porsche Cup car as well as the GT3 are absolutely, I think, a great improvement to the Porsche models that you have available in iRacing. So I think they're a fantastic class to pair with the Ferrari 296 Challenge, as well as some of the other ones we had when this was more of a plan than the race we saw today. but they're great cars. I think the limitations of fuel, I think, is honestly for the best. These cars push upwards of almost an hour and a half on a full 100% fuel stint. So limiting them to 80%, I don't think is something that too many people are going to actually be genuinely upset by, outside of having to do maybe one more stop.
Yeah, and it kind of levels it off. Probably for a team manager headspace, it probably makes it easier, right? Because now you're thinking of roughly 4 equal stops. One roughly at the top of every hour, maybe a little off by a few minutes. But when you get into a spot where you have, hey, hour and a half stints in a 4-hour race, it just feels like a stress point, right? Of when do you pit, who gets the short stint, who does the extra stint. Those are the things that they've taken away with that 80% fuel tank.
I think it's also added in a bit of, if we get a competition caution or safety car here, it definitely adds into the difficulty there because you have 3 stops instead of 2 and some change to work with, and also to get time back. The World of Racing, ex-Samantha Tan Racing kind of Porsche that we've been kind of riding along with here for a little while, is in a pretty close battle here with the Cube Controls right behind them. I believe they both are a little bit off still very close, not much room separating the two of them. So if, that safety car comes out, or, they aren't perfect on their pit stops, and talking about that double stint on that final stop could drastically change where these two come out relative to one another.
And I think what you were trying to hit at a second is they're kind of off the pit cycles, right? So put that in relative terms. Let's look at the first place World of Racing here in the P Cup class. They pitted lap 56. Cube Controls pitted lap 52. So that doesn't sound like a lot until you realize maybe someone back in the field. Let's take that SRN TFR Alliance, that silver car we're watching, pitted on lap 58. So from SRN to Cube Controls, that's 6 laps of gas. Ooh, buddy, and in endurance racing and road racing, that is a mountain, not a molehill.
That it is, and it'll all be, and I think that's also why we see the Cube Controls, I think, pushing as hard as they are to catch back up to the World of Racing Porsche Cup that's leading their class and try to get around them, is because they know that they're going to have a longer final stop than either of them. Either the World of Racing, the SRN, I think most of the other Porsche Cups have followed them into the pit lane after them as they go for this look up the inside here.
Yeah, they make the pass and clear it. Is that 185? Going to go back up and make that run there. And I'm a little perplexed, Finn. This is just different mindsets. You do more of the driver's side. I think more of sometimes of the spreadsheet and the strategy side. Listen, guys, if we pitted 6 laps before somebody else, I would probably have preferred, as a team strategist, as a team owner, as a team manager, that you would have stuck behind that car and pulled that draft and saved that fuel. But trying to tell that to a driver, ooh, that's a tough conversation, isn't it?
It is a tough conversation. There's also the question of, if you're faster, can you make up that same number of time or same amount of time, setting faster lap times versus the fuel you'd save getting the laps back, And I think the draft also is a help for these cars. I think to a lesser degree than some of the more, boxy cars we have on the iRacing service, but certainly still a benefit to them. So you will probably see this World of Racing car get a little bit of that benefit that you're looking to have the driver there, get back. So it'll be interesting to see, I think, how much of a gap World Cube Controls, Roboto Course 185 can gather here, and where that puts them in relation to the World of Racing, as well as Sunday drivers behind them as they get into the last kind of pit cycle here in 45 minutes time.
Yeah, that'll be curious to see what this 2-car can do. This World of Racing team now, of course, we scored P2 at the line here after being passed by Cube Controls. But World Racing up 7 spots on the day, Finn. As far as I can tell, maybe for either class, that's going to be, if not the biggest, one of the biggest jumps. Of course, partially due to just staying on the track, right? Keeping the car safe. You're here still running, right around the 2 hours to go mark, a little less than now. But that's a nice jump in spots, a big morale boost for these drivers.
Absolutely. I think it's, especially based on kind of the lap times I've been seeing out of them leading up to this point, it's definitely one that they look like they have the pace there, if they have that consistency over the course of the race, to keep increasing their time, especially as the temperature keeps lowering. We get kind of the sunset hour here at Silverstone. It'll be how much they can manage it, how well they get over, into that final zone, especially since Cube Controls, I believe, is one of our 2 solo driver teams here at this FTR Supercup event. No driver change needed there.
Him and World of Racing, by the way.
Gotcha. Okay. So both of our solo acts. So it'd be also to see, they've been racing for a few hours. They may be also a little tired at this point.
Yeah. And that's something I feel like, this is a 4-hour event, so it was set up by the organizers that you could run this team or solo. When that got pointed out, I thought to myself, boy, that's a heck of a task. That's a full day's work. And you think about it, and really on the road side, it's not as common, right? You think about in the oval side of iRacing, you'll see events like a Daytona 500, an Indy 500, heck, even a Coke 600, which is a little bit longer. And it's pretty common that an oval guy sits in a seat and races, for 4 hours at a time. And you can make the argument that maybe oval racing is easier on the physical side of racing. But still, 4 hours in a road racing car, these guys, I would not want to do 4 hours solo, I don't think, by myself if I could find a teammate to do it.
Oh, I would. I would in a heartbeat. But that's me.
You have, right? You've done the
I have,
Nürburgring Endurance Championships before, so yeah.
Yes. Yep. Nürburgring Endurance Championships, the 4 hours at Thruxton, special event we got this year for the TCRs, did both of those solo and would love, but there's something that is also all I'm doing for those 4 hours. And then I'm not touching iRacing again for at least another day. It's,
right.
You get very worn out at the end of these. And not to say that I think these people will probably end up doing very well as a result because there's nobody else to lean on. You can't go, I only have half the time. It's like, I'm in here, I'm locked in for 4 hours. Right. And it also gives you 4 hours of driving time to get really good at the car if you weren't already, 4 hours of putting in laps, being consistent. And you can see it here between these two people. I shouldn't say guys. I can say guys, but you know what I mean. With there being 4 hours of the two of them just duking it out for the lead here, and really still not, much time really separating them in the grand scheme of endurance racing. Only a second and a half currently, I believe, separate these two people at the top of their class. And that is a far cry from what we see in the Ferrari Challenge side, with the 48 seconds between the leader and P2, both in those sister RPM racing machines, leading that class away.
Yeah, and of course, the solo driving has its perks, right? You're responsible for the car. There's not someone who can come in and kind of throw away a good lap you had or throw away a good run you had. The downside, of course, there's possibly no one there to help you. No one to make the black box adjustments. No one to maybe give you the info you can't find in your data. What's the lap times of other cars, or, when did they pit last, or all that data you kind of let wander in to the back of your head. So definitely perks for both. You're right, though. This is a great battle. You see in the bottom of your screen that right now, for at least 2 of the 3 laps or 2 of the 3 sectors, that World of Racing is falling behind about 2, maybe 0.3 of a second per sector. And again, right there. So World of Racing, that's probably a whole second, I'm thinking, on that last lap they've thrown away here. In fact, I'll tell you, Finn, last time by Cube, a 2:04.886 lap time. World of Racing, a 2:06, so 1.2 seconds per lap is what Cube is gaining.
Yeah, but you also remember, like you said, pitted 6 laps earlier.
Cube pitted 4 laps sooner than World of Racing.
All right, 4 laps sooner than World of Racing, 6 laps sooner than the SRN TFR Alliance. That's what I was thinking of earlier. But you also have to wonder, is there a fuel saving strategy happening for the World of Racing X Samantha Tan Racing that is not being employed by Cube Controls that will net them, they spend way less time in the fuel section, and if they don't take tires, that makes that final stop very easy for them, being in, we just only have to worry about fuel, no driver change, so no need to worry about what that time adds to it. And only having to add, less fuel than the person in the lead kind of weighs in the favor of how much fuel can we save to get the time back that we're losing here, even if it's a second a lap, and extending it there much, but you can get that many seconds back pretty easily. So it's a trade-off both ways. I think that's where Cube Controls is trying to get that time, make up the time they're gonna have to lose, being that early pit stop for the final stop. and the more fuel they're going to have to take to get to the end.
Yep. Now we look on the outside view here of the RPM Racing black FTR machine. As Finn hinted, these guys are about 45 seconds back. They're about 3/4 of a minute back behind their RPM Racing teammates here. So this is a much more open battle. It's a 45, 46 seconds back to second place. Prismatic, a minute 9 back. In fact, I think they're actually a lap down. So maybe more than that here. So, you know, a pretty dominant run by RPM Black. If you can lap all the way up to second place here, I think you've had a pretty solid run today.
Oh, I think RPM Racing should be very happy with where they are currently running. You know, gotcha.
This is Prismatic, so this is the car. Yes. This is third place, but that car ahead is not just ahead. They got to go around a whole time around the track before they get past that car for a position.
And with the lap times for the leaders still being a 2-minute even 0.94 versus the 2:02 of lap P3, there's definitely, I think, a lot of time that the leaders there are finding that has gotten them a whole lap ahead of even P3. And it'll be, I think, a tall order, not undoable, but they'd have to, you know, really dig in, get back to that qualifying times that they were setting, and try to match qualifying times that the leader that is currently running had set with those 159.1s in qualifying to really get that time back and get back into the podium contention, unless we get a safety car.
That really would mess with things a little bit. Wouldn't it really mess with a lot of strategies here? All the fuel saving talk kind of goes by the wayside a little bit. Some cars may get their laps back. We'd have to wait and see how that plays out. So that would be very interesting to see if that happens. Of course, the FTR series, both the Super Cup and then the Trophy AI, the regular season endurance series that Nolan talked about earlier, using this race director software, it takes a lot of factors into account in deciding when and if to put a yellow flag out. So it really does a lot of factors: the direction of the cars, the speed of the cars, on track and off track, and so many more things to try and help determine what to do with that yellow flag if necessary. But I think with the smaller field, when we started with 20 cars today, that greatly decreases the odds you need a safety car in any road race. I mean, I think the last I looked, Finn, the Trophy AI Endurance Series were up to 40 plus cars across 3 classes. So I don't want to jinx it and say it will happen, but I'm saying it's a little bit more likely with 40 cars versus 20.
I think it's far more possible that an incident would get flagged by the race director system to bring out a safety car with 40 cars, especially with the classes being split up with the GT3, GT4, and TCR classes, all giving that race director more opportunities. I feel like with incidents involving especially multi-class traffic when you get into kind of the GT3s and TCRs, both of them having, I think, the most different lines around a racetrack, which I think could cause some problems if people aren't prepared for them.
Well, here we see a pass here for RPM Racing, going to pass in their car and kind of, oh boy, not for position. That blue car came up a little closer than I would probably like, especially for someone who got out of the way. He was way down there, sort of off the curb. He said, hey, pass by, and then just sort of stuck his way back up there. It was weird.
Well, it was the leader of the Porsche Cup class looking to keep that gap that is built up between the World of Racing and their own. So I think it's probably one of also wanting to get some of the draft to keep pulling away. That 4-second gap between the two of them now, I think, has definitely given them more room for opportunity.
Oh. So this will be the next car to hit that same wave of traffic here. This is Prismatic, one of their 2 cars. This is Prismatic Athena here on the track, and they're now going to get by that multi-shaded blue car, a little bit of like a dark royal blue. You got a sky blue or an aqua blue on that car.
The shallow shore waves and the deep sea blue.
Oh, there you go. That's nautical. That's nice. Nice.
As Prismatic Motorsports Athena is working their way through, trying to keep up as best as they can with the RPM Racing, it looks like, and I think the gap between them growing, I think, ever bigger.
Well, I'll tell you, it's sort of bringing this whole full circle this week on Green Flag TV. And Wednesday night, the premier sim racing sim gaming expo truck series held their first Hope Mini events. The Great Pride Ride. A lot of trucks showed up in rainbows and unicorns and sparkles and bright colors to help cap off Pride Month, which of course happens in June throughout a lot of the U.S. and a lot of the world. Not everywhere, but a lot of the places. And so during that show, we actually did an interview with Zach Moses from the Gay Racing Podcast, and then sort of bring this full circle. Zach interviewed Scout Lawrence, who's one of the heads of Prismatic Motorsports, and so then kind of like this whole 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon game we got going on, right? But I bring up, Prismatic. They're a team of racers across the service who are, I believe, all identify, or most of them identify as trans or non-binary. So a team out there really, having fun in a space where they feel in a space where they feel safe and comfortable, amongst their own team, and kind of making like-minded individuals. And so out there having fun, and that's why you see the different names, you see the colors of the cars, all kind of matching that trans and non-binary pride themes with their paint schemes.
Fantastic. I think capstone by the sounds of it for Pride Month, and as we are, I think, moving into Disability Awareness Month, so many cool things always happening all the time, and so many good, I think, initiatives. Speaking of initiatives, SRN TFR trying to capitalize on a mistake by the Sunday drivers' car ahead of them in the Porsche Cup class, as they have now closed that gap down to 0.3 after an off track a little bit earlier from the Sunday drivers has brought them, I think, back together.
Yeah, it's brought them back together indeed. The gap is very minimal between these two cars now, so they'll get up here. And this is the exciting moment for endurance racing for a team. It seems kind of weird to say that, but these are the moments that gets a team amped up. Your Discord lights up, your team speak whatever you're using. You get a little excited here because maybe you've gone an hour without racing someone, and now this race feels live, and people get amped up, and you're kind of cheering each other on. And it really just kind of lightens the mood, doesn't it?
It does.
That pass for position happens. Sorry, go ahead.
It does lighten the mood. And I think it's also one that you kind of somewhat hope in real life, or you have that hope that, you are able to keep fighting them, or that it's not one just given to you. But at the same time, I think the Sunday drivers who are now behind the SRN TFR Alliance, realize that they have had a great run up until this point, and with I think the mistake there earlier on, we're not going to fight them too hard. We're going to try to collect ourselves, get back into the car, get back into it, and see if they can chase them back down, because you can see the two of them still only separated by less than a second, and I think plenty of room for the two of them to keep battling it out here for what is, I believe, fifth in class between the two of them.
Fourth and fifth in class, yeah, is where we are right here. But this is the difference right now between sprint and endurance racing. Austin and Nolan talked about this earlier for a different reason, but this is the difference, I think, between the two. These Sunday drivers, they're not really concerned maybe about letting someone go right now, right? So an hour and 35-ish minutes left on the clock. So what if I let him go, right? I have an hour and 35 minutes. I have a driver swap. I have a pit stop. I have possibly a safety car to come through and make that move. But in a sprint race, it's really different letting someone go, right?
Yeah, it's very different. I think, I don't think the current driver in the Sunday drivers, Chris Zofer, would be somebody who would just let a car by in a sprint race. Like if this was a beer league race that I've seen this driver on, and Wednesday nights, the other very fun Wednesday night broadcast we have here on Green Flag TV, I don't think he'd be even half as kind to allow the SRN TFR Alliance to pass by without, putting up a little bit of a fight. But, prioritizing that long game, not trying to get into an incident that'll put them even further back or take them out of the race, like we saw earlier on in this endeavor. So I think very, very apt and very on the nose there with the difference between the two. And endurance racing, I think just prioritizing keeping the car going the right direction always seems to really benefit you in the long run.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Boy, let's really think of this. Looking at the skies here, look at the camera shots we're having. Look at this. So maybe a little a little cloudy, a little hazy. I don't want to use the word foggy. I don't think it's foggy outside, but just not the clear skies I felt like we started with about a couple hours ago here, and maybe not enough to affect visibility, but it definitely, the track is still dropping. By the way, we're going to use Fahrenheit here because Finn and I we're in the States. I know Finn knows both. I don't as well, but we'll use both. We'll show you both, I guess. We'll do 77 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll flip it over to Celsius. It's going to be a much lower number. There it is on your screen. But this track continues to drop here. So this is a cold track, right? I mean, you think about your outside temps, 77 degrees Fahrenheit is what some of the country in the States is in today. In different forms, 77 sounds hot, but on a track temp, Finn, it's maybe not ice cold, but it's it's getting there. Oh, hold on, there's a car around. That's Sunday Drivers, and that felt like it came out of nowhere. That was just maybe a late breaking point, and that's gonna be their first hit at 40 incident points.
At 40 incidents, and I'm just kind of flipping back through it to take a look at what happened, and it just looks like the car over-rotated coming out of that first corner, out of the pair there, getting into the second sector, and just lost it going out of the grass. But no other cars, you see in that replay there, full lock to the steering wheel, and just is a passenger. Porsche doing Porsche things, one might say. But gets that car going back in the right direction without incident. And I think we'll be happy that all he has to worry about is that drive-through penalty and not having to put the car back together on top of it.
Yeah, that's probably the good news, right? It's a small spin. I don't think it hurts probably your ego and your pride. Maybe a little frustration point. And I think the frustration you have as a driver sometimes when that happens to you is you go through this battle internally real quick of, man, I ran that line before. I've done that. Like, why this time? Those are the questions you ask yourself as a driver. Like, I've run that line 104 times. I've hit the brake. You talk yourself through this mental battle of trying to figure out what happened, why, or who to blame, because it feels like that's nothing different than you've done before sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. And then it's not until you go back and you look and you go, oh, well, I didn't straighten out my steering soon enough. And that's why it rotated too much, and then trying to correct it put me into the position where I no longer was really in control of it, and that's when the spin happened. But in the moment, like you say, like you're just thinking, like, what did I do differently? Don't think I did anything differently. You replay it in your head, and that also takes you out of the moment of where you are now, especially if you're a solo driver. So thankfully, I think have a little bit of chatter in his ear, just hey, settle on in. Car race is not over at all. Now he has to defend, however, from the car behind him at Prismatic Motorsports Hecate. I'm going to say that's Spud. Who is now bearing down on them after that drive-through penalty, has put them into a different fight that, once again, they're on the defending end of.
Yeah, so a little bit different now. Right now, you're trying to kind of defend and hold someone off. But I mean, now the good news, depending upon the way you drive, so you have pass happening. That's an RPM car. This is not for position. That's different classes of cars. But I think the better spot now is there's nothing in your windshield for the most part. Temporarily, there's an RPM car that's going to pass pretty quickly. But now up ahead of you, you kind of get to control the pace. You worry about the braking points. You worry about the turn-in points. You kind of get to set the tone. You went from kind of being the student to the teacher, if you will, in this scenario, because now you don't have to worry about braking for their points. You kind of get to decide when we brake.
Yeah, and you also get to kind of set the tone of how fast you want to go and make it up to them to get past you, and how they do that is up to them. And ideally you want them to do it safely and ideally without too much issue. But it's not, you don't have to try to figure out how to get around the car you're defending from. So I think it's going to be a lot of work as well for both of them to make it happen successfully, as they go off the racing line, slide back over to it to get into position for these last set of corners. There's a look up the inside. The over under.
Making the pass there. That's a good pass. This is the car that Aspen Martin got out of earlier. So you see them making the pass here. That'll be a pass for P5 in class. So a lot of space still to make up for these teams. About a full minute and a half behind the leader. But as you can say, you made a pass here in this moment.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what the return is. And at the other end of the spear, as we kind of saw them drive away, RPM Racing setting the fastest lap of the session
Crap.
with a 159.4.
I'm pretty positive. So look up it on the board. That's our first, if not first, it's one of our first few sub 2-minute lap times. I guess we saw RPM Black set at 159.8 not too long ago, but yeah, that's the second of the race, and that's a big step from going from, that's 0.7 of a second off of most teams' fastest lap. That tells you what this track is doing with the cooling and the grip and everything else involved.
Certainly, with that cooler temperature, they're able to kind of find more grip, the operating window being a little bit more open for these tires as a result. And only 0.3 off the qualifying time. I think, got to be pretty happy there. There's we might have to, if we get a chance to look back at it at some point, having a gnarly slide as that snap comes back for the leaders. But we're still following on the battle here with the 2 cars for 5th place, Prismatic Motorsports Tecate and Sunday Drivers.
Looking back to the fields, watching a couple more cars come through these S's here, the big winding curves here at Silverstone. So a lot of times, in these multi-class races, we see different cars. Obviously, in this case, we see 2. For the regular season, we'll see 3 different classes, the GT3s, the GT4s, the TCRs, and we'll see all of them race. But if we stop and we compare these cars for a second, if you compare of course, this Ferrari challenge car, brand new, by the way. I think this season's update to iRacing, so a lot of drivers maybe don't have the seat time that you have in the Porsche Cup. But of these 2 cars, obviously the Ferrari's faster. Would you say one is probably, I hate to say the word safer to drive, so I don't want to imply anyone's dangerous, but which one's more comfortable to drive for most drivers, do you think?
I think once people have the seat time, I think the Ferrari will be a little bit more generous in being able to recover from mistakes. I think again, going back to kind of the steering assists and also it being a rear engine car, it's a little more fickle when you do go beyond the limit with the Porsche Cup car than you would with the Ferrari Challenge. But I think it's a pretty similar experience. And you can see in the lap times, there's only 4 seconds separating the fastest driver, or almost 5 seconds now, excuse me. About 5 seconds separating the fastest Porsche Cup driver versus the fastest Ferrari driver. The big difference I think there being between the 2 is a little bit more horsepower in those Ferraris, really getting them down these straights at a little bit of a quicker clip. Overall, though, they've got about the same amount of aero and the same amount of downforce generating from these machines, as they're both machines that you ideally could also take and make into GT3 cars, if you really wanted to, as a team that owns these machineries. But you can use in either instance.
Okay, so here's Prismatic Athena getting around a car here on track and having a good run here. So, and you say 5 seconds of difference in the world of multi-class racing. That's not exactly massive, right? We see much bigger gaps, and of course, maybe in races where there's more than 2 classes. But think about the gaps between, say, the prototypes and the GT3s of IMSA, for example. 5 seconds is just not that much to speak of. Oh, there's maybe our first headlight flash of the broadcast, by the way. I don't think I saw one in the first couple hours. And maybe, here's a hot take. I hate this during the daytime. I know you're trying to say to someone, hey, I want Bayou. And in this case, I believe that's teammates actually from different classes, if I recall right. But boy, flashing headlights in the daytime is about as useless as a feature could be in a race car. I don't have a proper example of how useless I think it is. That's broadcast appropriate, but yeah.
I'm going to disagree with you because I think it's the time to use it. And the reason I say that, is when you're at nighttime in sim racing, you'd see the headlights so much easier behind you of another class. In the daytime, especially if you are either in a battle where there's already a car behind you and then there's another car that shows up in the middle of it and they don't flash, you're like, oh, these are now 2 cars that are also, and you obviously use relatives and other things to triangulate, but if you remove any sort of other stimulus or input, the idea of the headlight flash being like, oh, that's a faster class looking to get by, because I can see that they don't have the yellow headlights like a GT3. They're rocking the more traditional white lights of the Porsche or the prototypes, or like an LMP2. Conversely, I think it's where it's more helpful to remind people that there are other cars on the track, because you can see them a lot easier at night. You know that they're there, because it's the headlights and the rearview mirror. You're like, oh, I can see this spot of the track that I usually don't see myself because I'm on my own.
Yeah, I just wonder what the daytime, right? How many people see those headlights in your? I mean, how many people are watching for headlights behind you? You're maybe I don't know. I feel like it doesn't have the effect that it does. And of course, I know at nighttime it's annoying, and a lot of drivers get upset. We've seen different races, endurance racing, on iRacing, from official races to hosted races, where drivers get upset by the amount of headlight flashing that happens. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting thing. We're now riding on board with Treehouse Racing. These guys were involved in a lap 1 incident, the only lap 1 incident that happened, and race control deemed it to be a racing incident. So nothing came of that. They're back on track, back in P4, having a good run here. But if you're catching up on the race, the bottom ticker, the fast ticker that is exclusive to Green Flag TV, has some hour-by-hour updates. Will help you kind of catch up on the highlights, the race, the things you need to know. So feel free to take a peek down there, not just at the highlights of the race, but maybe some hints to some upcoming broadcasts or news about Green Flag TV. But Finn, I guess that Treehouse car, very, very green is the way I would describe it.
Well, I mean, it's a Treehouse car. I would have to imagine that it would be green as a Treehouse car, unless they are in a tree in the desert that has no leaves.
Oh, I mean, your tree still has like a brown bark and some different colored leaves at times. But I see your point.
The thing I'd like to note here that I think will be interesting to see over the last few laps, up until this most recent lap, generally had been setting a little bit faster lap times than P3. That Prismatic Motorsports Athena that we've kind of been hopping on board with a couple times here over the past hour, that I'm curious to see if that gap will continue to close between over the next hour and a half that remain, a little under hour and a half at this point, and see if that battle for P3 has some life to it for these Ferrari drivers in the closing stages of the race. And that goes back to what we said at the kind of the top of the hour. We're looking at these lap times now for these drivers, and where they can make up this time to work their way back onto the podium, especially when they have this lap 1 racing incident. To come back onto the podium, I think that would be a very rewarding thing for them to experience.
Yeah, very rewarding, right? Because when that lap 1 incident happens, depending upon your team and how people react, it's very demoralizing, right? Either two things happen. I feel like an experience. Either the room gets awfully just kind of awkwardly quiet because people just kind of get bummed out that you got involved in a wreck in lap 1, or the room gets very, very loud because of the frustration. On pit road here real quick, that's WBM Racing. We saw them have the black flag for 40 incident points earlier. I do not believe this is that stop. I believe this is going to be just a regular pit stop. Yeah, this is just a regular pit stop, so have that. But coming back to it, though, I mean, I feel like there's one or two things that happens. Either your room gets quiet when an incident happens on lap 1 and you get wrecked, or the room just gets very animated, very loud, very ruckusy. That's probably not really a word, but we're going to use it. As if people kind of get upset because how could that happen? And and it kind of like well, that's our race, right? That's it right there. We're done. And that's the mentality some drivers have on those incidents.
Absolutely. I think it's
Eddie. Sorry.
You're looking at the paint of Cardin Racing over there, who is currently, I believe, in 3rd in Porsche Cup class. I have to agree. You see usually one of the two. You also have sometimes the elusive, and it leans more to the quiet side they're talking about, but it's not like dead quiet. There's just the talk about it. Or how do we recover from this? Is it savable? Is the car, toast? Or can we, work back the time we're losing here? Is it 2 minutes optional that we can bleed off over the next, however long after this minute of required to reattach a suspension arm that got damaged? So I think you get one or the other, and I think both have their own merits. I think the kind of more quiet, calm, collected one, I think ends up producing that, like, we're not desperately worried about it or anxious about where that outcome is. We're more excited about getting back into the race as we see the RPM Racing Black go around the leaders, those cube controls of Porsche Cup class, down the backstretch.
Yeah, of course, our producer Howie Burrows putting up the question: do we think a 158 is possible? And we're down to a 159.396. We're talking shaving another 4 tenths.
Yeah.
off a second. Of course, now you're right. I'm sorry, I missed that one. You're right. 159.089 for RPM Racing Blacks. Now we're talking less than a tenth of a second before we get to that 158. Finn, do you think the 158s are doable? And if you were a teammate of 158, or excuse me, if you're a teammate of RPM Black, are you excited about them getting 158? Or are you like, hey man, like, you know, who cares?
I think for the drivers of the RPM Racing Black FTR, I think getting that 158 would be super cool, because that means that you can make up the remaining, 50 seconds if they're still setting 159.5s or 159.6s. You have that opportunity there. But I think realistically, if we see one, it'll be at the end of a stint just before they go in for their final box here in about 20 to 30 minutes time, to close out the last hour. If we see one, I don't think it's going to be many that we'll see. I think it'll be out of our two front runners at best.
You're right. Lighter cars, less fuel equals typically faster cars. So that may be when we see that moment happen, or maybe if they do find a bit of a draft, maybe that'll help a little bit in getting that 158 mark. But sometimes, and again, you and I approach it differently. I approach it more from that management side. I'm like, hey guys, who cares if you're going to 158? Like, don't push, right? Mm-hmm. We see what pushing gets us, and that's just the different headspace we have of keep the car on the track, because we once had the car into another car right there, and this will not be the 158 lap. If they have to make that kind of checkup, this is not even going to be in the realm of contention for that lap. But boy, that's maybe the closest contact we've seen all hour.
That, I think, was probably one of the closest we've seen. I wonder if there was just a lapse of judgment or just expecting the car to be further behind than it was going on to that. Both are on the limits of grip there, so it's not outside of losing control of the car, it's pretty hard to get it back into the realm of the working range without crashing in the process.
So, of course, here we are racing at Silverstone Circuit, one of the most historic tracks, the British Grand Prix in F1. It's been there for a long time. The British MotoGP race happens here. Of course, this track, I'll say, plays a big part in the Brad Pitt F1 movie. It's sort of in the first part of this movie happens at this track, and I believe Brad has said since then, I think he lived at or near the track for a month for the production and filming of the opening of the movie. So this track known very well. First race in 1948, I believe, was the first British Grand Prix. But Finn, the thing I didn't know until researching last night, the first unofficial track race happened here in 1947. During that race, someone hit a sheep.
Oh no, not the sheep. What happened?
Sheep. Both I guess the sheep got in the way, and maybe not the sports car brakes we have today. So both the sheep and the car retired after that incident, unfortunately. But here is a change in lead to a Porsche Cup pit stop, easy for me to say. But yeah, so for a while they called one of the turns here the Mutton Straight, down there where the sheep retired, so to speak. So after that, though, they kind of started to get more structured with the racetrack. And of course, hey, stop me if you've heard this before. Silverstone is an old retired airfield.
Oh wow! Yet another airfield track.
Right. Yeah.
We don't see many of those in the sports racing world in general. No. There's definitely not a whole host of them on both sides of the pond over in the UK as well as the US, where definitely not big important races happen on them at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of those. Yes. Of course, Sebring on the American side. I think the most maybe infamous North American airfield track that comes to mind. I don't know if you have another one, but Sebring I think is the most common North American one.
Yeah. Just remember, there's used to be more. I think a lot of them have retired over the past few decades.
I guess you could argue St. Pete on the IndyCar schedule.
Yep.
Maybe St. Petersburg comes to mind. So there's a few of them across here. And of course, for a while, the British Grand Prix was not always at Silverstone. It actually rotated tracks for a while. And I believe back in, after a few years, they got tired of rotating and put it back at Silverstone where it exists. Of course, that race happens tomorrow in F1. So people will be able to watch it and tune into that. But Yeah, this track, very infamous, modeled across many simulators or video games or whatever word you want to use to describe it. A track that everyone should be very, 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 very familiar with.
You think that, but I think it's one of the tracks I didn't drive a whole lot until I got to iRacing.
Wow.
But I also drove mostly rally racing games, so I don't think I'm maybe the best. You know, I'm not the most casual use case of sim racing games.
I was thinking, I'm positive without looking. I know both Forza Motorsport and Gran Turismo have featured Silverstone in their track lineups. By the way, a sad note of sorts for the video game nerds out there. Due to some changes, there is no more Forza Motorsport.
It has been dead. It has been killed.
It has, yeah. Forza Horizon will continue to exist. It sounds like, but it sounds like at least for the moment that Forza Motorsport has, I guess, retired to keep up with that terminology. But yeah, so I mean that's been the rumor out there that it has been retired. It's unfortunate. I think over time, obviously, Forza still continues to deliver, as does Gran Turismo. I think maybe in fact, I think the past 2 versions had come to PC as well. But yeah, rumor has it that Forza Motorsport has drove into the pits for the last time.
I'm both shocked, but also not surprised, given the way that game was received. But I think it's also their focus and I think their strengths lie way more in their Forza Horizon series than their Motorsport series.
I mean, the Motorsport series for some people was, of course, way more accessible at a time when iRacing wasn't. So as you see, our producer Howie Burrows kind of jab it in the comments and the info at the top of the screen. But Forza was accessible at a time when iRacing wasn't. Of course, it came out before iRacing did. It also, maybe the price points, the entry cost is what I'm looking for. Was more accessible and of course just more widely known about, maybe more publicized. But unfortunately, yeah. So Silverstone's existed in Forza, Gran Turismo, of course the F1 games. I think that's obvious to say without saying it. So yeah. So again, a track that's well known by most racing fans.
It is certainly one, though, anybody who is, as we're taking a quick onboard here, getting back to some cool racing action, I think another unfortunate spin here for the Sunday drivers. Hips in that curb and then just loses that rear end, gets spun around, parks it, pulls it around, and then hangs out on the inside curbing here to keep himself off the racing line. We're going to take a look from the onboard here as he goes over this first curb and just lands that car. Too much rotation in the wheel on that when it lands back down off the sausage curb, and it just sends it on him. Gets it back going the right direction. He almost loses it a second time. Keeps it on the grass here as the leaders go by him on the outside, and then rejoins the track safely.
So let's do a little bit of positive and negative of that situation. The negatives, of course, hitting the curbs. No surprise when you hit that first curb that you're going to loop that car around. There's just the weight balance, the air time, everything is going to loop that car around. The positive is what you said at the end, though, for me, is that a great moment of patience there for the Sunday Drivers team, that you're willing to sit there, let people pass, watch your relatives, listen to your teammates, whatever you got to do, because those are the kind of moments that get really, really, really scary. Because, again, if you make that move at the wrong time, if you pull out too soon, if you start moving too soon, you could cause a much bigger wreck. So this is going to be for WBM Racing here. Let's watch this one real quick as well. This is the off track right there. And I think this is going to be their second black flag for incident points to defend. The way it works in this track is 40 incident points. And then for your first drive-through, and then every 15 points thereafter for additional black flags for drive-throughs. So not a whole lot of leeway once that first one happens.
No, and I think it's a correct amount of stringency beyond the first one. With, I think, unfortunately, Silverstone has a couple of those corners that are very much like, Circuit America's, Red Bull Ring, a bunch of other more stringent tracks where you're really looking to keep the car have two tires in the white lines at all times, regardless of what corner you're on, because even putting your, the tires that would be on the inside into that kind of runoff curbing or black and white stripes that you see on the outside of these corners here at Silverstone still results in an off track, even if you're not technically over half the car width onto the curbing or AstroTurf.
So yeah, and of course this track is not one of the tracks I don't believe in iRacing. iRacing's made a move in the past week to include what we call 4-tire off tracks. There's a couple spots here apparently on the corner exit where instead it used to be basically you drew an X on the bottom of your car, like from tire to tire. Basically, you just kind of drew an X, and if you cross more than half that X off the track, it used to be called an off track, right? That's what we've known it to be. For a long time. iRacing is trying to make a move in certain corners to make it where you have to get 4 tires off, trying to be maybe more generous to the drivers. Because one thing that's very difficult, I think, when you try and teach people road racing who either don't know it or maybe coming from the oval side, is how okay it is to abuse the curbs sometimes, right? How that's not normal either in your everyday driving, especially not normal in oval driving, that we're taught to abuse the curbs. And so it's like, hey, if I'm supposed to abuse the curbs in road racing, why am I getting an off track for it?
Yeah, I think it's another one that it's also, you see how much they take that curbing in real life as well. And then you go, well, if I do that, I get an off track because of the way, the way iRacing is and the difference there. So I have to agree that it's like, oh, I'm getting punished for doing the thing that it's what looks like it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to naturally flow. So you have to, rein it in a little bit to keep it out of the off-track area. So I think the inclusion of more of those and kind of at least bringing more tracks in line with their real life, lines here, like where those real life off tracks are, I think is a great step forward, especially in certain tracks like a couple of corners here at Silverstone. Circuit of the Americas is always one that I reference as kind of like the big one. So.
Yeah, that's a big one. So, of course, a lot of tracks in iRacing, I think we're starting to maybe, I don't even dare say hit the limit of tracks we could add to iRacing, but as we get a lot of the popular tracks in iRacing's now got a movement of updating the art and the layouts of a lot of tracks. So you'll see that happen from time to time where it feels like every update, there's tracks that just get new artwork and maybe refreshes, and that's going to happen. So Silverstone got one a couple years ago, I feel like. So
I believe so.
Yeah, so the pretty recent artwork look at Silverstone. Of course, it changes every year with maybe sponsors or names or what have you. But yeah, we'll do that. Well, listen, let's do this. As we get closer to the top of the hour, we talked earlier about Prismatic Motorsports. So I want to take a moment here and talk with Georgie McKay from Prismatic Motorsports. Georgie, welcome into the Green Flag TV broadcast booth. We were talking about your teams earlier and kind of the purpose of your team, but take a second first off and tell us from your point of view, what is Prismatic Motorsports? Do I have Georgie? Maybe Georgie might. We'll see if we can get Georgie in a second here. And we'll see if we can get maybe a push to talk or a button set and get Georgie talking. But we're right now looking at the Prismatic Athena car on track here. And of course, this car is running a pretty solid race and having a good run here, Finn. And something
they certainly are.
Look at, I love this car because, I mean, despite it shows the purpose of the car with the colors. We talked about, the trans and the non-binary colors, but very simple paint scheme for this car that really gets the point across.
It is. It's such a nice one.
Here now.
I think you are, Georgie.
There we go,
Georgie.
Hey,
let's go.
Georgie,
I didn't have a push to talk set, and this channel requires me to have a push to talk set, so I was frantically setting a key binding. That's
okay. Yeah, we do it so we don't pull you in. You're not mid comment. Maybe you don't want maybe you don't want broadcast, but welcome in regardless. So let me start over. We were talking about your cars earlier. Of course, we're watching Athena on track or on the broadcast currently, but in your own words, describe Prismatic Motorsports to someone who doesn't know about you.
Well, Prismatic is, we like to say, the marquee transgender, non-binary sim racing organization. We have existed since 2022, I want to say. I was a founding member, but I was pretty early to the community. I'm a director of Prismatic Motorsports. We're actually a listed business in the UK. When I say listed, I don't mean like listed on a stock exchange. I mean we're a private,
like a corporation.
Business. A corporation, yeah. I'm the business development director. One of our other drivers in this race, Roxy, is our technical director, and our team principal, Jess, is actually at Silverstone today, representing us and Racing Pride at the qualifying day for the Silverstone Grand Prix. Over the years, we've put together some of the best transgender and non-binary talent in sim racing. Looking at you, Olivia Hayward, who's probably listening to this broadcast right now, one of our British F4 drivers, and Saoirse Fitzpatrick, another one of our British F4 drivers, but also the champion of Screen to Speed Las Vegas. We've been around for a while, and we're just quietly doing our thing to carve out a little bit of inclusivity, a little bit of diversity in what's usually thought of as a pretty cis-normative space. You know, racing, it's a bit of a boys' club sometimes, but we're kind of here to try and dispel that.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier this week, one of your other members, Scout Lawrence, appeared on the Gay Racing podcast and had to talk about Prismatic there. So let me ask you this, playing a weird question to kind of, I'm sure you get this a lot, and it's really, I promise, coming from a devil's advocate point of view, is that I promise I don't feel this way, but I'm sure a criticism you get a lot is, why, right? Why make it a point? Why exist? Why make it the identity of your team? And so when someone asks that question, what do you say in response to that?
Well, why make anything the identity of your team? To be fair, and by that same token, there are teams all over sports that have very specific recruitment guidelines. I'm thinking of one team specifically in Spain that only takes from Basque players or from the Basque region. That's a thing, But,
right.
but in a more specific sense, it's because there was a call for it. We started as a community because there was so many transgender and non-binary people that felt like there wasn't a space for them in esports and in motorsport more broadly. So when we came together, we created a space, and a team evolved out of that. It developed relatively organically in that sense. It wasn't necessarily that this is going to be a team built from the ground up for esports, for only transgender, non-binary people. It just grew from a space for people of those identities to share together, to partake in fandom of motorsport, to find races together, to find community, and the team developed out of that. So, in the development of the team, it's became our identity by being our identity, if that makes sense. It's not necessarily a case of we're doing this because we want to lock other people out of it. It's a case of we're doing this because this is always who we've been, and this is who we are.
Right, and of course it creates that safe space and a bit of comfort for those involved. I'm sure it does. So, been watching both of your cars go around on track, of course, up in the Ferrari class. You guys are running in a podium in P3. Today in the P Cup, you're running P5. Right now, what's the outlook for the rest of the day? Is it just kind of ride and see if something happens? Is there something maybe planned? Is there, what's the outlook for the rest of the day?
Yeah, mostly we're really happy with our position so far. We started in P7 in P Cup and P6 in Ferrari. So both of the teams have gone forward, mostly to be said, especially in the Ferrari class, due to attrition. But by the same time, we are keeping the car on the track, so that means we deserve the positions we've gained. In the P Cup class, as I say that, Roxy spins. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry, Roxy, if I cursed you there. But The pickup car made a pretty good pass on track not too long ago, so that was pretty good to see. And actually, both of the drivers, I believe even 3 of our 4 drivers are debuting in terms of FTR. Aspen is debuting with the team broadly constructed. This is her first race on the main roster, and she's doing a fantastic job in the pickup. But yeah, we're just trying to pick up what we can. Very happy with how both of the teams are doing so far. So we're just looking to see what more can be gained. Hopefully, trying to consolidate what we have.
So if someone is out there and thinks, hey, that's the team for me, I want to be part of that safe space, I want to be part of that culture, that sounds fun, that sounds interesting, or they just want to know more about you as a team, is there a website, a Discord, a social media account? Where could you point people to?
All of the above. We've got our website, prismaticmotorsports.com. We've got our social medias, which are generally at Prismatic Motorsports or at Pris Motorsports on Instagram, Blue Sky mainly. We do have a Twitter, formerly known as X. We don't really use it. A Twitter, formerly known as X. An X, formerly known as Twitter.
I just let that go. I was like, that's fine, but yeah.
I will never let it go. We do have one of those as well. We very seldom use it nowadays, though we've sort of stepped away from it. It is still there, so if you do need to get in contact with us and that's what you use, you can still get into contact with us there. We just don't really post there anymore. But generally, for our Discord, that's where the main contingent of our community is. That's where pretty much everything is done through, and we have pretty much only 2 criterions for that. For entry to that, you have to be over 18 or over, and trans or non-binary. If you are that and you want to join the community, get into contact with us. Like I say, you can email us by virtue of the emails that are on the website, or you can get into contact with us by DMing one of our social medias.
All right, well, Georgie, listen, it's been a pleasure talking with you. Thanks for your time today here on this Saturday afternoon, and good luck to your cars and the rest of the race.
Thanks a lot, Derrick. Thanks, guys.
You're very welcome. That's Georgie McKay, one of the managing partners of Prismatic Motorsports. And Finn, I would say it's one of the cool features of iRacing that we get to take, our cars, our liveries, our wraps, our paints, I guess depending upon the style of racing you're doing, and we get to do something with them, right? In a lot of sports or esports, they don't get that opportunity, whether it be like an esports, NBA 2K player or a Rocket League player or, a CSGO or Overwatch. You don't get those same opportunities, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely not in the same way you get in iRacing. There's usually similarities, but it's not in the same way that you can be as expressive and as, here is my team's unique car, in George's case, in their car, here are the 3 major colors that represent, a flag from the LGBTQ community. And that's what we want as our, that's what we present to the world in these events. Whereas with some of those other ones like Rocket League or, NBA or literally any other ones. Oh, late on the braking there for Roxy. Keeps that car going in the right direction, however. In either option, there's some stuff that's unique, but it's not as unique or as individualized as you can get on iRacing, and the communities the subcultures in the iRacing community as well that can develop as a result are fantastic. As we watch Prismatic Athena try to get around Prismatic Motorsports Hecate for the second time now.
Well, we are past that mark. We're just down to less than an hour to go. Pit stops have been occurring. Lots of stuff. Position changes have happened. Here, by the way, is a replay. This is Sunday drivers. This is going to be a retirement after this black flag, which I believe is going to be for incident points. Watching him down the straight here, Finn. Is it just going to be a late breaking point? No, it looks pretty good.
It is an off track at the end of this corner. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, right there is.
And then he, gets the instant dive, pulls it in, gets it down to the speed limit.
Oh, never mind.
No. And then I believe just pulls it in and parks it and calls it a day. So
that's so hard to see. Like, I understand the black flags, incident points are tough, and maybe you feel like there's nothing to gain. But at a track with, 2-minute lap times, I don't know. Again, you and I approach races different. I said it before. We approach them different mindsets. As a driver, I get why it's defeating to say, hey, man, we're already laps down, and now I have a black flag to go serve that it's a drive-through. But on the other side, I'm like, hey, 2-minute lap times, there's still 30 laps to go. Like, who knows what spots we gain, and what have you. But it's just different. It's hard to make those decisions.
It is certainly hard to make those decisions. It's also, I think, the kind of weight of, especially the second drive-through penalty for incidents is kind of always the rougher one. First one is like, oh, it's happened, but we can work through it. The second one, that will happen sooner as a result of it happening, and you have to go through a second time. You're like, all right, well, this hasn't gotten better since the first one. And I see both sides. I'm always a person that leans on the let's finish the race regardless of where we finish. It has been kind of my hallmark thing I love trying to do pretty much since I didn't finish the first Spa 24 when I first started iRacing, and it became kind of a part of the thing that I really enjoyed about it. So it's for me to not finish a race is always a hard thing to watch, as we see the leader RPM Racing trying to get around their teammate in P2, who did come into pit lane for their final pit stop and is lunging it up the inside here for the position.
Yeah, it's, of course, RPM on RPM is what we're seeing right here. And of course, this is just getting a lap back for, well, this is the difference of a lap, I should say, between RPM Racing and RPM Racing Black. So that's what we're looking at here with this number one car, RPM Racing. They're just going on by, and RPM Black there. And of course, Prismatic is, by the way, on pit road. That's the third car in the Ferrari class. So you'll see that on your screen. Go ahead.
Oh, something to keep in mind here, speaking of them in the Athena there coming down to pit lane, is where they'll come out relative to Treehouse Racing. With that spin they had while Treehouse had come in for a pit stop a good number of laps ago. I'm wondering if they will still have either a gap, a bigger gap or a smaller gap relative to those drivers in P4 behind them when they come out of the pit lane. So we might have an on-track battle here heating up here in a little while, depending on how long Roxy there in that 28 Ferrari spends in pit lane, as the leaders also dive in to do their final pit stop.
So, as that safety car feels less and less likely as the time ticks down, this likely, unless something unfortunate happens for any team, will be your final pit stop. So you need to do everything correct. You have to hit the barks correctly. Don't speed. Don't anything, as we're shaking the car. I guess just to, I don't know.
For the fun of it, I guess.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a reason. I don't have one.
Right behind them as well is the Treehouse Racing. That on-track battle I was just talking about is at least not happening right this moment, as Treehouse comes in as well to get a splash and dash by the looks of it. Only 12 seconds in that pit box for the Treehouse Racing drivers before they go back out, I think, to finish out the race. They just need to top up on fuel. No change in the tires for them. I think, again, was curious if there's going to be a battle there. My guess is because of that final pit stop, there is not for P3.
Yeah, probably not. So this is RPM Racing down pit road. So they'll be their stop. Here's Prismatic. Here's RPM Black. They're going to unlap themselves this time by. So again, as they go by, it's not as dramatic as it could be. They'll have to go around again to try and take a pass for lead here. But you see, end up on the lead lap. And in case that safety car does happen, you feel like you have a shot at this. You feel like you have a shot at winning because you're on the same lap as someone. But so of course, you take a look at the trap map in the bottom of your screen. You see the red dots and the white dots representing the different classes of cars. You can see the track, for the most part, fairly empty, Finn. A lot of open track ahead of you. Maybe it's something we're not used to in endurance racing. Maybe it's the fact we've seen a lot of attrition in the first hour. We've seen, of course, the 20 cars versus the regular series of 40 cars we'll see in a few weeks here on Green Flag TV. But I don't know. I guess I say that, but here we are, last hour of an endurance race. Maybe it is common to see this much track space ahead of you.
it really depends on the track. It depends on the track, depends on how much attrition you see. Like we see with this one, about almost half the field being retiring for one reason or another, I think leads to that amount of space. The size of the track as well. Silverstone, not exactly a small track. So getting, having 11 cars floating around it versus 11 cars floating around, say, Mid-Ohio would look very different. As the prismatic Athena allows the RPM black around to keep it going the right direction for both of them. So
So, watching here with RPM black and watching them come around here, we'll see where they cycle out to the field. Well, let's do this. When we cross the line here, what we're going to do is we're going to ask our producer, Howie Burrows, to take us on board the car. Doesn't matter which car when we get to the line. And I think Finn's going to do something a little different. Finn, the driver who's turned the most laps, is going to take us through a lap at Silverstone, walk us through the corner names, and we're going to get a turn-by-turn guide with Finn Acinni here in just a moment. We'll wait for that moment to happen. We'll do the Porsche Cup car number 2, the World of Racing. This is the car we're going to ride on board with here, Finn. So this silver and black car, we're going to call you the virtual driver. We're going to put you on the spot here, and we'll see how good your corner name is.
It's a good thing I pulled a track map just to cross-reference.
Oh, what a cheater. What an absolute cheater.
At least I'm being honest with it. Coming around the last couple corners, just past Vale, Club Corner, rounding out the lap on the Hamilton Straight, as they call it now, to start off a lap. It's a fast right-hander followed by a fast left-hander. A little bit of brake in these Porsche cars and Formula cars. You see no brake in the first couple corners here. Abbey and Farm counting off the first two into a hard braking zone for Village, the third corner, before you wrap around what is known as the loop. It's where it goes on to the second half. They have smaller circuits where these connecting circuits would, you would keep going straight there instead of taking this nice, almost hairpin corner at the loop. It's flat out from here through Aintree into the Wellington Straight, one of the kind of 3 main straights on this circuit as a whole, into Brookslands, back hard under the brakes as you go around a very technical sector. We've seen cars spin here in the past hour, and as they go through Brooklands into Lewfield and the Woodcote before going to Cope's Corner, another bit of a straight, not a named straight, at least I don't have a mine. I'm sure it has a name somewhere. Back through the gears for this Porsche Cup car. A great track. I feel like one of the things I've come to love, I'm not a huge fan of these airfield tracks, but one thing I've really loved is how much it really relies on your ability to manage specifically, corners that have not a lot of camber, and how that affects different cars with different amounts of downforce. Through maggots, into beggets, a good section of S's, really getting to work through the gears, these high-speed corners going into more lower-speed corners. You see them working their way through the gears, a little bit of throttle here and there, a lot of time kind of resting and coasting. On to Chapel, and then down the Hangar Straight, obviously called that way because it used to have a bunch of hangars running down it. It's where all the planes would come off and then go into hangars. Into Stowe, back into the brakes, a little bit of a lighter brake. You can sign it almost medium brake. And we're coming down to Vale, that place where we started out the lap, and we will come to finish out the lap here with the number 2 World of Racing X-Mantha Tan Racing, still in P number 2 in class, about 30 seconds behind the leaders here as we round out a lap with these drivers. The only difference you would see here if we had gone with a Ferrari car over a Porsche Cup car is going to be the speeds they reached and how much lifting and coasting they did. It'd be a little bit different. So, Derrick, hopefully it was a long enough time for you as we got through this lap here. Thoughts?
That was a great ride along. That was a very cool ride to go with the virtual driver there and get all the corner names. And of course, that I always tell my friends is the biggest difference between American road courses and non-American road courses. There's corner names, right? I mean, we have a couple American road courses. Of course, Daytona has a couple. Sebring has a couple. But for the most part, American road courses are just numbers, right? And then you come out here to something like Silverstone. Maybe there's an argument here.
I'm going to say it really depends. But a lot of them have named corners. Maybe not to the extent that we see over in the UK or, like, say, at Spa-Francorchamps, where everyone has that history. But Mid-Ohio, like half the corners have names. Sure, it only has 13 corners, but 6 of them are named.
But you go somewhere like, say like Road America, that I recall doesn't have too, or the names we have are pretty obvious, like the S's. Right? Like we don't have, corners that have a story to them, right? Like you have corners and straights and other tracks that have history because maybe a certain driver wrecked there, or a certain driver won a race there, or something cool happened there. It just feels like a lot of times in American road courses we really do rely on the numbers more.
I would say that's very true, but at the same time I'm looking at these I've pulled up a bunch of like the ones like Road America, Watkins Glen, Mid Ohio, because I wanted to prove my point. But I'm like, oh man, a lot of them have names. They're weird names, but they're names. Like Road America has the Carousel, the Downs, Kettle Bottoms, the Bend, Thunder Valley, which is a pretty common one through a lot of American tracks because they run through valleys. Shocking. And not all of them are named. I would say it's far less still, to your point, than every single corner having a name like we see here with Silverstone. Spa-Francorchamps is another great example of let's name every single corner. Yeah, well, Le Mans is the quintessential. But I would say not all of them. We don't rely on numbers, I would say, as much as it appears at first.
Well, I'll say this. Be glad the FTR Trophy AI Series does not go to Nürburgring, so I can't put your corner name knowledge to work at the 120-some corners.
Hey, I'd be more than happy to run you through a lap of the Nürburgring. I was just there a couple weeks ago. Running through that for the Nürburgring 24.
There you go. Well, riding on board here with Renazo Castro. Renazo has been one of the active members of the YouTube chat throughout the day. Remember, Renazo's first step back in hour 2. Very first thing he did, Finn, forgot the pit limiter and got a speeding penalty. Like third second into the car, speeding, black flag. So hoping for a better stint this time to wrap up this car for the 297 of Renazo and hoping to have a good run here. So, by the way, if you've been a part of the YouTube chat today, thank you. We've seen all your comments. We try to interact and engage with you guys, but we do appreciate the activity. Boy, look at those bright green wheels. Doesn't that fit that paint scheme so well?
I would have to agree. I feel like if you have a Monster and Hoonigan liveried Ferrari and you don't have a bright colored wheel, either Monster if you're going for it, and that kind of theming, and you don't have bright wheels on a Hoonigan car, I feel like you're missing out. There's a missed opportunity there otherwise.
100%. Well, if you're here live on Green Flag TV, live with us, keep tuned in all weekend tonight. Myself, George Kirafidas, in the booth with Howie Burrow back, and just a couple hours pushing the buttons with the SRA NAS Classic Series. We're taking the ARCA cars up through the northern New York state of Watkins Glen. Speaking of that track earlier with all the corner name conversation. Tomorrow, myself and Finn will be back with Dustin Alves behind the booth. We're going to be covering a charity race for Mission 22, 100 laps with the ARCA cars at Talladega. So lots of racing action. Nolan Rempel back on Monday with the High Tide Racing League with Austin Edstrom. Those guys open the broadcast. So, Finn, when everything is on and there's no breaks, which we're getting almost to the end of any mid-season breaks, Green Flag TV is live 7 nights a week, sometimes multiple times a night. I think Nolan's count that I heard was we're going to be a positive more than 40 broadcasts in the month of July here on Green Flag TV.
I feel like we don't have enough work to do. I feel like we could add some more to that number.
Don't tell Nolan. Nolan's going to strangle both of us when he hears that comment.
Sounds like...
Nolan's out of work right now, and the hair somewhere like the Scooby sense of Nolan Rempel just went off.
Yeah, he's probably still tuned in. Yeah, we'll hear something from him here in a moment. But I feel like on a very real note, it is going to be a fantastic set of broadcasts here to check out every night of the week, depending on what you're into. Speaking of that charity race tomorrow, it'll be your turn to tell me all about this track and what we're doing there, instead of me telling you all about it, which I'm excited to see.
More simple. Well, maybe not simple.
Yeah, maybe.
A few less corners might be the way I'll
That's very fair. But I think it'll be fantastic stuff throughout the entire month of July and August coming up here once we get off of these mid-season breaks with all the action pretty much every day,
Yep. And if you are excited by the idea of endurance racing, the FTR Trophy.ai series kicks off in August. Remember, GT3s, GT4s, and TCRs. The first race, a 6-hour race at the Bend, one of the newest racetracks on the iRacing service. So feel free to check out FTR and get more information, because I believe their sign-up's still open. We're already plus 40 cars across the 3 classes. So I think it's going to be an exciting series. Racing once a month, either 6 or 4-hour races, going all the way through the month of December.
Good endurance racing happening. I can never get enough of it, both as a driver and as a commentator. So I think it's going to be some great stuff. Using the Bend. Bend is such a great track for GT racing. So I think with the type of cars they've got coming, GT3s, GT4s, and TCRs, I think it's a great space for all of them and plenty wide enough. The Bend is, I think, one of the things that people kind of undervalue for it, much like Silverstone here. Wide circuit, plenty of room throughout most of it to make passes, to give plenty of space for cars of faster classes to go past you, and vice versa to get around. And I think it'd be a great way to start out the season. FTR trophy, I think it's trophy.ai. There's an I at the end of that trophy for their season 7.
So it looks like the schedule: August the 16th at the Bend, September 13th Magny-Cours. So Magny-Cours is the first of a few 4-hour races. Magny-Cours, Branch Hatch in October, Montreal in November, Sebring at the end of November. Those are 4-hour races. Then we finish it back off with a 6-hour race on December the 6th at Barber. So that's the schedule we're looking at for this season at FTR. We're glad they're here with us live on Green Flag TV all season long. I think the 4 of us who called the race today are most of your broadcast team all season long. We'll be breaking apart the 4 and 6-hour races. But you're right, in the Bend, one of the newer tracks, one of the longer tracks available in iRacing. Then we go to Magny-Cours, Branch Hatch, Montreal, Sebring, of course, Classic. We talked about that and all the corner names and the airfield. And then, of course, we finish off at Barber. The Barber track, that might be, to me, the biggest wild card in the schedule. Because I feel that track, for the purpose of multi-class, Finn, the Barber track might be the most treacherous, in my opinion.
I would have to agree with you. I think it is definitely going to be the most interesting. In terms of multi-class and managing traffic for those faster classes is going to be, I think, crucial to getting a good result there for Barber. A lot of the other ones we talked about, Talon Bend, Magny-Cours, Brands Hatch, Montreal, pretty much the entire series up until that point are pretty wide tracks. You know, they have plenty of space for 2 cars to pretty much, drive without too much issue. A couple of the early spots in Sebring, Montreal's, I think S's might be the only spot I would really consider a concern on that Circle Giles Villeneuve. Brands Hatch, quintessential multi-class GT racing track. I could not think of a better place to go there. But 6 hours at Barber is going to be an interesting finale for the season.
Yeah, a track maybe we typically more commonly see on IndyCar schedules, so we'll wait and see what happened. That's the track with the papier-mâché doll, right?
Yes.
Last year?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I know it has a name.
And the spider.
Yeah. Wait, and a spider?
Yeah. So it has
the spider up on the grass. Yes. The spider up on the, sorry, okay. I'm thinking of the paper. What was, I know that doll has a name that fell last year, and I don't want to say it. I know we talked about Prismatic Athena so much that for some reason Athena is what's in my head, and I know that's nowhere near
Georgina.
Name? Georgina
is the name of the mannequin that fell during the 2024 Grand Prix, Children of Alabama Grand Prix, to be specific, for IndyCar.
Yeah, that doll lost an arm that day, I'm pretty sure.
I believe so.
IndyCar, yeah. So I'm excited for that finale, excited for the whole season here, excited for what's upcoming. But now it's time to get excited because we're about 35 minutes to go. So let's go and recap your top 3 of each class. Right now we're looking at Prismatic Athena. This is being driven by Roxy here. This is in 3rd place. This is in your Ferrari 296 Challenge class. Moving up to P2, you can find RPM Racing Black FTR. That's RPM Racing in 1st. And then RPM Racing Black FTR is in P2. That's your top 3 currently as they stand in your Ferrari class. That's the faster of the 2 classes, as Finn hinted earlier. If we move over to your P Cup class, sitting right here in P1, this is Cube Control. They started on pole. They very briefly lost the lead in the first hour and gained it back, but they have basically led most of this race. Then we got the World of Racing. This team is up 7 spots to be up in P2. This is the team that climbed up from P9 at the start of this race. And then third is Cardan Racing. This is the team that briefly took the lead at the start of the race. They briefly were up there, led for maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then came back down where they are. And there it is. You got, well, I guess, Finn, you talked about it. Our producer, Howie Bros, posed the question. And for our leader, for RPM Racing, a 158.9 with about a half hour to go.
That is not incredibly surprising. I believe, like we've talked about earlier, and it seems to be kind of the hallmark of these closing stages, that track temperature still decreasing, giving them, I think, a little bit more grip in that window, down to 73 degrees Fahrenheit. I believe that's 24, 23 degrees Celsius for those who haven't landed on the moon. And it'll be, I think, interesting to see if that's consistent for him or if he's going to keep it more on the 159s. But both him, the RPM Racing as well as RPM Racing Black, are both running in that 159 window.
Yeah, so I do want to step back here and say I've got it wrong. If we are correct, you and how you're correct, it's trophy.ai. So we'll get that correct moving forward. But yeah, trophy.ai series is what the FTR is running for the endurance from August through December. So have that here. But again, a great run. And we'll come back and finish your point. A 158, as you said, the track has continued to cool off. The fuel loads are lighter. And I guess, hey, if you're the car up in RPM Black, you think you have all the time in the world now, right? Let's watch this replay real quick here. This will be from Twin Nations. This is Renazo Castro. Let's see what's going to happen to Renazo here. Just loops it around, maybe a little late on the brakes, I would suspect, and backs it up on track. Oh, this is I know there's no one behind him, Finn, but that just makes me nervous watching.
I think he just spun back around, and it is a little nerve-wracking. We're right on board here. I think just too much rotation is what did it in, and then backing up on track. And then pulling it around, getting too hard on the gas now, getting it back around, and now pulls it into the grass to get it back out of the way. That's the P4 of Porsche Cup getting around him as he gets that car going back the right direction. Now those tires are cooked, so it's going to be a little bit of time there for him to get that car back underneath his feet in a way where he can keep pushing forward.
Well, boy, I tell you, if you've... hello. This Cardan Racing gives us a little bit of a bump there. I think they weren't expecting the breaking point to happen with that car in front of them as it did. And watch it again from a different angle here. You're getting surprised by the breaking point a little bit, I think. Coming through the corner. Oh, that's almost a full stop. It feels like but a car in front of them.
I think it was just how much. I don't think it was maybe not the initial braking. It was how much that brake happened. I don't think he was anticipating. And I think that's left a little bit of damage on the front end of that car. Because I saw it when I was flipping through cars earlier that front end looked a little bit crunched. As we're taking a look at the livery here of the Cardan Racing in P3.
Well, we're watching this car here. This is Cardan Racing. This is P3 and the P Cup. Now I want to set, you can see some of the damage on the front of the car, but I want to start to set the stage here, Finn, and kind of build this moment so it's not a surprise later. With 31 minutes to go, the belief amongst probably myself and also some of our spectators who are watching and helping along in the background, we believe where we sit with P Cup. So Yashal is in the world of racing. We're 99. So I'm 99% sure he's good on gas. He pitted on lap 85. That should take him to the end pretty comfortably. Cube Controls, 33-second lead. I do not see a way that this P1 car makes it on gas. So this is going to get really close here. We're not convinced the second place car is good on gas, but I'm pretty convinced that the number one car with Matt Strand is not good on gas.
I would say, based on what I saw, it's going to be a splash at least for this Cube Controls car, maybe a splash as well for the World of Racing, because the World of Racing took tires on their last stop as well as fuel. They were in the box for 49 seconds compared to the 36 of Matt Strand in that Cube Controls Rempel course number 185. So I would say I'm curious to see whether or not there's tires taken for either of them in this final stop if needed. I think both are looking pretty okay in terms of how this car seems to be underneath them but I definitely believe a bit of fuel, I would say, is needed for the number 1 car to get to the end, and a little bit less or none to get the number 2 World of Racing to the end.
And the challenge for that number 1 car coming back out on the track after a small splash in fuel is how the car is going to behave, right? It's going to be a car on older tires. You're going to come off pit road, and the habit you form, the mentality you have, the patterns you form is to go off a pit road and just kind of lay into it. But boy, when you have a splash of fuel in that car, the weight balance will be off. It's just not going to feel quote unquote normal in that car, right? It's going to feel very different. You're going to remind yourself, hey, I'm off a pit road, but I've got a little bit of gas here. The weight's different, the balance is different. If the way the car behaves in the corner is going to be different. So it'll be very different to see what happens. But we think, again, we're pretty sure that this car right here, I'm pretty sure is good on gas, but I'm pretty positive the carb front is not.
To agree. And then the other thing to consider, and that's why I think we won't see tires being taken at all if either of them, or more when, I believe, for the cube controls, they have to come in for that splash and dash. Tires and fuel are not done at the same time. And so if they take tires, that's adding time on. And we saw that done for the P2 World of Racing that we're riding along with here, is they took tires last time after the fuel, since it's not done at the same time for them.
And I think that's important to say. It might sound obvious if you're a racing fan who watches real life racing, and throughout the years the regulations have changed on that, and per car, class per class, what have you. But then you stop and say to yourself, boy, like in iRacing, that's not the norm anymore, right? We go do 24 hours of Daytona, the Sebring, the Petit Le Mans, even I think 24 hours of Spa with the GT3 cars. It's not one than the other. It's you almost change tires every time because you're not losing anything. Gas and tires happen at the same time in those cars. So I think for a lot of drivers, if you're not in love with the P Cup car, you've probably forgotten that it's not simultaneous.
Probably forgotten, as well as you don't really do a whole lot of mandatory fuel and tire stops throughout their usual weekly races, unless you're taking part in the Krevenik 12-hour series or the Nürburgring Endurance Championships,
right,
or the Nürburgring Tournament 24 that have these machines in it. You don't see usually a lot of endurance running where you will then need to take tires and fuel, and then you realize, the first time you go in, like we saw, I believe, a couple of those drivers on the first pit stop realize after the fact that, it's not both at the same time, it's one and then the other.
I'm going to put you on the spot, and I don't know the answer to this legitimately. The new production car 2-hour endurance races.
Yes.
Are they simultaneous or one and the other? Do you know?
I believe it's simultaneous, because I believe all of those cars can take both at the same time. It is a specific to Porsche Cup.
Oh, hello. New fastest lap again.
Oh,
158.860 is now what we're looking at for RPM Racing. So RPM Racing continuing to throw down lap after lap. And boy, again, let's do this one last time. You're the driver. You're stoked by these laps. If I'm a team leader, dude, slow down. we're 30 minutes from winning. Can you please stop pushing the car? You have a minute 12 over the opponent. You're a second per lap faster. I mean, at a minute 12 faster in 30 minutes, you could slow down here. I'm just saying the fastest lap's not worth, accidentally spinning the car. But again, mentalities are different. Asking a race car driver to slow down, it's like asking a dog not to bark at a cat, right? It's probably not going to happen.
It is likely not going to happen. Additionally, the thing I think also to keep in mind is that if they go too far, trying to push for these lap times, how many incidents do they accrue? Do they get over that limit that they have for, and I think the RPM Racing drivers have been extremely clean, so I don't think it's something that they're going to end up being too worried about, unless it ends up turning into something more serious of an incident than just the incident points. But something to keep in mind there as well is as they're pushing, and if they go too hard, they might end up taking a drive-through penalty, and that turns this race on its head, much like a safety car would.
Very much so. Let me share a thought with you from the YouTube chat, and this is kind of the way I think of the P Cup car, and get your opinion on it. Juan Luis Herrera says, I have a love-hate relationship with the P Cup. It's so much fun and so rewarding, but it does weird things sometimes.
That I think is a very that sentiment gets echoed, I think, a lot throughout the people who drive the Porsche Cup pretty regularly. Is that they love it. But boy, howdy, does it not do what you expect it to do sometimes. And especially with the lack of assists, whereas a lot of both the Porsche GT3 as well as other similar machinery that has way more of these assists than the Porsche Cup does, way more of these assists than the Porsche Cup does. It's just very, very awkward sometimes. You hit the brakes and they don't do what you want them to do, and then you're playing the let me let off and reapply so that way they don't lock up too badly. And it has some awkward moments as a result, and I could not agree more with the chat there with Juan Luis Herrera, who I believe submitted that.
Yep, Juan, of course, been driving this race as well, been swapping off with a driver who's also been in the chat, so those guys have been having fun hanging out in the chat and chatting along, so glad to have those guys and the rest of our viewers with us, watching RPM Racing Black FTR here, and watching this car go around us, turning some laps here. 23 minutes to go around this track, likely another, I'd say, 11 or 12 laps on the board. Now we move back into Treehouse Racing. So already back on board here with Treehouse Racing. We're here back with Justin. Going to watch here in this very green P4 car. They would love to catch up here and get a P3, but that's just a tall task here right now for Treehouse Racing to catch up to P3 with Prismatic.
Say, with the racing as it stands right now, it's going to be a little bit hard for them. I think they were one of the many individuals ended up being off the pit cycle early on, and to get back onto the pit cycle, at least to get to the end, they had to take, I think, an extra splash and dash towards the end of this race here that I think removed their option to fight the Prismatic Motorsports Athena for the bottom step of the podium as a result.
Black flag for SRN TFR Alliance, likely another incident point count limit here. They're currently riding in P4 in the P Cup, so we'll wait and see if we can find the moment we think probably causes that black and green car right there. Wildly, I thought loose in front of me. Maybe just the camera perspective that made me feel that way, but right here, that's the off track. That's the moment that's going to catch them. That's likely their 40th point, and they are going to serve a drive-through penalty here on pit road.
Yeah, they will, and that will, I think, take them just past the other Prismatic Motorsports as we see Cardin Racing have a bit of an off there. Get a little, I think, getting too hard onto the brakes, putting too much input there, and bouncing off the sausage curb gives it what it needs to rotate more than I think they were planning for it to. Kept that car out of the wall, on the barrier. They're going the right way still.
So I'm curious about your thoughts. I know back in hour 2, I think Nolan, Rempel, Austin, Edstrom talked about their thoughts on sausage curbs. And as a driver, I'm sure they're annoying, but also just a necessity, right? Because if you don't do that, a driver's going to take every opportunity they can to find every ounce of a track, every millimeter of a track surface they can find. And those sausage curbs, of course, very aggressive. They're very difficult. They're not friendly to the car. Something maybe annoying but necessary, right?
It's one of those things. I look at it from the standpoint of they're there for a reason. They're not there to just be a nuisance. They serve the purpose of being a hard limit for them to really fight. Understand where the track ends. You also run into the issue as well of safety. What becomes less safe as a result of taking these corners in these manners without them. And
so what we're seeing here, by the way, sorry to cut you off, what we're seeing right on the bottom of your screen here, this is the gap between Prismatic and SRN. Remember, SRN did serve that drive-through penalty and has been served, but this is now the gap. So I know you thought maybe, and I was sort of in the same boat, we thought maybe Prismatic would pass. They have not passed, but they have drastically closed the gap. And so now, right now, I'm sure, Finn, in that Discord for Prismatic, it's got to be lively right now because now you have a goal. 8 seconds is the goal to catch that car. By the way, of note, Cube Control, the driver there, Matt Strand, has also made his pit stop. So this gap of 1.9 seconds is live. Now 1.7 seconds. Now this car has something to drive for, as does Yashul, because now Target is in sight.
It's definitely going to be, I think, a interesting finish for both these drivers. I have to agree, the Prismatic Athena group definitely trying to see if they can get Aspen that last bit of pace there to make up the about second or so they need to per lap at this point to really capitalize and gain that position back. As well as, I think it'll be interesting to see where the World of Racing finds the time there. Had a little bit of a gap, closed that gap to under 2 seconds, back open as the Treehouse Racing 296 challenge car is working its way through, which I think will have its own battle here in a moment. You can see the kind of similarities of pace is that 296 really isn't catching the leader Cube Controls there in the foreground of that shot.
No, not yet. So we'll see here with about a little less than 20 minutes to go if he can close that gap, maybe if he can get sucked up to that green car and pull a little bit of draft. Maybe he could catch it appropriately, maybe at, say, for example, hanger straight. That would be a little bit of luck to catch the Treehouse right there. And then makes that out there, just crossing the finish line right here.
Yeah, they just crossed the start finish line. They're going through that opening sector, fast pair of corners. And it's up to Treehouse to get around the Cube Control safely within reason. And so I think P2 World of Racing is just waiting to see if this goes well, if it goes wrong. No, don't be too close to get caught up in a melee if it does go south.
And if you're World of Racing, you're hoping Treehouse does get away safely, but you're hoping they would have spent a little longer than that. You'd hoping Treehouse maybe have caught them in a corner, slowed them up, or done something different, but not the case here. Of course, Treehouse much faster just by the rules of being in a faster class, so nothing wrong with making the pass there. I know that sometimes typically we think of that moment as why get in the way of a battle for the lead, but in that case you kind of feel like you have to because you need to get around them.
Ideally, you want to be in a position where if, for say, we don't hope for it, but if the Prismatic Motorsports Athena gets a black flag here late in the race, really easy to capitalize. That 36-second gap, I think, would be much closer for them if that happens, if a drive-through happens for them, and then they are in their own battle for the podium.
So I'd love to see what happens here. 17 minutes on the clock. This 4-hour race at Silverstone has gone by very quickly. So we're glad you're here along with us for the finishing moments of this race here live on Green Flag TV. We'll be here all season long for every moment of the FTR series all the way through the month of December. Derrick Watson, Finicini in the booth. Howie Burrows pushing the buttons down behind the scenes, making everything look and sound good in the moment. So now the last question I think we have, Finn, for this car, maybe two questions. One, can Yashul find a way to make this pass? Can he get up there and close that gap? Two, does he have the gas to get up there and close the gap and make the pass? We're still not sure the number 2 car is good. We think he is, but if he's going to push hard enough to close that gap, that's going to change the equation.
That would change the equation. That's the more the question I'm leaning on is does he have enough gas because of trying to hit fuel targets? We saw the Cube Controls there, Matt Strand working his way into pit lane for that splash and dash, essentially, that made sure that he was good to the end, depending on the fuel numbers. And I think with 80% fuel, technically I think that's just over an hour worth of fuel time. They came in just over an hour to go. So I believe they're right on that fuel margin. So they don't have a whole lot to play with if they're trying to push to get there.
He might need the luck of the white flag, right? Mm-hmm. He might need that simple luck. Sometimes that the white flag's going to come out when the leader crosses, when we can no longer, basically at the time of when we can no longer complete another lap. That'll be the white flag. But sometimes the leader going faster or slower can mean a lap or not a lap, and so we'll wait and see how that happens. And it may be simple as if you get caught on that quote-unquote extra lap you weren't planning for, he might be out of fuel. But based upon the lap time, you're looking at half a second in the first sector, Another 10th and a half in the second sector. We're now up in the third sector of timing here. It just makes me feel like the 2 doesn't have the confidence of having the fuel to push, because, I mean, that's a lot of time lost lap per lap.
Yeah, it is a decent amount. But also, I think there's that game of, if, they don't stick to that and they pitted for the fuel earlier on, I think this wouldn't even be a fight we're talking about at that point.
Right.
And there's still only 3 seconds a gap between them. And every possibility that I don't imagine that it's going to work its way back to, towards in the favor of that number 2, but it's not impossible, especially when they set a faster sector 3, only by a 10th. It's only making up the 10th they lost in sector 2. But I really think playing to a fuel margin here for that number 2 versus just trying to see how fast they can get that car to the finish that the number 185 that Matt Strand has to work with.
Well, earlier I kind of joked and I said, as a team leader, you don't want that RPM racing car pushing and setting faster laps. Well, if you're right now in World of Racing, you're kind of hoping that Cube Control car does start pushing and trying to set faster laps. You're hoping for anything, a small spin, a lack of focus, a late break. You're not hoping for a wreck. You just want to be on a small wiggle of a car, right? I mean, in road racing, 3 seconds is washed away pretty quickly. A late braking, a spin of a car, a nice drift even is all you need to really open this window back up and maybe be back involved. Look at the bottom of your screen. You see the numbers of the predicted lap coming through and just the difference in lap times and what have you. So yeah, as we go lap by lap, and this gap is now 2.8 seconds at the line between these 2 cars, and boy, it's just feeling like maybe Matt Strand has figured something out here.
I think like you said, that initial lap out, having to really cognitively be like, I'm no longer in this, fresh car, fresh tires, full fuel. So it's going to be a lug to get around. Instead, they're warm tires. And it's really just, I'm just continuing how I was before, having to mentally reset that, reframe your pit exit into the race, I think will have caused him to be a little bit unsure that first lap. But now he's back into that flow that he had before. That set him up to be, 3 seconds ahead. But that gap isn't changing. You look at it, last time we went by, I think we have about 9 laps left. They were at 3 seconds at the line on my timing tower. Now they're still at 3 seconds at the line as they get into the first couple corners here with 9 to go.
Yep, so we're watching on board with RPM Racing here and watching to see what this driver can do here. Been said leading all race. RPM Racing started on the pole, has been up front, maybe minus maybe a lead change in a pit cycle, has led all day long. It's got to be nothing but grins, nothing but smiles, and the high fives and virtual kudos happening inside the paddock and the Discord and what have you for the number 69 RPM Racing car. So lots of cheering and hoot and hollering, only a few minutes away. 11.5 minutes left here in this race here. So you see on board, you'll see the predicted throttle inputs and speeds of this RPM car now back up to 5th gear. And then I guess we'll quickly tell the story of Finn. Of course, this track remodeled at one point. I think back in 90, 91 was when this track remodeled, because before then, this track had enough speed that there was only one corner you didn't take in at least 4th gear. Compared to the way we race these corners now, that feels crazy, right? To think you could hold 4th gear through these corners. Of course, right here, down in the 2nd, up to 3rd, now maybe up in the 4th, out of the corner. But holding 4th gear in every corner sounds bonkers.
It does sound bonkers until you kind of think a little bit more about the kind of what, as P1 goes even faster, 158.88 or 876, excuse me. Even faster, continues to keep that car going as quick as possible, and that gap, 45 seconds at the halfway point, now to 1:17 here we get into the last 10 laps or so. With that 4th gear, it's also a car, I think, with a little bit more downforce than we're seeing here today. A very different feel. The racing experience back then was very different. and there was a lot less corners. We didn't have as many tight corners going through this. It was a lot more open, and you could just, sling the Formula cars through those corners in fourth gear, keeping that throttle, just feathering the throttle a lot. You did a lot of feather throttling or throttle work in the older, you still do it in the modern day Formula cars, but that was, I think, really how that car kept glued to the ground in that big initial kind of downforce era.
Yep, of course, this track, we talked a lot about 24-hour races today and endurance races. Should mention real quickly, this track had been known to host the Brit Car 24 that happened back from 2005 to 2018. So although maybe we think about 24s and we think of other tracks such as a Daytona, a Spa, a Nürburgring, this track's had its own 24. And I believe that 24 even has been simulated by hosted events in iRacing itself for the Brit Car 24. So, and this track is also known to have a 24-hour race on it.
It does. Brit Car 24, in those years is, I think, a little bit more similar to what we see here. GT3s, GT4s, TCRs are more what you saw in that era in those 24-hour races. So probably what we'll see a lot of in the main series of FTR this coming season will be another fantastic set of something similar to what you would have seen in the Brit Car 24, which was also part of the Krevenik 24-hour series, which would be as part of the Touring Car Endurance series as well, which lasts a couple of years. So I think it was very cool. I'm excited to see more of it. I'm also excited to see always a lot more, long form endurance races like 24s.
Another black flag for Cardan Racing here, by the way, at the very end of this race. They're going to get another black flag for incident points. That's got to be a conversation some people will have post-race. Of course, this 40 incident limit, it's not a lot. It sounds like a lot from the outside point of view. Every off-track is 1, and maybe a spin is 2. I mean, we've not only really seen, that was the off-track right there, by the way. We've only seen 1 or 2 car contacts today. So this is pretty much all 1Xs for off-track or 2Xs for spin. So this has got to be a coaching point for drivers post-race, whether you're driving in the aforementioned FTR Trophy.ai series or just any endurance race. You have to respect the incident limit rule because these black flags will kill you. This is probably going to take Cardan, I would suspect, definitely. I mean, they're only 30 seconds ahead. This should take them off the podium. So let's take a look and see. This will be curious. Is they're about 25 to 30 seconds ahead of SRN TFR. Now the question will be, it's just a drive-through, no stop here. So what is the delta will be the question, and what is the speed loss? Watch the timing here on your screen. That number in the middle is counting the other way, I believe. So we'll do. There we go. That's the correct way. I was like, a minute 27. What is that?
Yeah. Well.
So let's see what happens. They're down to 20 seconds here. Oh, now it's counting down. Hold on. This is the car spun around. Who is that? That is. Oh, that's SRN. My gosh.
So you'll see it here. A self spin getting into this final couple corners and just slides out. And that time that they're gaining through it is now lost.
Yep, throw it away.
I still think it would have been close. I don't know that they would have come out on top. We were looking at something similar between Prismatic Sports Hagate and the
cars earlier. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's right.
But this reads to me like someone who knew about the Cardan penalty and got stoked. And it's something we tell drivers all the time. Don't push. Drive your own race. I don't care about lap times. I don't care about delta times. I don't care about relative times. Drive your race. This reads to me, Finn, like a driver who got excited knowing that Cardan had a penalty and was trying to make up time for it and just lost the car.
Yeah, it was definitely a driver that looked like they got excited about hearing the black flag call and then didn't try to drive more conservatively than less conservatively, and ended up making putting himself back in the situation he was at a moment before.
Yep, unfortunately so, and therefore just threw away that opportunity to at least catch, if not pass, that car here at the end of the race. Well, here we are now, about 5 minutes to go on the clock. I expect 2, maybe 3 laps to go. Remember, 2-minute lap time, so we'll wait and see when RPM Racing touches the line. That's the car we're following right here on screen. Just about to cross the line here in just a minute. About 4 minutes to go. I suspect we're at 3 laps to go at Silverstone before we wrap up this Super Cup race here for RPM Racing and the rest of the field.
And with them coming around the start-finish line, 3 laps also means 3 laps of time for these drivers to kind of see what pace they can unlock in the last couple minutes. The only real battle I'm excited to see if there is anything that happens there is going to be the battle for the lead of Porsche Cup car. Otherwise, most of these drivers, assuming they just hit their marks, bring a car home clean, they will be secure in the position that they have accrued up until this point.
Yeah, but things have been kind of settled for a while. No big moments, really no big crashes to speak of, no wild moments. The weather has been calm. There's a topic in iRacing that we haven't had to talk about today. The weather.
Hey,
in fact, yeah, that's kind of nice, isn't it? We've had a lot of monsoons of endurance racing. So calm weather today. In fact, we now know calm weather next weekend for yourself and others for the 24 hours of Spa. A nice, calm, quiet, cloudy skies we're looking at. Here's the track tip. That dip did finally start to kind of plateau a little bit, Finn. So the track tip, I mean, it had to level up at some point. It's only so cold the track can get. And I think we finally just about hit that point. Maybe up a degree or 2 from when we looked. It's really close to that level, but RPM, these teams have done a great job at managing it, done a great job at managing the track, and that's why they're likely going to walk away with the win here as they cross under that Johnny Walker sign.
Going down that hangar straight for the Johnny Walker sign, coming towards the end of their lap here to close it out. Well, not close it out, but two to go at this time by after they get through the lovely kind of final technical sector to end out a lap. I think one of the things I love to, I always love hearing in groups of racing drivers is that the racing is clean. Like the fact that we haven't had a ton of contact, while we're half the sample size of what we would normally see in an FTR event. It's still super cool to see that the most we get is the occasional bump tap because they did misanticipated a braking marker, and the kind of the lap 1 incident is the only real big thing I've heard of or seen, over the course of this race that is of note is like the only real like racing incident between all these drivers, and that it's otherwise been, good pace, good showmanship from all of them. Keeping the cars clean, getting multi-class done safely and effectively. It's always something I think definitely the individuals putting together FTR's kind of back-end race control should take pride in as the racecraft they've kind of fostered inadvertently through this series.
From a driver standpoint, that's sort of a double-edged sword, though, right? Because on one hand, you're happy there's not been contact. You're happy no one ruined your race. You're happy no one wrecked in front of you and just really decided your fate for you. But what it does mean is that for the cars that retired today, it's really all self-inflicted, right? You can't blame anyone else. You can't point the fingers. You can't say, well, what if, blah, 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 blah. It's, darn, I mucked that up, right? I'm the one who hit a wall. I'm the one who had something happen. We saw maybe even a couple hints in that first or second hour of maybe some hardware failure, some internet problems, but again, anything that happened is on you. Like, if there's no contact, you can't blame anyone else. You just have to kind of go back and reassess your own driving.
Yeah, definitely some time spent with telemetry data as well as replay files to figure out, what went wrong here for those that have, won't be taken to the checkered flag. As our leader here comes around to the start-finish line.
Should be our white flag. Barney the flag man will have the white flag in his hands with only about less than a minute on the clock. White flag out for the 4-hour race here at Silverstone for the FTR Supercup. RPM Racing takes the white flag now up through the corner. Sven walked us through. Now we come up through Farm Curve, Village, the Loop, and then up to Turn 5 and on around. So this race for the 296 is pretty much decided as RPM has a 1.5-minute lead over their competitors. We quickly go back and look at P Cup. You'll see it's up to 5 seconds, by the way. Cube controls over top of World of Racing. So it feels like, and hold on, the Cardan Racing is stopping again. This is not a black flag. They must have just be really short on fuel.
That's
going to definitely give that race back to SRN, I would assume, because they're only about 12 seconds apart last time by.
Well, yeah, the SRN is coming across the start-finish line now.
What a lucky break for them.
Yeah, an incredibly lucky break for them as they're watching the RPM Racing come around the back stretch into Cope's corner in the second half of the lap as we kind of look at it, one of the more faster sections going from Cope's down into Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel to get down to the hangar straight. The Twin Nations Motorsports 296 getting out of the way of the leader there, also getting their own lap race shortened by 1 lap as a result, as they puts them on the white flag being behind the leader. So Cardan Racing is back out about 5 seconds behind, excuse me, less than 5 seconds, 4 seconds behind.
One more time, the leaders just passed Hangar Straight. They're now going to come down here through a Vale in the last couple corners. Turns 16, 17, and 18 is all that's left. An infamous racetrack opened back in 1940. It holds hundreds of thousands of fans in real life. And today, the virtual fans of Silverstone get to watch this 4-hour race, and they'll watch RPM Racing and a number 69 car start on pole and finish the race in the same place. Congrats to RPM Racing on the 4-hour win.
Fantastic work for them. Cube Controls and Matt Strand, that solo driver, just getting down to Cope's corner themselves, but a pretty commanding drive for them as well. And 5 seconds behind is going to be Yashal in that World of Racing X Samantha Tan Racing number 2, excuse me, Porsche Cup car, both number 2 as well as P2. Also going through Maggots and Beckett's now, getting into the Chapel corner and the Hangar Straight. Last real big straight for them on the end of the lap, underneath that Johnny Walker sign. And consistency, I feel like, gets you everywhere in endurance racing, and I think this is another showcase of that statement here today for Matt Strand and the Cube Controls number 185 as he gets through the last couple corners, past Vale into Club Corner and the start-finish stretch of Hamilton Straight.
There it is. There's your victory for Cube Controls. Reparto Corse number 185. They'll win in the P Cup class. Remember, Finn, we should say both winners today, RPM Racing and Cube Controls, not only win the race, not only get the pride of winning, they, I believe, both get free entries into the FTR Troph.ai Endurance Series. So they have won more than just pride today.
Oh, wow. Yes, they absolutely have. And I think it's a good thing for them to take home and go, hey, we did it. We got ourselves, that ticket punched for the main event, the main series, to take that same, level of driving and racing energy to the main series to try to win that Trophy AI FTR Season 7.
Congrats to all involved in this race. It's been a fun 4 hours to bring with you, and I believe any moment now the unofficial results will be ready. When we are, we're going to start with the Ferrari 296 Challenge class, and we'll take you top to bottom in both of those events. So we'll wait for those unofficial results. We wait for all the cars to cross the finish line one lap at a time, and there's maybe some smoke being laid down, some burnouts, maybe a blown motor or two will result from these, but lots of reasons to celebrate for RPM Racing. Both cars 1-2 on the grid. Here we're in the GT Super Cup. Let's take a look here. This is RPM Racing up on the P1. RPM Racing Black FTR back in P2, a minute and a half back. The only 2 cars in the lead lap. Back in P3, Roxy Gibson from Prismatic Athena, 1 lap down. Justin Makila from Treehouse Racing is 2 laps down. Back in P5 is Twin Nations Motorsports, 5 laps down. Then you got Sim Party Racing, Veraco Esports, Sim Party Racing Echo, and RPM Racing Purple rounding at your top 9 of this class. Let me move on here. And I believe that's it. Let's see if we have the P Cup results. Here you go, Finn. Here are the P Cup results.
P Cup results. Cube Controls, Prado Course, number 185, takes home that victory off the lead lap. Pole to flag for Matt Strand there on that solo drive. Also a solo drive, Yashal Yunus with the World of Racing X Samantha Tan Racing, the number 974 of SRN/TFR Alliance. And comes home with a P3, a rather fortunate one after the late race fuel stop needed for Cardin Racing bumps them down to P4. And P5, the Prismatic Motorsports Hecate, lowest incident count, if I saw that correctly, over the from our producer there, for all of the drivers in both classes coming out of that. Out of the ones that finished, I should say, is Prismatic Motorsports Hecate. Number 6 is going to be WM Racing, which is our last driver, I believe, that takes to the checkered flag. Sunday drivers, Veracruz Esports, Team Gray, Pegasus Sim Racing, and Gringo are your other drivers, other teams that did not take to the checkered flag.
And that is a look top to bottom at this FTR Super Cup starting grid. Well, let's go and take a moment here and celebrate with the winners. Let's start with the driver who finished P1 in that Ferrari 296 Challenge class. Tom, you're with RPM Racing. You've won this race yourself and Jocko, first place. How does that feel? Wait for Tom to get a push to talk button set up here in the broadcast booth, and we'll get a word in just a moment here as they are still celebrating there at RPM Racing. But an incredible run there. Tom, you got us? No word from Tom. Yes, he's working on it.
Might still be working on the button.
We'll give him a second here to do that. But watching the replay of that car going around the track, an incredible run. It says started first, finished first, fastest lap down in a 158 at 158.76 for Tom. And Tom, are we there? Nothing yet. All right. Well, we'll do this. Let's go ahead and see if we can grab a different driver from RPM. Maybe we can do that. Give me a second here while Tom gets set up here. See if we can make that happen here. Let's try. Well, let's do this. While we're waiting for RPM Racing Black, while we're waiting for RPM, let's go and also welcome the driver from RPM Racing Black. We'll let them go and get their push to talk setup button as well. We can kind of get ahead in the broadcast here. We're also going to welcome in Gene from RPM Racing Black, and a 1-2 today for RPM Racing. So both drivers need to be should be very excited about this, I should say. So Tom or Gene, are either of you with us? We'll wait for those moments to clear up here. But Finn, a great race overall, a very exciting race. Oh, yeah. A very calm race. I know we were both excited about that, not to see all the beatings and the bangings and everything.
Guys, copy.
There we go. There's Tom.
Yes,
Tom.
Oh, we got it.
You got it. You not only got the push to talk, but that's your second victory. You also got the win in the race. How does that feel?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Felt amazing. We always love participating in FTR events. We've participated in like 3 or 4 seasons already. So this event was pretty special. New car. Took us a bit to figure out setup and whatnot, but in the end turned out pretty nicely.
So your car started on pole, you finished on pole, maybe minus maybe a pit cycle here or there, and you basically dominated that, held the lead all day long. What do you think kept you ahead of your teammates in RPM Black?
I think one of the things was my teammate Jaco cooked an absolutely generational setup, and he's done a lot of practice. I wasn't at home when he started. I was still at work. So when I came and saw that we had like a 30-second lead, I was pleasantly surprised because the other guys were on it as well. They're very fast. So we're just, I guess we're a little bit more consistent throughout the whole race.
Nice. So now, after this, we look ahead to the FTR Trophy.ai series about a month from now. We'll be racing at the Bend, much different cars, GT3s, GT4s, TCRs. I'm going to ask you first off, do you and your team know which of those cars you're driving in, and what's your outlook for the Bend?
We're not quite sure yet. We're still debating about a couple cars, but we're definitely looking for new track. Haven't driven it personally yet, but from what I've seen, it looks pretty amazing. So I can't wait for the new season with the new tire model and rain and whatnot. It's going to make for an interesting season for sure. And we're very excited.
So a very clean race, really only I think one bit of car contact for the most part on lap 1 back in the field. So I maybe the positive and negative at the same time is there was no testing of this new race director system. So there's some small bit of anxiety about that carries into the first race of the season?
No, not at all. I'm very positive that the guys that are responsible have tested it extensively, and it's a good sign about us drivers as well that we didn't need it. So I think
Right.
the level of FTR is very high, and I think we can keep it clean throughout most of the season for sure.
Well, the level of racing is high in FTR, but I'm sure the morale for RPM Racing is higher. Congrats on the win. Anyone you want to say hello to or give a shout out to?
I want to give a shout out to my cat and my friend's mom, Annie. It's her birthday today, so shout out Bruno and Annie. I'm thinking about y'all today.
Awesome. Well, listen, great job on the win. Congrats, and we'll see you in about 1 month's time.
Thanks for having me, and I cannot wait. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you as well. That is our winner. That's Tom at RPM Racing Black. And Gene, are you here?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Well, Finn, I believe you've caught up with Gene, our second place finisher at RPM Racing Black.
Have indeed. Congrats on the P2, not quite victory, but podium position in the RPM Racing Black for this race here at the Super Cup. I know it stings just a little bit to lose out to your teammate, but you also, I think, looked like you also had a very commanding drive of your own race there. Was there any real concerns there towards the end about fuel strategies or anything like that?
Yeah, thank you for it was a good race for the whole RPM team, P1, P2. They were just a little bit faster than us, but that might just be a little bit to the setup, or they have just a bit more consistency with the car. It's the first time for me driving the car, so that might also be it. During the strategy, we always had a clear view of what we were going to do, so there was no real issue with fuel in the end or whatever.
Gotcha. New to this car, it sounds like for a lot of you guys, are you usually far more in the GT3 and GT4 world?
Yeah, more in the GT3, sometimes a little bit in GT4. That's more my forte, let's say.
Gotcha. Is transitioning to the 296 Challenge something you found easier or harder than other single make style cars, like the Porsche Cup?
I've never driven the Porsche Cup. I'm not a big fan of it. Comparing it to the GT3, there's a lot more power, and you have to brake a lot earlier. So you really have to change your braking style to what it was from the GT3s.
Making it both earlier. Do you do more trail braking or less trail braking with it?
You can go more on the braking. Like GT3s, you tend to go around 80%, and with this one, you could go the full 100%. Then slowly easing it up worked for me. I have to say, I don't know what it's like for the others, but for me, it was more like 100%, then slowly letting it off.
Gotcha. So congrats again on the P2. Anyone you'd like to shout out as a thank you as we get through the end of the race here?
I'd like to shout out the whole RPM team and my parents as well, because yeah.
Fantastic stuff. We'll be seeing you in the full season FTR here coming up in a month's time.
Yeah, of course. I joined FTR last season for the first time in the M category, and I had so much fun. So I'll be jumping up to the Pro category this time, and looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Then we will see you in about a month when we go to the Bend here at FTR. So congrats again on the P2, and we'll catch you all very soon, hopefully.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
All right, that is your second place finisher part at RPM Racing Black. And now let's welcome in the driver I'm going to call the Iron Man. Did all 4 hours alone, part of the Cube Controls team. Matt Strand, congrats on your win here in the FTR Super Cup. Oh, and Matt is muted. Let's see if we can get Matt unmuted here and see if we can catch some of our microphones. So we'll see here if we can get Matt set here. We'll see if we can get that fixed up in a second. Matt also is or was Twitch streaming as well, so he might be talking to Twitch stream or saying goodbye to them or having it set up here, but yep. All right. So we'll wait for Matt's to get set up here and have that moment. But a great run by Matt. Ran all 4 hours plus that additional pace lap by himself. Finn and I talked about it earlier. Just what a grueling, tiring endurance that.
Well,
see if we can get. Go. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm well, but like, and it's not as bad. Like once you build up the muscle of it, it's not as bad as it sounds. But
let's see if we have Matt now. Matt, you there? It's muted again. They told me earlier he got his push to talk set, so I thought maybe we were good to go for the interview. We'll have to work on the setting for our full-time broadcast and the to get fixed here. But Matt, again, I mean, you're right. I mean, it is something you get in a groove of, but 4 hours is pushing the limit. Luckily, I can tell you from Matt, Twitch stream is not a VR streamer. If he's VR streaming, or if you mean VR racing, pardon me, be a little bit more intense on the 4 hour mark, but something. Definitely, you're right. It's a groove once you get into it. But boy, saying, "Hey, you want to race 4 hours alone?" A bit of a challenge. Well, Matt, if you think you're here, you can pop open and say hello at any time, and we'll see if your mic works and if you're ready.
See, but I do race for 4 hours in VR.
I know you do, and you're a monster, and I don't understand it. I understand it, but I'm just saying it's got to be pushing the limits. Anything more than 4 hours, I think, would probably be about your limit, right?
Yeah, like 4 hours I think is about where I would say that's maybe too much. Not quite, but pretty close.
Getting close there. Well, Matt's had an incredible run in that Cube Controls car. Held off the World of Racing car and SRN, TFR Alliance, Prismatic, and many others. And Matt's, are you there? I guess not. All right. Well, I think what we're going to do here is we give Matt's about 10 seconds here. We may just have to move on and fix those technical problems for a later broadcast. We'll wait and see if we can get all these fixed up here and see what we can do. Well, it's been an incredible race here. It's been a fun race. I'm glad Green Flag TV is along for the ride. And it's been just an incredible experience. Finn, it's been awesome. It's our first time in a booth together. Of course, we talk a lot. We work together a lot. It's not in this context, right? It's been fun for us. Nolan, Rempel, Austin, Edstrom, first in a booth, and then a lot has happened. Well, listen, if you have been out there watching for all 4 hours or any part of the 4 hours, thank you so much for spending your time with us here on FTR TV. I said we'll be back later tonight when the SRA NAS Classic Series takes the ARCA cars over to Watkins Glen. Myself, George Kirafidas, with Howie Burrows back, not too long from now, pushing the buttons behind the booth and making it happen. But congrats once again to the Cube Controls Racing team for the Porsche Cups. Congrats to RPM Racing for the Ferrari 296 Challenge, for Finn Acinni, and for Howie Burrows. I am Derrick Watson. Congrats once again. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon here live